Good afternoon and welcome to day 2 here at Croft Circuit. The 750 Motor Club making their first visit to the circuit near Darlington of the season. Josh Barrett alongside myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box for today's action on the 2.1 mile North Yorkshire circuit. Croft, of course, a former airfield, therefore very little in the way of elevation, but lots of interesting corners on this 12-turn circuit nevertheless. Let's have a look at what the weather forecast for the rest of the day is. Well, like yesterday, it's started bright, although cloud has come in during the morning. As I expect to be more cloud in the afternoon, but we shouldn't have too much in the way of rain, but we said that yesterday as well. And we did have some, we had a little bit of hail too. So that's the forecast for today. In terms of what's coming up on track, well, at the moment we've got ongoing the qualifying session for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, which we'll look at shortly. But then we've got 9 more races to come, including 2 for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship and a couple as well for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. They had their first race of the weekend yesterday. Solo races for the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship and the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship as well. And we conclude the afternoon's action with a 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, complete with driver changes. Well, Josh Barrett, as I say, is alongside myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box. And Josh, we had a great day's racing yesterday, didn't we? And lots to look forward to today.
That's right, Ian. A really good way to start the 750 Motor Club season for 2022, wasn't it? Really good racing, lots of really close racing between big groups of cars. There were, 5-6 car lead battles in a number of races, and we got some of those won the Clio Sport Championship. They're back out again today. They were one of the highlights of yesterday, so that's something to look forward to in the middle of the afternoon. And then we get these 2 new categories which we didn't see race yesterday. Classic Stock Hatch, which qualified yesterday at lunchtime, and they should have a couple of cracking races around here. And as you say, the longer race just finished off today, which qualifying this morning, or the start of this afternoon. The 116 Trophy, which have got their biggest ever grid, and again that's another feature of today's racing, big grids all the way through. I don't think really anything sort of under 20 cars, is it? And then we get up to 30 cars in some of the classes, which is great to see.
It certainly is. And a reminder, whether you're here at the circuit, and greetings to the very many of you on the spectator banks here today, or you're watching on the live stream at home, then you can find out more information about what's going on today by heading to the 750 Motor Club website, which is 750mc.co.uk/calendar. And if you scroll down then to the page for the Croft event, you'll see a link to the race programme. You can get a digital download of the race programme with all of the information about the weekend's racing. And you'll also find a link to the live timing as well, which you might find enhances your enjoyment of the racing as well, and a link to the live stream as well if you're not already watching it, of course. This is the final qualifying session of the weekend, though. It's for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, and we are seeing there the number 41 car that has come to a halt on the exit of the hairpin. That's the car driven by David Addison, Wyatt Margulis and Paul Offord during the course of this weekend. The driver out of the car, and that possibly a mechanical issue rather than anything else for the number 41 car. But this qualifying session, it's coming towards an end now. Josh, what's the form so far?
Well, it's pretty close, because the top 2 cars are separated by just 1/100th of a second, which is pretty good, isn't it? And it's Sam Carrington-Yates, who won so many races last year, with Mark Sullivan our quickest on a 1 minute 45.18, and that duo won 3 of the races last year. So they are the team to beat. They are quickest, but as I say, only by 100th of a second from one of the father and son outfits, which is Christopher and Jack Godden, who I'm sure will be really pleased to be right at the front there. And then third quickest is the shared car between Harry Omerod and Tim Crichton, that were front runners on occasions last year. They're less than half a second off the front too. We've got 6 cars within a second, 14 cars within a couple of seconds. But of course, with this multi-driver format come to races, that could mix up with, obviously, qualifying. We see who the fastest drivers are, but the second drivers may not be as quick, and that'll really mix up the form during the course of the races, and a couple of pit stop as well in the race. And so lots of strategy actually needed in this category.
Absolutely right. So there's two 60-second pit stops that have to be taken between 15 and 75 minutes into the race. And teams can have 1, 2 or 3 drivers, so lots of different strategy options. Obviously safety cars can come into play, and we're all clarified for this season is that you can't make 2 of your mandatory pit stops in the same safety car period either. Clarifying something that was taken advantage of during the course of one round in 2021. This session coming towards an end, only a couple of minutes left to go. It is still the Sam Carrington Yates and Mark Sullivan car, the Treble 7 car, that is at the top of the times, the 1:45.18, which is more than 4 seconds inside the existing lap record for these cars, set back in 2019 when Bobby Trundley got the lap record, but that was before the 116s had their own standalone races.
Yeah, that's right. It was in a road sports race, wasn't it? Which might have been a little bit damp as well. But Bobby Trundley, he was one of the first drivers, wasn't he? I think he's doing British GT this year, possibly, or Britcar certainly in GT4 machinery. So he's really got on to good things, hasn't he?
Absolutely right, because we've got 1 or 2 cars heading down the pit lane as well. Too late if any teams are looking to do their change for a 3rd driver, because they won't get the chance to do their 3 laps. So all of the drivers that are racing here in the 116s today have to do their 3 laps during the course of this 30-minute qualifying session, which is coming to an end. A reminder, live timing at 7:50, mc.co.uk/calendar. Scroll to the Croft page and you'll see the live timing, all of the lap times from this session, and indeed all of the races that we have this afternoon can be found there. Expecting the checkered flag to come out reasonably soon in this session, because we started on time at 12 o'clock. There you can see the times on your screen now, in fact, at least most of them, and you can see that Sullivan and Carrington Yates, as the checkered flag does go out, still with that provisional pole time of 1:45.18, but there's actually, well, 7 cars within a second, within less than a second, and actually just over 1 second to cover the top 8. So that's pretty close, much closer than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, Sam Carrington Yates normally in qualifying has quite a healthy margin, but yeah, good to see, we say, a number of cars within a second. Teams perhaps working out how to set these cars up to be as quick as possible with more experience. It's still a pretty new series, and obviously new drivers coming in over recent years, so they're getting more experience, and that all closes the pack up. And actually, that's all been a feature of the weekend, isn't it? We've had some really tight times at the top of the sessions of qualifying and of races, and seeing drivers that are new to racing or quite new to racing getting quicker and quicker, and everything bunching up at the top.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There you can see the camera position down at Tower. The right-hander about halfway around this lap here at Croft, and a good overtaking opportunity come the races.
Interesting, you saw there on the screen where that last bump is just before they turn in. I was speaking to Phil Wright, who won the Hot Hatch race yesterday, and he said he doesn't remember that being there before. So sort of the track evolving over the years, and just added extra challenges. One driver was telling me on Friday, if it wasn't for the bumps, this would probably be quite a simple circuit, but it really adds to the challenge, which is what it's all about, really. You don't want it to be too easy for the drivers.
Change for 5th, Anthony Seton and Alan Corfield popping up into 5th in car number 5 with a 1:45.90 at the end of the session, and Patrick Scharfiger, former Caterham racer, getting up into the top 10 in the number 99 car as well with a 1:46.45. That in its own right only less than 1.3 seconds off the pole position time, so certainly we should be in for a very competitive 116 trophy race this afternoon here at Croft. That race will get underway around about 10 past 4 this afternoon with a rolling start for a 90-minute race. The remaining races, all standing starts, the majority of them 15 minutes in length, apart from the 20-minute race for the R&M Racing Sports 1000 Championship, and only the Clio Sport Championship and Hot Hatch Championship have green flag laps, apart from the 116s today. So it's going to be fast and furious action here this afternoon at Croft Circuit, with some big grids to enjoy as well. There's the scene in the pit lane as the cars head back in at the end of their session. There were some post-session checks, no doubt, and then cars will head back into the garages in which they're based throughout the weekend. And the cars will then be released for our first race of the afternoon, which it will be, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. Now, we had a full programme of racing yesterday as well, and there was one change to the results compared to what we saw when we closed the programme yesterday. That was in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. That was won on the road by Travis Coyne, but he unfortunately was disqualified from the result and had points put on his licence after an incident at the beginning of the second lap of the race, when there was a yellow flag out at Clervaux Corner for a car being recovered after a first corner incident, and it was deemed that Travis didn't respond appropriately to the yellow flags, and therefore was disqualified from the result, which meant that Joe Jessup instead was classified as the winner for the first time in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy in the number 28 car from second, number 97 Matt Digby, and Jake Hewlett had a very encouraging debut, made his way up into third position, with race 1 winner Chris Nyland classified fourth. But the Type R Trophy races yesterday, Josh, were very entertaining, weren't they?
They absolutely were. Last year, I think it's fair to say the Type R Trophy wasn't the most exciting races on the 750 Motor Club bill. It was just getting going, wasn't it, with lots of new drivers, but now with the extra experience perhaps by some of those and some new drivers coming in, it was absolutely fantastic couple of races and looking really brilliant for the rest of the season going forward with really different people at the front in the two different races.
Yeah, so look forward to seeing the Type R Trophy out again soon, but we also look forward to what for me is always one of the great highlights of 750 Motor Club race meetings, which is the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. And I think this is one that I particularly enjoy, Josh, because it is multi-mark racing. So we've got some great championships like the Type R Trophy, which are one make, but the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch, a great highlight because of the fact that you get a load of different chassis shapes on the grid. And
they're all in one class, so using the international sort of sports car term, they've been balanced performance together over a number of years, which really has meant that it's been done really equally. And we've got three different types of car in the top three on the grid, Peugeot, a Vauxhall and a Ford, and then within the top five you've got two different types of Ford Fiesta. You've got the XR2 and the XR2i, so really that's four different types of car within the top five, and that does show that over the years the club have been able to perfect that balanced performance process.
Absolutely right. So we've got the cars, as you can see, down there in the assembly area at the moment, and they'll be released out onto the track very shortly, and we'll give you the grid in just a moment. So we'll come back to that. We'll just take a few moments break first. So welcome back to Croft, where the cars will be shortly released out onto the circuit for the opening race of the day, the first of 9, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. It's the opening round of the season, and here's a look at the grid. On pole position, it's number 87, Stuart Place. and alongside him is Pip Hammond, number 32. Row 2 has 8 Pete Morgan and 46 last year's runner-up Chris Deere. On the third row it's number 88 Martin Kayser and 12 James Hazelhurst. Titchcastle, number 89, is on the inside of the fourth row of the grid alongside 39 Martin Rogers. Paul Thorpe making a return to racing this weekend. Usually he's joining us in the commentary box. Number 40 has number 73 Jason Watkinson alongside him. Darren Bassingthwaite in 18 and Rick Groom, number 92, line up on row 6. On the 7th row, it's Jason Wood, 41, in the Nova. Paul Brock is there in number 26 as well. Peugeot 205 for Ryan Clark, number 33, on row 8, alongside 58 Pete Osgerby. Robert Campbell is in 47 on the 9th row. Finn Groom making his debut next to him, number 90. And at the back, 14 David Shaky and 62 Alan Dooley on row 10. And hopefully we'll have Ben Bateman as well, joining from the back. He qualified out of session in the 116 session that we've just had. So, a 21 car grid we're expecting for the opening round of the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. In terms of last year's championship, well, that was won by Ryan Morgan, not here to defend his title, at least at Croft, but his father Pete is on the grid. Second place in last year's championship was Chris Deere. He'll be hoping to go one better in his Peugeot 205. And Stuart Place, the man who was third in the championship last year, he lines upon pole position today, Josh.
That's right, and he's got a newly built car that he's been doing over the winter that he's campaigning today, and it was obviously pretty rapid in qualifying. He said he was able to be helped out by following Pip Hammond in qualifying, and because he knows how experienced Pip is, he followed him as close as he could and went 3/10 of a second quicker than Pip managed. It'd be interesting to see these two on the front row because they haven't raced together that much, because most of Pip's racing was done when Stuart was sort of coming into the championship and he wasn't right at the sharp end like he is now. So it's going to be really interesting to see those battling out, and I'm sure Pete Morgan and Chris Deere will be amongst them as well, so wouldn't be surprised if we have at least 4 cars battling at the front.
No, absolutely right, and as you can see they're all heading out of the assembly area onto the circuit now. There's the number 33 car of Ryan Clark, the 41-year-old owner of Gatwick Vans. He's from Reigate. Number 14 there you can see David Sheeky in the Vauxhall Nova. And just the last few cars coming out, including number 93 Ben Bateman, who made his racing debut last season, winning at his first race racing at Donington Park. And
he wasn't on our grid sheet. He qualified out of session this morning. Right. So the PDC team have had a bit of a nightmare of a weekend because Jason Wood had an engine go on Friday. Martin Rogers brought it up with him Friday night. He was still fitting it to his car on Saturday morning. Not quite sure what the problem for Ben Bateman's car was. Because in Ben Bateman's car is Jason Wood's spare engine, so not quite sure what the deal was in the end to sort everything out, but Ben Bateman is out today, as is Jason Wood, and I'm sure both of them will move forward from starting a bit further back than what they'd like.
Absolutely, so cars heading out onto the grid, as we say. It is Stuart Place on pole position then in that Peugeot 205 GTI, the driver from Woodbridge in car number 87. That's the mainly red car, and alongside him is Pip Hammond, the 34-year-old. Started racing 14 years ago, a 3-time Stock Hatch Class B champion. He was the 2020 Classic Stock Hatch champion, the 2017 Porsche 924 champion as well. He's raced all manner of things over the years, and this car Pip bought in 2013 from John Hemming. It was an unfinished build by the former Stock Hatch racer. As we're watching the cars heading down onto the grid to take up their grid positions. There's the number 73 car of Jason Watkinson. He's qualified reasonably well on row 5 of the grid, just alongside Paul Thorpe. That's the 92 car of Rick Groom, part of the All Groom Motorsport team, with Finn joining for his first race a little bit further back on the grid. We'll see him coming up into position. He's just behind that car, which is the Pete Osgerby Pingin Nova. There is Finn Groom, ready to make his debut, and the final car, the black Nova of Ben Bateman, which is a car that he's built himself at home, coming onto the grid. So we've got 21 cars on the grid by the looks of it, and a 15-minute race ahead of us. We're going to go straight into racing for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. We already have the green flag waved at the back. We've got the red lights on, the lights go out, and away we go. And it's a good start from pole position by Stuart Place. Not quite such a good start from Pip Hammond alongside him on the front row of the grid, so it's going to be Stuart Place leading then as they head down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. It looks like it's Pete Morgan there in third. A lot of curb taken by Pip Hammond. That unsettles the car. Off the road goes number 12, James Hazelhurst, in the Peugeot 205 GTI, but he does get out of the gravel trap on the other side, but he will have lost a lot of places because of that. They head through Hawthorne then for the first time and through the chicane, and then on to the backstretch. So it's Stuart Place leading in the number 87 car. Pip Hammond is second, and the battle is on for third because Chris Deere is challenging Pete Morgan.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. Pip Hammond did well to save his big slide, and a big lock-up now from Pete Morgan as he breaks desperately late down into Tower Bend. He just about made it through the corner. There's Jason Wood, who's trying to... But he's got Ben Bateman behind him already, so Ben Bateman must have passed, what, more than half a dozen cars, more than that, about 10 cars already, so he's absolutely flying. But up front, it's Stuart Place under lots and lots of pressure from Pip Hammond through the S's. He's right on the tail, right on the rear bumper of Place, and now Pip Hammond tries to find room, but he can't do it through Barcroft. They're absolutely together, and so it's Place from Hammond, then a gap back to Pete Morgan, who's still under pressure from Chris Deere, and then into fifth is Paul Thorpe. He's absolutely flying, isn't he? He only drove the car yesterday in qualifying for the first time. He's not really been in a race car, has he, for a couple of years, and he's into the top 5 already.
Absolutely. You said he was just happy to get into the top 10 this weekend in qualifying, so he'll be delighted to be fifth, but he's got a lot of work to keep Martin Kayser, Martin Rogers by the looks of it, behind him as this race goes on. But they come through to complete lap number 1. On the exit of the hairpin, I can see that Stuart Place went a bit wide, and Pip Hammond is gaining on him as they head along the start to finish straight and towards Clervaux Corner. In third place is number 8, Pete Morgan. In fourth place, it is the car of last year's runner-up, Chris Deere, but the two leaders together down into Clervaux Corner. I don't think Pip is quite able to make a move at Clervaux this time. He didn't take as much curb as he did on the opening lap, that's for certain. He's still there in P2, Morgan third, different lines being taken by the drivers through Hawthorne there as well, and Deere in fourth. There is then a bit of a gap back then to Paul Thorpe in fifth position, but Place continues to lead.
Looks like Pip Hammond really quick through the fast corners. That's where I think he's got the advantage, and now he's challenging down towards Tower, but Stuart Place is defending. We know it's bumpy down here. This is where people were locking up yesterday, but the top two get through okay, although Stuart Place runs out wide over the curbs. But again, it was through the S's into Barcroft, where Pip Hammond challenged on the last lap. Can he try to do it this time? But obviously, it's not the easiest of places to overtake, though, around this section of the track. And yes, absolutely together. Around the outside goes Pip Hammond through the Jim Clark S's. That's the wrong side, though, really, for an overtake through Barcroft. So he tries to cut back, but Stuart Place has it covered. He's not moving the car around, is he? Just putting the car in the places where Pip Hammond wants to come through. So therefore, it's the same order. And on the last lap through the complex, Stuart Place seemed a bit quicker than Pip Hammond. Let's see if that's replicated this time. Behind, it's still Morgan versus Deere, and Paul Thorpe's defending for his life to keep Martin Cager at bay for fifth, and he locks up a little bit in the XR2 into the complex. More paddles as well further back, but up front it is Stuart Place that continues to lead. Again, through the complex here, and he's able to pull away.
Yeah, carries good speed through there, but then along the straight, possibly Pip Hammond able to close in, and he's try and work with Pete Morgan and Chris Deere, who are right with him as well now. So it's 4 for the lead, it's 5 for fifth, headed by Paul Thorpe with Martin Kayser just behind him, and then just behind him is Martin Rogers in the number 39 car, Jason Watkinson and Titch Kelsall also in that secondary group. But here's the fight for the lead, and Pip Hammond right back with Stuart Place as they head through Hawthorne this time. But Pip has got to keep in mind that he's got Pete Morgan just behind him and Chris Deere just behind that as well. So he's got to balance, really, attack and defence. He heads down the straight. He's really almost touching the bumper of Stuart Place down there. And he's positioning his car on the inside line for Tower this time. He's going to be alongside. Pip Hammond may well get the lead as they go into the right-hander. Their door handlers, they go through the right-hander, and I think Pip Hammond will probably get the place. They're still side by side as they come out of the corner and head towards the Jim Clark S's. How is this all going to pan out? They are still alongside as far as I can see through the Jim Clark S's, but this time it's Pip Hammond on the inside line, so he should make the move stick here. I think he probably will. He has done. It took about a third of a lap to do it, but Pip Hammond goes through to take the lead.
We are coming into the part of the track where Stuart Place is quicker now, so let's see if he can fight back, and he's tighter through Stunny. He's back alongside Pip Hammond, but Stunny Sonny out, but Pip Hammond just about is able to pull in front. But now it certainly is a 4-car battle with Pete Morgan and Chris Deere joining in. It's frantic behind, but it's hard to take our eyes off this lead battle because the top 4 are together as they turn their way through the complex. Can Stuart Place find a way through? They clobber over the curves there. So it's Vauxhall from Peugeot, from Ford as they turn their way. And here comes Stuart Place up the inside through the hairpin. He takes this tighter line through the hairpin, but then the outside line, Pip Hammond should have a bit more traction, and therefore he's going to lead across the line down towards Clairvaux.
The smoking car a bit further back, I think, is the car of Rick Groom, who's running in 12th position, but I'm not sure if that's engine smoke or something mechanical. But as the leaders are down at Clairvaux and Hawthorns once again, it's Hammond from Place this time in the number 87 car. Then you've got the very experienced Pete Morgan. He was a stock catch racer back in the day when that was first round, and Chris Deere, who has been experiencing lots of different kinds of racing, including a champion in metro racing as well, thick end of 20 years ago now, though, so a little while back. He's alongside Pete Morgan now, and he's on the outside line for Tower Corner, though. He's got his car nosy in front. Can he hold on to third position? I think the answer is probably no. So it is Pete Morgan still in third place, but he runs out wide on the exit of Tower Corner, so this might give Chris Deere another chance. Can he get the car on the inside line through the Jim Clark S's and take third place away? The leader's just running through shot. Now it is still Pete Morgan in third place, but a very good battle for third, and the top 2 just breaking away a little bit now, I think, from Pete.
Yeah, Pip Hammond is phenomenal through the fast corner, through the chicane. He picked up about 6 car lengths over Stuart Place, who then caught him again through Tower. But through the fast corners, Pip Hammond, particularly through the chicane, is absolutely amazing. But now, again, through the slower corners, Stuart Place catches him again and is challenging for the lead as they turn their way through the complex. For 5th, it's almost overlapping, but Paul Thorpe there still ahead of Martin Case. Now, through the hairpin last time, Stuart Place got alongside Pip Hammond, so Pip Hammond defends, but Stuart Place still finds some space to try and get alongside. Hammond runs out wide. Stuart Place on the tighter line doesn't really work, and as they battle with, that allows Pete Morgan and Chris Deere to get a bit closer. There's a driving standards flag going out now. We haven't really seen much of that in the racing yesterday.
And that's for 47, Robert Campbell, that's gone out.
Okay, that's a bit further back. Here's the battle for 5th. Paul Thorpe just ahead of Martin Kayser. Then Martin Rogers is 7th. With in 8th position Jason Watkinson, with Titch Kelsall, Richard Kelsall all over the back of him. And then to the top 10 has come Jason Wood ahead of Paul Brook and Rick Groom.
So we're about halfway through this race now. It's number 32, Pip Hammond leading, 87, Stuart Place is second. For third place, it's number 46 now, Chris Deere, because on the way down to Tower Corner, he's got ahead of number 8, Pete Morgan, but Morgan getting back through on the inside line at Tower Corner, so it was a short-lived third place for Chris Deere. 5th is 40, Paul Thorpe, and 6th is 88, Martin Kayser.
Stuart Place challenged for the lead in front, and that's held him up. He's not been on the right line, so he's side by side with Pete Morgan now through the Jim Clark S's. It's fully committed round him, and Stuart Place bails out of it, and he might lose another place. He's going to drop. Is he to the back of this leading group? No, he keeps ahead of Chris Deere, but he bailed well out there alongside Pete Morgan.
And the change,
and he's going off now. Stuart Place has outbraked himself now down towards Sonny, so he's now off the track and dropping down positions.
Change for 5th place as well, because Martin Kayser has got through, but he's off the circuit at Sonny as I say that. Someone told me yesterday the commentator's curse was working well. So Martin Kayser has now dropped back quite a long way. And so Paul Thorpe back into 5th position as a result of that, but he's only just behind now Stuart Place. Place having been off the circuit at Sonny as well, so I wonder if there's maybe some fluid down or something up there that has caused that. So it's Pip Hammond leading, Pete Morgan in 2nd, Chris Deere 3rd, Stuart Place 4th now. He's got work to do to re-get. Oh, he's got a problem. Stuart Place has got a problem. He's being passed by Paul Thorpe down the start and finish straight there. It looks like Stuart Place's race might be run, Josh.
Yeah, this is the newly built car as well. Obviously hasn't done that much running. So whether there's some kind of brake issue that caught him out at Sonny, but yeah, he's pulling off now, isn't he, and out of the race. That's a real shame. From pole position, yesterday went so well, and now some work to do there. Get that car out in just a few hours' time for race 2, but that means that Paul Thorpe is now into 4th place. Martin Rogers has got up to 5th, and Jason Watkinson into the top 6. That's the highest we've seen him up, so he'll be delighted with that. Bit further back, there's Rick Groom. There's that smoky car that you spoke about, and Paul Brook is in front of him. They've both been passed by James Hazelhurst. Remember, he went off on the first lap, and he's got himself into the top 10.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race so far to Pip Hammond at 1:42.75, which is well underneath his own lap record. So working now lap 6 of this race with 5 minutes or so left to go. There's Ryan Clark going through, number 33. He's in 16th position, the 41-year-old from Gatwick. His 1987 Peugeot 205 GTI in the World Rally Championship Peugeot Tribute livery.
He's ahead of Ben Bateman. Remember, had that fantastic first lap. Now he's dropped back for second. This battle doesn't relent, does it? Pete Morgan versus Chris Deere as they turn their way out of the complex. Pip Hammond is getting away. Now he's not battling with Stuart Place. So they turn their way through the hairpin. In second place, Pete Morgan. In third place, Chris Deere is right in the tow. So 3 different cars in the podium positions. Nova, Fiesta and 205. And they make their way then down towards Clairvaux for the 7th lap of this 15-minute race. And they're now 1.5 seconds behind Pip Hammond, who's just done the fastest lap at 1:42.59.
Martin Case has got back up to 7th place, as you can see on screen there on that lap, with the demise, I guess, of Stuart Place helping him to do that. As we watch for second and third, Chris Deere closing in on Pete Morgan as they head to Tower. He's going to be on the outside line, though, for Tower Corner. So you've got the XR2, Fiesta, Peugeot 205 GTI together, but they're both now a second and a half or so behind the Nova of Pip Hammond in the lead of the race. And then there's quite a gap back, about 6 seconds, to Paul Thorpe in 4th place, who's doing well here to keep both Martin Rogers and Jason Watkinson at bay as well.
Yeah, so he had Martin Kayser in the first half of the race. Now he's got the car of Martin Rogers, like you say, and Jason Watkinson hanging in there inside the top 6. He did the 2 afternoon test sessions on Friday, both times when it hailed when he went out on track. So he'll be pleased to be out on track when it's nice and sunny today, but having a really good run though. And Paul Thorpe defending then down towards the complex. He's certainly not lost any of this racecraft, has he? I mean, after he's only really done one-off races in the last 5 or 6 years.
Yep, has been a race winner in the past though, in Classic Stock Hatch, of course, so he's no mean driver. So I'm trying to remember, winner Pembrey, I think it was.
Yeah, he was saying about when it was really, really wet, I think. He said he said looking forward to going there later in the year. But not many drivers, I don't think, say Pembrey is one of their favourite places to go to, but Paul Thorpe said that's one of his.
Well, if you have a win there, it certainly sort of influences your thinking, doesn't it?
Absolutely right. So he turns his way then down towards Clairvaux for what will be the penultimate lap of this race. It'll be a 9-lap race, I reckon, for the Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And Paul Thorpe there turns his way through then in his Ford Fiesta XR2, a car that's been pretty successful. And Martin Kayser goes bouncing across the grass. Didn't see how that started, but it didn't end particularly nicely.
Martin first came to Croft when he was 11 years old to watch the Group B Rallycross, and I think he was doing some. It was almost finding the Rallycross circuit there, wasn't he? Was Martin? It's his local circuit from the northeast. He hails originally, but he lives down in Coventry.
The second fastest person in this race is James Hazelhurst, who's there in 9th place. Remember, he went off at the start. He did win, didn't he? That race at Silverstone a few years ago.
Yeah.
But we haven't really seen him in the front position since then, or before then. But he's really quick here today at Croft. Meanwhile, Paul Thorpe is still under pressure, this time from Martin Rogers, as they turn their way down towards Sunny. Paul Thorpe doesn't really find the apex there, but he's able to get the car turned in well enough that Martin Rogers can't get through. And they therefore then turn their way down now towards the complex for the penultimate time. Martin Rogers darts out. Yeah, I was going to say Paul Thorpe, but he's in a car that has been won in the hands of Andrew Lightstead and Imran Khan in the past, so that car has got pedigree, but hasn't raced much lately. He really uses a lot of curb there through the complex.
I think the lead gap's coming down. It was 1.89 seconds. We're going to go on to the last lap. Yes, the last lap board does go out. Has it actually come down, or is that just my eyes? Just waiting for the timer screen to update itself. 1.24, yes, it's come down by more than half a second.
That's not because Pip Hammond's going slow. He was only 300th of his fastest lap, but Chris Deere just on a 1:41.81, which is fantastic. And he got past Pete Morgan. We missed that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Chris Deere got past Pete Morgan and immediately has gone super quickly. He was about a second off in qualifying, but he suddenly found a load of pace in the race, the former MG champion in Metros and in Midgets. And can he catch Pip Hammond on this last lap? It's almost a little bit too late. He didn't get past Pete Morgan for a long time, but now he has. He is very rapid indeed. Half a lap to go. if he catches him, he's only really going to get one chance to go through, and I'm sure Pip Hammond won't be leaving the door open.
Paul Thorpe has dropped to 6th place. He's behind Martin Rogers and Jason Watkinson now, I can see out of our commentary box window. But here's the leader, Pip Hammond, with that lead now probably only about a second, I would say, over Chris Deere. So any mistake down this final third of a lap or so could be punished.
Probably not going to happen, though, is it, with Pip Hammond? Probably shouldn't say that until the race is done, but Pip Hammond turns his way then out of Sunny and up towards the complex. Look how much Chris Deere's dropped Pete Morgan since getting past him. So Chris Deere, possibly one of the favourites for the championship this year. He showed lots of pace at the end of last season. He is going to get a chance, isn't he, to challenge Pip Hammond into the final corner, Ian?
He is up to the hairpin for the final time. If he can get a good run out of the hairpin, who knows what might happen. It's a reasonably long run to the finish line here. They're almost touching. They may actually have touched as they went out of the hairpin, but actually it's not really worked out for Chris Deere. It has worked out for Pip Hammond, who takes the checkered flag to win round 1 of the 2022 Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship in car number 32. Chris Deere is 2nd, Pete Morgan is 3rd. It's going to be Martin Rogers that comes through to take 4th position, Jason Watkinson 5th, and Paul Thorpe, yeah, he's absolutely delighted with 6th place, hand out of the cockpit.
Yeah, I'm sure the driver in front, Jason Watkinson, will be too. That's his best result in Classic Stock Catch, and not far off the leaders either. There's a race to the line a bit further back. That's between Paul Brock and Rick Groom, that have had a good battle for 11th position, and Paul Brock comes out just ahead.
Yeah, so that's for 11th and 12th. Jason Wood, he will be pleased to get home inside the top 10 after a challenging weekend so far. Ben Bateman, he comes across the line, I think, in 16th place. Had that great sort of first couple of corners, and that seemed to be about the peak of it, really, as far as Ben Bateman was concerned. Finn Groom just going across the line as well, I think, to take 18th place and complete his first ever Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship race. But Pip Hammond there, and the other drivers showing his appreciation to the marshals as well on the slowing down lap, and many thanks to all of the marshals for the sterling work that they're doing here this weekend at Croft Circuit. It's a cliche, but we couldn't go motor racing without them, so many thanks to them for all of their efforts. But certainly a Classic Stock Cats Championship race that lived up to expectations there. Let's take a look at the results. The win to number 32, Pip Hammond then. 9 laps completed, and he was only just over half a second ahead of number 46, Chris Deere, at the end as Nova beat 205. It was a Fiesta XR2 in 3rd place of number 8, Pete Morgan, then Martin Rogers 4th in number 39, 5th in number 73, a best result yet for Jason Watkinson, and a very delighted Paul Thorpe 6th in car number 40. Titch Kelsall was 7th in number 89, ahead of Martin Kayser after his couple of offs in the number 88 Fiesta XR2i. James Hazelhurst bounced back to 9th in the Peugeot 205 GTI. He was number 12, and Jason Wood, number 41, rounded out to the top 10 in the Nova. Further back, we saw that tight battle for 11th between Paul Brock and Rick Groom. Darren Bassingthwaite, he was in 13th position, Ryan Clark 14th, and Robert Campbell rounded out the top 15. Ben Bateman from the back of the grid up to 16th position. And Stuart Place, the only non-finisher, the man that started though on pole position. So a very good start to the day's racing here at Cadwell Park. Croft Circuit. And Pip Hammond it was the race winner. And we'll be hearing from him very shortly with Chris Stevens. But there's still lots more racing to come today here at Croft. The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup is up next.
Not sure if Chris Deere's car's broken down here, Ian, because it's coming to a grinding halt in the entry to the pit lane.
It is. It is just about downhill, so you might be able to coast it to the podium and Chris Stevens. But yeah, after the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, we've got the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, PBS Brakes Hot Hatches, then more action from the Classic Stock Catch and MX5 Cup before we round out the day with the 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. So just about something for everyone. We've got no single-seaters here at Croft this weekend. We will have, though, next weekend at Donington Park. Don't forget Easter Monday, the next 750 Most Club event. That's also being live streamed, so you'll be able to watch all of the action as well on Alpha Live. That's next Monday. Already the MX-5s are coming out onto the circuit, so it'll be a very short set of interviews, I think, that we hear from Chris Stevens, who'll be down there in the pit lane in just a moment to have a word with Pip Hammond our race winner, but we do already have the MX-5s coming out onto the circuit, and of course we don't have a green flag lap for them either, so it'll be a short, sharp break before we get the next race underway. So as I say, MX-5's coming out onto the track for their second race of the weekend. We'll see if we get time actually to hear from the classic stock hatch drivers. Possibly we won't as things stand, because MX-5s are almost to the grid now. For their second race of the weekend. Yeah, so unfortunately we're not going to have time, I don't think, to hear from the classic stock hatch drivers, so we'll get straight on to the MX-5s. As I say, they had a race yesterday that was won by Ben Short, and that means that he will line up on pole position for today's race. So we'll see if we can bring you the grid for that in just a second. But the result of yesterday's race was a win for Ben Short. As I say, it was his namesake, Ben Abbott, that took second place. George King had his first podium visit in third. Jordan Johnson was fourth. Then in fifth place, it was Ben Hansey, the two-time champion. The MX-5 debutant, Matt Hallam, rounded out the top six. So there we see Ben Short, number one on pole position. Alongside him is the number 93 car of Ben Abbott. Then on the row two, on the inside, we've got 55, George King. Beside him is number 92, Jordan Johnson. Third row on the inside, we've got number 40, Ben Hansey, and it's 44, Matt Hallam next to him. On the fourth row of the grid, it's number 9, Ian Tomlinson, with 47, Stephen Craggs on the outside of row 4. Row 5 is 14, Lloyd Huggins, and 230, Thomas Holland. On the sixth row, it's 13, James McCann, and 67, David Abbott. The seventh row, 46, Nico Favreau, and 3, Andrew Rochelle. The eighth row, 22, Adrian Johnson, and 23, Stephen Rees. The ninth row, 98, Alex Lewington, and 70, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. Row 10 is 90, Andrew Robinson, and 27, David Brown. The 11th row, 29 and 60, that's Mary Barnard and Stephen Lewington. 12th row is 72, Matthew Short, and 111, Tim Gray. And the 13th row is 53, Stephen Reed. The 5-second board goes up. The race then about to get underway. A 15-minute race for round 2 of the 22 Switch MX-5 Cup by 5 Club. The lights go out now, and away we go. It's a pretty even start by the two of them on the front row of the grid, and they head down towards Clervaux Corner. This decent-sized field of Mazda MX-5s, all Mark 1 1600cc engines, of course. And it's Ben Short that leads then from Ben Hansey in second place. George King holding station in third place as they go through Clervaux for the first time. That's Jordan Johnson, though, that I think is off the circuit in the number 92 car. There's his dad, number 22, Adrian Johnson. Slippery surface warning flag you could see there at Hawthorns. One or two cars going wide, but it is Ben Short then, the reigning champion, that leads the way from Ben Abbott as they head down towards Tower for the first time.
That's right, Ian. It's great to see Matthew Short out. That car was badly beaten up yesterday, but BS Motorsport have got that car out. They were working late last night to allow for that. There's Ben Hansey. Stephen Craggs has made a good start from 8th on the grid. He goes round the outside to try and get 5th. And they're going to be side by side as they head up towards the Jim Clark S's on the first lap of 15 minutes. But the Bens are absolutely together. Ben Short and Ben Abbott, and Short got a bit of a twitch on there through the S's as they head their way then into Croft with George King going with them. Then there's a gap back to the rest. And Ben Abbott gets so close that he just touched the back of the rear bumper of the race leading car. But I think where he tried to get out of it means that Ben Short leads by a bit more than what he did going into that sequence of corners.
Absolutely. So back down towards the complex they come for the first time in this race. It's Short, Abbott, and then King. Then it's the 44 car of Matt Hallam in 4th position as they all stream through the complex now left and then right, and then the left-hand hairpin to end the lap and bring them back onto the start and finish straight. Very tight corner. Bit of a lock up there from the race leader. But I don't think it's going to cost him because Ben Abbott's still there in second, George King third, a slight gap to Hallam in 4th position. 5th is Stephen Craggs going very well. That's probably as high as I can remember him being. He's ahead of Ben Hansey, the 2-time champion, and he is going to get alongside the car ahead of him as they head into Clervaux Corner that time, and it is Craggs still just about holding on from Hansey, but he makes a mistake there, a wheel into the gravel. Another car, was that Huggins I think, that also got a wheel into the gravel at that corner.
did Stephen Craggs hang on to it? It was a big old slide. He hasn't. Ben Hansey actually lost another place. I wonder if he just backed out of it, thinking that Craggs was going to spin. Dwayne Tomlinson's got between him, and George King's going for second, down towards Tower. Can he get ahead of Ben Abbott? He cannot. What's happening behind? Well, now, yeah, Ian Tomlinson got past Hansey, and now he's going round the outside of Stephen Craggs. And can he make this work? Not really. They're side by side still. But Ian Tomlinson, who was 7th at the start of the lap, could yet be 5th. But up front, Ben Short's got a bigger lead over Ben Abbott, who's got this pressure from George King in 3rd, then 4th. Matthew Hallam, then in 5th. They are still... Head now of Jordan Johnson. Remember, he went off at the start, didn't he? Recovering, and Stephen Craggs dropping therefore back to where he started. An eventful first 2.5 laps. He breaks really late into the Tower to get right back onto the bumper of the Jordan Johnson car that's coming back through the order. And they turn their way then into the Jim Clark S's on lap 3 of this 15-minute race. Yesterday we had a slightly shortened race because of a red flag, so we owned something like 9 or 10 laps, I suspect. And they turn their way then into Sunny. This is a good battle for what is 6th.
It is. So Hansey at the head of that little group, but Ian Tomlinson a little bit ahead of him now. He's broken away and is catching in actual fact Matt Hallam, I think, who's in 4th position. So Hansey, the champion in 2019 and 2020. Heading the 4-car gaggle because Lloyd Huggins now in the number 14 car is at the back of that group. Watching some of the other cars get through there, including number 70, Jeremy Rose-Fletcher, who's in 18th place. There's the leader going over the line. There's Ben Abbott in 2nd and George King in 3rd. Abbott, who started racing in 2014, he was going well in the 2019 championship, winning in 2nd, but had a motorbike accident which forced him to miss half of the season. Driving this Abbott Motorsport prepared car. He's doing battle with George King, the 21-year-old Essex driver who's done some racing in the Middle East in the Gulf Radical Cup and the Dubai 24 Hours as well. Just did the full season in the MX-5s last year. Hadn't done any karting before he jumped into the MX-5s towards the end of 2020, but putting himself well here. A good fight with the more experienced Ben Abbott. Matt Hallam there, the Castle Combe Formula Ford regular, switching to the MX-5s for this season. And there you can see the battle with Stephen Craggs and Lloyd Huggins over 8th and 9th position. The next car through a little bit further back, you just saw him in shot there. In 10th place, number 22, Chief Adrian Johnson.
Nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd between Ben Abbott and George King. George King certainly keeping Ben Abbott pretty busy there on the 4th lap of the race. It seems to me that Ben Short's pulling away more than he did at the opening stages yesterday. Perhaps that is because Ben Abbott's attentions are to the car of George King. It looks up the inside into the complex, but couldn't make that work. And then they turn right out of the complex up towards the hairpin. And can George King have another go here? No, I don't think he's quite close enough, so he sits in behind and then accelerates off to complete another lap. This will be the end of 4 laps for this round 2 of the Switch 5-club Racing MX-5 Cup. And for 4th position, Ian Tomlinson's got himself up ahead of Matt Hallam, I reckon. So yep. Tomlinson, who finished 7th yesterday, is going really well here into 4th.
Yep, certainly is. So it's Tomlinson, Blackpool driver, long-time racer in the 5-club MX5 Cup ahead now of Hallam. Hansi has also caught Hallam as well, hasn't he? Hallam faded away in yesterday's race a little bit after a good start to the race, so I wonder if he's still sort of learning how to drive these MX5s and perhaps not go off too hard in the early stages, maybe get the tyres away from their optimal performance. That's possibly an issue. Avon tyres they use in the Switch MX5 Cup, of course.
The 3 cars behind Matthew Hallam have all set a better lap than he has during the course of the race, and the 3 cars behind him are doing personal best where Hallam is not, so that all adds up into your theory, Ian. But it's Hallam then ahead of Hansi. He's keeping with Ian Tomlinson at the moment. Now Tomlinson's ahead. But Ben Hansi's still a bit of a curious case, isn't he? After being so fast for the last few years and being up with Ben Short and Ben Abbott, he just is not this weekend.
No, that's absolutely right. Nose to tail there between Hallam and Hansi then for 5th and 6th positions. Hansi just nibbling at the back of Hallam now. Hallam, who raced a Spectrum for a time in the Kasakun Formula Ford 1600 Championship.
He's gone from Australian cars to Japanese cars.
Yes. It's a good little 4-car scrap this though, isn't it, with Jordan Johnson, who had that off on the first lap. In 7th place at the back of this group. He's been a race winner in the past, in 2019. Over the line they go with just over 6 minutes left to go in the race. Tomlinson, if anything, making a break here, isn't he? In 4th position now from Hallam and Hansi. You suggest that Hallam might be holding Ben Hansi up now.
Yeah, now the second half of the lap, the last lap, certainly Tomlinson was able to get away. Hallam on that lap did actually do a personal best. Now he had somebody to chase. As they turn their way off of the chicane, Hansi is right behind him. You can't see him on the screen because he's so close behind. He's almost pushing him. If he was any closer, he would be. Now he darts out to the inside, but Hallam defends. And actually, he brakes so late, he ends up on the inside of Ian Tomlinson. He was nowhere near to, so that was pretty extraordinary. And he might gain the position in all of that. I don't think Tomlinson would have expected that. I'm not sure if Hallam expected it, to be honest.
Well, Tomlinson must have surely made a bit of a mistake into there, because he was so far ahead, wasn't he? And now Hallam has got through the Jim Clark S's. Well, I think I may have done Hallam a disservice there, saying he sort of was going to fade in the second part of the race. He's bouncing back really strongly here. Tomlinson gets back around the outside of him, though, at Sunny Corner. So this is for 4th. It's number 9 Ian Tomlinson in 4th. 44 Matt Hallam is 5th. 40 Ben Hansi is 6th. Here's the battle for 2nd as well. Yeah,
because George King is still putting Ben Abbott under a load of pressure. Just under 3 seconds behind the leader, or they were at the start of that. But I think on this lap, George King's been trying a lot of things to get past. This is the completion of lap 6 of what I reckon will be a 9-lap race here. So they blast up across the line to complete that lap then, with Ben Short still in front, still setting fastest lap, 1 minute 40.07, and Abbott feeling the need to defend here into Clairvaux. So close is George King to him, but he's defended well enough that King can't get alongside. And then they turn their way then through the long right-hander at Hawthorne before flicking through the chicane and then accelerating down the longest straight on the circuit towards Tower, and George King's got a really good run off of the chicane, so he pulls to the left-hand side of the circuit. It'll be the outside line for Tower, but can he brake late enough to get round the outside into 2nd place? He's giving it a go there, wheel to wheel, and Ben Abbott on the inside is able to hang on.
Ben Short's just in the best lap of the race, a 1:40.07, about 6 tenths outside the fastest lap record he set yesterday. But here's still the fight for 2nd place then. Ben Abbott and George King, who seems to be getting stronger all the time, race by race. It's the 2nd meeting of the season, of course, now really taking the fight to Ben Abbott here. Abbott looked like he made a bit of a mistake under braking there for Sonny. But he holds on to 2nd place for the moment. There's Short doing a bit of lappery there. I think that was Stephen Lewington's number 60 car that he went ahead of. King still fighting hard to try and get ahead of Ben Abbott. These are about 9 seconds ahead of Ian Tomlinson, and that scrap for 4th position, by the way. So they've got plenty of space behind them. And in that battle for 4th, I can tell you now that Ben Hansi has got ahead of Matt Hallam, so too has Jordan Johnson as well. So the order now with 3 minutes to go is number 1, Ben Short leading, 93, Ben Abbott is 2nd, 55, George King is 3rd, in 4th place is number 9, Ian Tomlinson, 5th is number 40, Ben Hansi, and it's Jordan Johnson, 92, rounding out the top 6. Those cars just coming to the line now.
Yeah, so Matthew Hallam drop back therefore. I just noticed on George King's car, the left-hand mirror has been folded in at some point. So whether that'll give George King a chance perhaps to go up the left-hand side of the circuit to challenge without his competitor really knowing where he is. There, Lloyd Huggins gets himself up to 8th ahead of Stephen Craggs, who made such a good start inside the top 5 he was at one point. Has now dropped further back than where he actually started, but he's trying to get the position back. The side-by-side through the chicane doesn't work, and Lloyd Huggins therefore has to back out, and therefore Stephen Craggs goes back through. Ian Tomlinson, who was the man on the move earlier, is now might lose a place because Ben Hansey drives right round the outside of him there. So let's see if Tomlinson's a bit earlier on the brakes into Tower than some of his competitors, and therefore he loses a place. Ben Hansey up into 4th position. But this group now over 10 seconds behind the podium runners, so much further back behind the leaders Ben Hansey is than what we've been used to him from previous years. But this 4-car battle continues with a new car at the front of it, and they're now going to have to deal with that back marker traffic, which wasn't really a problem, I don't think, for the leaders. And the Hansey queue moved through on the exit of Sunny without any real dramas as well, with a lap to go at the end of this one.
Lock up at the hairpin I can see for Ben Abbott, which might give George King the opportunity to get alongside him. No, it doesn't on the exit of the hairpin. We're continuing to watch the battle for 4th here with Hansey now ahead of Tomlinson, Jordan and Hallam. And there's a gap back to Stephen Craggs, who's now ahead of Lloyd Huggins as well. So that's been a change for 8th and 9th position. As to the line with only a lap to go, goes that battle for 4th. I don't think Ben Hansey's going to improve on P4 today. He's about 10 seconds or so behind the 3rd place driver, which is still George King. There's Tomlinson with Johnson right behind him now. And Johnson, you fancy what he might make up a place before the end of this race, Josh?
He's going to give it a good go. Meanwhile, down towards Tower, they're side by side for 2nd place as George King, I think, has got past Ben Abbott. Finally, after many attempts, so a change for 2nd place. They're out the chicane, a good run for George King. But that's not over yet, so we're about to pick up on that in a minute. But for 4th, 5th and 6th, they're all together as well. Heading down towards Tower with Ben Hansey ahead again. Is Ian Tomlinson going to lose a place at Tower? Well, Jordan Johnson's trying to get it, but no, I don't think he's able to. So they stay in the same order.
And it was still George King ahead as they headed down to Sunny Corner. Here he is now. He's holding on for Ben Abbott, who goes to the outside line at Sunny in. Tries to force the car up the inside on Sunny out, but George King defends from him and is within a few moments now of getting his best ever results in the MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing, unless Ben Abbott can do anything to take it away. Several seconds up the road though is Ben Short, but we'll just stick with this battle just for a few moments longer because they're going to be side by side into the hairpin. It looks like it's going to be George King that holds on up to the line. Goes Ben Short. He's going to take the checker flag to win round 2 of the MX5 Cup by 5 Club. 2nd goes the way of number 55, George King, then his best ever result. And 3rd place goes to Ben Abbott, who was 2nd for so much of the race.
For 4th, Ben Hansey's going to hang on after he got past Ian Tomlinson round the outside at Tower a couple of laps ago. For 5th, it's Ian Tomlinson, who looks pretty pleased with that. And gets cheered on home. In 6th is Jordan Johnson, and 7th Matt Hallam, who did drop away after another good start. 8th goes to Lloyd Huggins, who got back ahead of Stephen Craggs again. They switched positions a couple of times towards the end, and Adrian Johnson completes the top 10 as the rest of the field flow through and looks set, I think, for all 25 starters to make it home, which is good to see that they're all firstly got out there after the problems yesterday and then all managed to get to the end with the best of the cars coming through the field. Matthew Short, who got 15th. But let's take a full look at the results.
Yes, it was Ben Short that took the win then in a 9-lap race, and he did it by quite a reasonable margin in the end, 5.45 seconds. So number 1, the winner. 2nd, number 55, George King. In 3rd place, it was number 93, Ben Abbott. Those two swap places on the final lap. In 4th place, number 40, Ben Hansey. 5th to number 9, Ian Tomlinson. And 6th to 92, Jordan Johnson. Matt Hallam ran 4th for a while, but dropped back to 7th place in number 44. Lloyd Huggins getting the better of Stephen Craggs in the battle for 8, so that's 14 from 47. And Adrian Johnson, number 22, rounded out the top 10. Thomas Holland in 2:30 was 11th, ahead of David Abbott, Jamie McCann. Andrew Rochelle, the newcomer, did well again to finish 14th. Martin Short from the back of the grid, following his accident yesterday, came back to 15th position. Nico Favreau, Stephen Rees, Alex Lewington, Tim Gray and Jeremy Rivers-Fletcher. The remaining finishers: number 90, Andrew Robinson, Stephen Reed in 53, Mary Barnard in number 29, the local driver, ahead of David Brown and Stephen Lewington, who are both a lap down. And there's still one more race to come for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. That's going to be towards the end of the afternoon, at around about 3:45. And the grid for that will have a partially reversed grid based on the finishing order from the race we've just seen. It'll be anywhere between 6th to 10th from that race. Will start on pole position for race number 3 of the weekend for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. Well, still lots more to come. We're going to have the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship up next. They're going to have a 20-minute race, and with little clearing up to be done, I suspect we'll get into action with those fairly shortly. But we'll head momentarily, we hope, down to the pit lane to grab a word with our successful drivers from the 5 Club race. You can see the drivers clambering out of their cars now down in the pit lane. Ben Short, the winner, George King, and Ben Abbott, you can see having a chat, sharing and comparing notes from their race and their fight for second position. So let's head down to the pit lane, and belatedly for the first time today, to Chris Stevens.
Well, the race 2 of the MX5 Cup goes to Ben Short. Ben, did it ever look in doubt at any point?
No, I mean, these two were squabbling, and I think it's absolutely fantastic that George, who started with us in the team a couple of years ago, has been getting better and better, and he's been swanning around the Gulf somewhere with doing some radical racing over the winter, and that's really paid off for him. So yeah, it's great to see him and Ben going at it in the mirror whilst I can drive away. So it was a good sort of time to sort of like get back into the car really and start to think about trying to chase that lap record down, but a bit slower today, I think.
Yeah, a bit warmer and a bit windier than it was yesterday. Did that affect things out there?
Yeah, I mean the engine doesn't feel quite as crisp, and the tyres don't seem to last quite as long. So yeah, it's not as good for the cars. Do you know how the 72 car got on from the back?
I didn't get a chance to see it from there, but I'm sure you'll find it out in a second. But
yeah,
you got the reverse grid up next. How do you think you're going to go there?
Reverse grid's always a bit of an unknown, isn't it? We haven't seen much of Ben Hansey this weekend right at the front, although I think he probably finished 4th there. He's always one to watch out for. And Jordan Johnson, who was getting really good a couple of years ago and went and did some oval racing, he seems to be getting better. So I think it could be quite an interesting reverse grid.
Okay, good. Well, we look forward to it. Congratulations. Back to you, Ian. You can already hear him out on track. Up next, it's the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship.
So let's take a look at the grid then for this third race of the day. It's the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. Superbike engined sports prototype style cars running on treaded cars and with no aerodynamics. Richard Webb that will be on pole position in the number 88 car. He had the victory yesterday. Michael Roots was second. Ryan Yarrow, the reigning champion, was third. This is how the grid lines up though, because it's based on the fastest lap times from that race. So it's Webb number 88 in 1, Ryan Yarrow on the front row, 2 Michael Roots and 14 Paul Smith on the second row, 63 Colin Chapman and 77 Matt Thomas, who went well yesterday, on the third row. 4th row is 8 Dan Clues and 43 Paul Rogers. 5th row 72 Jonathan McGill and 21 Phil Hutchins. Row 6 44 Carl Austin and 71 James Foley. 9 Ian Hutchinson and Stephen Dean in 34 on row 7. Daniel Ashby 33 and Gary Mitchell number 10 on row 8. 127 Ian Mitchell on his own on row 9. Those last two cars in the invitation class, they're global GT Lights machines rather than Sports 1000 specification cars. So 5-second board is raised and we're ready to get underway. The third race of the afternoon, the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. 20 minutes of racing gets underway now, and a great sound as these superbike engines, 1000C engines, are unleashed, and it's a good start from Richard Webb then, the winner from yesterday, as he heads down into Clervaux for the first time with the reigning champion number 1, Ryan Yarrow, right behind him. A mixture of Spires and Rittels towards the front of the field in this race. and they turn their way through Hawthorne for the first time. The Global GT Light, they're just making up 1 or 2 places from the start, but it's the Spires that are ahead, filling the first 2 places, with Paul Smith in 3rd place at the moment in his Mittel as they head down to Tower Corner for the first time. It's another Mittel in 4th place. That is the number 2 car of Michael Roots, who was in 2nd place yesterday.
Yeah, he was passed by Paul Smith, who started really well in that Mattel, which has had some work on it by the Smith family. Not sure what the problem was at the end of yesterday, which dropped him back, but Paul Smith, good to see him out there and running right at the front. And the field come through. They were really quick spire at the end there through Barcott. Hopefully got the car stopped for Sonny. But here's Richard Webb then into the complex, the race leader. Some battles a bit further back there. Dan Clues, the former F1000 champion, trying to get past Colin Chapman, who's been in this championship pretty much since it started. And then the rest of the field flow their way through. Is that yeah, it's Paul Rogers. That's the quick spire at the back. Not sure what happened to him then. So Paul Rogers from the 4th row of the grid is near the back. So he's the one trying to make up places.
On to lap 2 of this race then. Down to Clairvaux Corner they go. There is the battle up for 3rd place. The 2 Mattels. Paul Smith, 4-time Formula V champion, and the number 2 car of Michael Roots, who's been racing in this category for a couple of years now. Did some low cost a few years ago as well. Spent a lot of time karting with Scott Mattel, who, with Father Ian, is the man behind the Mattel Cars concern, who run cars in a variety of different categories now, as well as building their own cars too. There's Colin Chapman going through shot, and behind him the number 8 car of Dan Clues. He switched from F1000. The 21 car you can see there, that's Phil Hutchins in the ex-Victor Newman Mittel, just ahead of Jonathan McGill, who is another sort of ever-present there in the upper midfield and a contender for the Sporting Cup this season. But there's Michael Roots then in 4th place.
Yeah, he's right on terms, isn't he, with Paul Smith as they turn their way then down towards the complex. Ryan Yarrow going with Richard Webb today. Richard Webb yesterday in what we had some changeable conditions did win by 17 seconds, but so far today he's unable to get away. Then Smith and Roots come through next, and not dropping off too much is Matt Thomas, who had a really good race yesterday up the field. He climbed to 7th after an issue early on, but for 3rd the 2 Mattels are going to be very close up towards Clairvaux. Here comes Michael Roots up the inside of Paul Smith. Has he got alongside? I think he has, but he has to back out of it, and Paul Smith stays ahead. But that was very close as they turned into a very quick first corner.
Absolutely right, and they're not too far behind the 2 leaders either, although out front Richard Webb, as he did yesterday, is just starting to stretch his legs. He actually won by more than 17 seconds in the end in yesterday's races. The way things are going at the minute, he's not pulling away at quite that rate so far today. A big moment there for Matt Thomas, number 77, in 5th position. He was on the brakes for Tower Corner and the car was very unsettled. He got it sorted out though and turned in successfully, but a slightly worrying moment I would think for Matt Thomas in the 5th place car. So Smith on board with him, not on board with him, but watching him now, number 14, turning his way through Sunny Corner. Roots just behind, just about a second and a half between Yarrow in 2nd and Smith in 3rd, but it's Spires 1st and 2nd at the moment. That brand new works Spire from Richard Webb, the championship sponsor from RLM. And Ryan Yarrow in the car that's a few years old. It's the ex-Billy Olbone car. It was a works car, but it's had developed by Ryan in the meantime. We're watching, though, the 2 Mattels on track battling for 3rd.
Yeah, it was a lap ago, wasn't it, where Michael Roots had a go into Clairvaux. I don't think it's close enough this time. Richard Webb has just done the fastest lap we've ever seen from a Sports 1000 car around Croft, a 1:23.96. Quicker than qualifying, quicker than the race yesterday, and much quicker than anybody's gone before this year. So Richard Webb absolutely flying along. In 2nd place, Ryan Yarrow wasn't as quick as Paul Smith on the previous lap, so we'll see if anything develops there. But we're looking now at the 12th place car, which is James Foley's Spire, who's just been passed by Paul Rogers, who's returning this year in a new car to him, a Spire GT3. Had a problem at the start of the race, but again, Paul Rogers, I think he raced a Contour, wasn't it, in the past when the championship was known as RGB.
Yeah, that's right. He was 4th yesterday on his return, but his lap times weren't quite as quick as that, so he started in 8th, but then fell back at the start in any case. That's the Matt Thomas car in 5th place, Colin Chapman 6th, Dan Clues in 7th, the 2020 F1000 champion. his first competitive taste of Sports 1000 this weekend. So sticking with 1000c engined cars. Much closer, isn't it now? For second, third and fourth, there was, what, 1.1 seconds between Yarrow and Smith at the beginning of this lap, which is the fourth lap of the race, but there's less than that now as they come up to the line. The gap might be down to about probably 6/10 or something like that as they cross the line this time. In fact, it's 9/10 of a second, so a little bit more than I thought. It was actually less than that as they went through the complex.
Yeah, the Spire got off the hairpin really well, didn't it, of Ryan Yarrow? But over the last couple of laps now, Paul Smith has been able to bring that gap down, despite being under pressure all the time from Michael Roots, as they make their way then up towards Tower Bend. They get there so quickly, don't they, these bike-engined sports cars. And there is Michael Roots then in fourth place. The gap first to second, by the way, 4 seconds, and Richard Webb did another lap record of 1 minute 23.66. That's 7/10 quicker than he went yesterday, but the effects on the there didn't sound great for Richard Webb getting through Sunny safely, did it? It sounded like it didn't sound right anyway to me, but it's still there.
It's still there. That's a relief. You know, we could hear the sound of that. We couldn't see what was going on with the car, but he's still convincingly ahead. About 4 seconds it was at the start of the lap. The second, third and fourth right together. It'll be interesting to see if, again, Yarrow, as he comes out of the hairpin, can build the advantage over Smith and Roots, who are a bit closer together again this time. And Roots just thinks about having a look at the inside at the hairpin to get away from Smith. And yes, again, it's a great exit. The Spire certainly has superior acceleration out of the slow corners, but now for third and fourth they were going to be side by side down towards Clervaux corner. Roots has got his car all the way up the inside this time. Surely he's going to go through a Clervaux, and yes he does. Number 2, Michael Roots, takes third place away from Paul Smith at the start of lap 6.
So is it the Spire's good off the hairpin, or is it that Paul Smith isn't great off the hairpin? Because he lost time, obviously, to Ryan Yarrow, but that time he lost a place to Michael Roots. And now that Roots is ahead, can he go after Ryan Yarrow? Richard Webb's last lap wasn't as quick as he had been doing, but he was still quicker than everybody else. So his gap now up to 5 seconds. There is Paul Smith, the car starting to slide around underneath him, the 4-time V champion. And now he turns his way onto the Jim Clark S's, and it does seem that Michael Roots is starting to get away then. And then they break down a gear into Sunny, and they carry lots of speed through. These are by far the quickest cars that we have at Croft today. And there is Yarrow then in second, number 1. Number 2 is in third, that is Michael Roots, and then 14 Paul Smith. Not dropping that far behind them is Matt Thomas, is he? Who continues to do a great job. Actually, on the last lap, Matt Thomas was quicker than the 3 cars in front of him on a 1 minute 25.01, which is the second fastest car in the whole race.
Yeah, I was going to say, Thomas looks to be getting away from Colin Chapman in the background, and that certainly seems to be the case. Chapman is just about to come into your shot now. He is still trying to keep behind him the number 8 car after Dan Clues. There he is, over the line. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. The gap back now to 8th place. Phil Hutchins, number 21, has got Jonathan McGill, 72 behind him, with Paul Rogers, 43, and the Spire rounding out the top 10. But watching Dan Clues here in that Mattel.
It's a brand new, newly built car for this year behind the Mattel Cars outfit. And Dan Clues still getting up to speed. Because an F1000 car is quite a unique driving style, doesn't it? Where Torque 1000 car perhaps a bit more standard, and he's getting used to it all the time on this cross circuit, and he's trying to get past Colin Chapman, unable to do it. By the way, Yarrow and Roots went quicker on the last lap. They're into the 24s now, and Roots is going quicker than Yarrow. So as the race goes on, the battle for second could develop, but the battle for 6th is on now, with Colin Chapman and Dan Clues turning their way now down in towards Sunny. Great to see Colin Chapman's car now in that livery that we've been so used to him having for all the years after last year being more in the Work Spire colours.
Yeah, I saw on Facebook Dan Lana, another sometime Sports 1000 competitor, had done it up in a sort of police car livery, because it does have that slight look about it, doesn't it? He's keeping Dan Clues at bay for the moment at least, 6th and 7th, Chapman and Clues, the Spire and the Mattel. They're going to go over the line again with very little to choose between them. And they're going to head out. They can see Dan Clues' pit board being hung out from the pit wall. Global lights now in the course of being lapped. 600cc Yamaha engined cars. Not part of the main Sports 1000 Championship, but racing in an invitation class this weekend. It's good to have them with us. We're due to have a couple more, but COVID got in the way of a couple of the Irish drivers travelling. So Clues chasing after Chapman down towards Tower Corner. That's the battle for 6th. It's the 127 car of Ian Mitchell that they've just lapped.
Global GT light cars have been around for a long time now, haven't they? I guess they're quite old cars now.
Yeah, more than 2 decades. They had their own standalone championship in the UK, and still do, I think, in the Republic of Ireland, with occasional races taking place in the UK as well.
I wonder if that noise we heard when they brake hard into Sunny, the splitter just hits on the ground, and that's what sounded a bit off earlier on. But here is Chapman, still ahead of Dan Clues. They turn their way onto the complex. Meanwhile, it's the same order up front, with a gap that's getting bigger still between the top 2. Yesterday we had 14 laps in that race that featured some changing conditions, so whether we'll be able to squeeze an extra lap out today, we've yet to see. Ryan Yarrow, by the way, across the line, the second place man, has just done his personal best lap of 1 minute 24.1, just half a second slower than Richard Webb did earlier. So he's going quickly, just not as quickly as Richard Webb was able to, and we had a spinner.
Yeah, we have. That's the number 71, James Foley, making his return to Sports 1000 this weekend. He was in 12th position. I think he probably will still be in 12th because he's got a bit of a gap back to Ian Hutchinson, who was 13th. And yes, he's still ahead of Hutchinson.
Thought Dan Clues there for a moment was a bit closer to Colin Chapman than the previous lap, but no, I think they're pretty much as they were. As they turn their way through Tower, 6th and 7th. And they're a decent gap ahead of Phil Hutchins, Jonathan McGill, and now Paul Rogers has got himself into the top 10. And Rogers might be able to pick a couple more off before the end of this race. So we'll pick up on that a bit later. But for now, it's Colin Chapman that we watch in 6th position. And he turns his way out of Sunny then and up towards the complex for this, the 9th lap. And Clues just has a little faint look to the inside, but wasn't really able to make it. I think quite difficult track for these cars to be able to make a successful overtake.
Yellow flags down the start line. There's a car that's pulled off. Yes, it's Foley's car that's pulled off, so possibly a mechanical issue with that car as well. It induced the spin, and he's pulled off now down the start and finish race. So James Foley, who was 12th, out of the race.
Meanwhile, coming out of the hairpin, we've got a 3-car battle for 8th position. Not sure if we'll be able to pick that up. And they're all going to be side by side into the yellow flag zone. But before they get there, I think... Oh, no, they weren't. No, that's we're going to be difficult, I think, because there were yellow flags coming out of the hairpin, but going into the hairpin, Phil Hutchins made a mistake, which allowed Jonathan McGill to get through. And then Paul Rogers is joining in. He's in 10th position. As they make their way into Hawthorne. But actually for 6th, just as we cut away now, Dan Clues decides to challenge Colin Chapman. So we pick up on that again. Typical, isn't it? When you look away at another battle, something goes on in the battle we've been watching. But no, Colin Chapman's able to hang on.
Richard Webb's just gone faster again at 123.64 he's done now, so reducing his own lap record still further.
That's 1.5 seconds pretty much under the previous lap record before this weekend, which is extraordinary pace. 1 year on from last year. So Ryan Yarrow's going a lot faster than he went here last year, but it's just Richard Webb's going even faster than that and leads by 7 seconds.
He is. So still watching this fight for 6th. Colin Chapman and Dan Clues then, 63 and 8 respectively. These two of the closest cars together on track at the moment, I would say. There's also that battle a little bit further back going on as well. The McGill, Hutchins, Rogers strap for 8th, 9th and 10th. But that sort of sorted itself out now, and Hutchins is now well and truly at the back of that group. So yes, that battle for 6th is the closest battle of the race as things stand. They're heading into Clervaux Corner now.
Yeah, we're just going to pick up on this battle for 8th. You can see what's happened. Jonathan McGill there is in 8th. I think Paul Rogers is catching him again, and then Phil Hutchins, for whatever reason, has had a poor couple of laps and has dropped down to 10th position and dropped quite a long way back. Towards the clutches of Cole Austin there, and then through in 12th place will come in Hutchinson in a moment. He's just coming out of the hairpin behind a lapped car, and then Stephen Dean is in 13th. But Paul Rogers has already got past Jonathan McGill, so turns out it wasn't as sorted as it looked a few corners ago.
Oh, problems as well out of the hairpin for number 9, Ian Hutchinson. His car has pulled off onto the grass. He's got no drive. He's out of the race. You can just see him there, just beyond the marshal's post. You can see that's the APE Racing entered Spire GT3 out of the race. Sometime moped racer Ian Hutchinson. Sadly, his Spire has now got even less pace than the moped would have done.
So there's Paul Rogers then, up to 8th position, finished 4th yesterday in his newly acquired Spire GT3S. There's Jonathan McGill, who's just lost that place. He's 4 in 9th. You see Phil Hutchins is pushing on again after losing time on the last couple of laps in 10th, and then behind Cole Austin there in P11. I think that's the ex-Matt Higginson championship winning car. There's the race leader, Richard Webb. He's just lapped the leading global GT light of Gary Mitchell. He's 8 seconds now ahead of Ryan Yarrow and Michael Rooks. Paul Smith has dropped. Paul Smith is stopping. So just coming out the chicane. Oh, the car had stopped, and now it's started to pick up some pace again. There he is on the screen. Paul Smith then in problems again. It seems the car just won't run smoothly for a full race distance, does it?
No, it doesn't seem to. So Michael Roots now well clear in 3rd place. Still half a second or so behind Ryan Yarrow. They're about 8 seconds behind the race leader, Richard Webb, the Leicestershire driver and championship sponsor. But there's Yarrow then in that number 1 car, the reigning champion. Started racing in Sports 1000 in 2018, the half season. It was 4th in the championship in 19 and the champion in 2020 and 2021. He did about 10 years of karting in his youth, then had several years out before getting involved in car racing. And he says of Sports 1000 that he probably won't ever race anything else. Everything else seems a lesser balance of performance versus pounds, he says, which is a very good way of putting it. Sort of bang for your buck in Sports 1000 racing. But here, he's still got his work out for the last couple of laps or so to keep Michael Roots at bay.
That's right. So they've got to get past the Gary Mitchell Global GT Light with their extra power. They can do that on the run up towards the Tower Corner. And then they turn right through the bend and out again. The Spire ahead of the Mattel, and Michael Roots has yet really been able to challenge Ryan Yarrow. He's been close to him, but not sort of as close as he was to Paul Smith,
who is into the pit lane. Paul Smith into the pit lane and out of the race. We saw those problems he had half a lap or so ago, and now he's retired. There he is into the pit lane with just 2 minutes left on the clock. So real disappointment for the multiple Formula V champion.
Here is Richard Webb, who might be able to squeeze 2 further laps into the race. Haven't really seen much of him all weekend because he's been so far ahead of everybody else. But it's been a super performance from Richard Webb, who's doesn't really tend to do full seasons in categories, but he's got a lot of experience here and done very well in the categories when he has been racing.
Yep, absolutely. He's done various different things. CSCC Magnificent Sevens. He's been the Class F champion in RGB as it was a few years ago. He's done some racing in Sports Prototype Cup and bike sports as well. Used to race motorcycles too. But here's this battle for second still, and it's last year's champion and last year's runner-up, Ryan Yarrow and Michael Roots, competing over the final podium positions here. Really, going to have more back-marker lappery to deal with momentarily as they head down towards Tower Corner once again for the penultimate time now, we reckon. Yarrow and Roots, Spire and Mattel. Roots had race wins during the course of last season. Flicks through the left-hander at the Jim Clark S, is now the right. They'll get past the number 127 Ian Mitchell Global GT Light there easily enough.
Last year it was 4 wins for Michael Roots to the 7 of Ryan Yarrow, and looks like they're going to, in their battle between them, it's going to, at this point, it looks like we won each, doesn't it? Yesterday with Michael Roots ahead. Today Ryan Yarrow is ahead, but not by very much, with 1 further lap to go. Race leader Richard Webb accelerating towards the last lap board. There he goes.
He is.
And he gets that last lap board. About of a second isn't over, but Yarrow does seem to just have that traction off the hairpin, which helps him down to Clairvaux without a real challenge.
Fight for 5th place now is still going on as well between Colin Chapman and Dan Clues. That's not yet resolved itself, but we'll stick with this fight for 2nd as they both use quite a lot of curb at the second part of Clairvaux, now through Hawthorne, then into the chicane that brings them onto the back straight, past the old pit lane, from the old triangular circuit here at Croft and in towards the left-hand kink, then the right-hander at Tower Corner, turning their way through Tower now. Not sure Michael Roots here has got an answer to Ryan Yarrow over this last half lap. What do you reckon, Josh?
Yeah, it seems he's close, isn't he? Just doesn't seem like we've seen a real challenge for that position. Roots drops off the circuit a bit wide there into out of Jim Clark S's, and I think that might have stopped any challenge that might have come. But for Richard Webb, nobody's been able to challenge him all weekend, and it's been an outstanding pace that the championship sponsor has driven in this new Spire RGBR, as it's named.
Yep, Paul Nightingale's prepared this. Over the line goes Richard Webb now to take victory in round 2 of the RLM Racing Bike Sports 1000, I should say, championship. Second place goes the way of Ryan Yarrow. Michael Roots is third. The gap from first to second was just under 9 seconds in the end. Fourth place is going to go to Matt Thomas with plenty of tank tape on his car. Fifth is going to go to number 63, Colin Chapman. Sixth, number 8, the Mattel of Dan Clues, as they were just about on the point of lapping the 2 Global GT lights, which got themselves together, albeit a lap apart, and then a gap back to 7th.
Yeah, which saw a challenge into the complex, Jonathan McGill, but he locked up and went horribly wrong, so therefore Paul Rogers is able to hang on after getting past McGill a few laps ago, so they come through. Rogers ahead of McGill. Phil Hutchins will be finished 9th and completing the top 10 for Cole Austin. But yeah, it's a great weekend then for Richard Webb. I'm sure he'd thoroughly enjoyed that, as Stephen Dean, who was Cole Austin, wasn't it? Runs off the road out of the hairpin on the last lap, but he doesn't lose the place. He still finishes 10th.
Well, again, some good entertainment there. Richard Webb, though, dominant, 8 seconds his victory margin. He's looking pretty strong form as this bike sports campaign gets underway.
We've got a change to the result. Ryan Yarrow is getting penalised for exceeding track limits, so Michael Roots will take 2nd, I reckon, when the official results come out later.
Okay, let's see what they look like on the timing screen, though. And on that basis, it was Richard Webb that took the win. 2nd on the road is number 1, Ryan Yarrow, and 3rd, Michael Roots, number 2, but we think that's going to change around. 4th to number 77, Matt Thomas. Colin Chapman was 5th in the 63 car, just ahead of number 8, Dan Clues. Paul Rogers, 43, he climbed back to 7th place ahead of 72, Jonathan McGill, and 21, Phil Hutchins. Carl Austin in 44 rounded out the top 10. Stephen Dean was 11th, a lap down. Gary Mitchell 12th in the first of the 2 Global GT lights. Daniel Ashby was 13th, and Ian Mitchell the 14th and final finisher. We lost on the way Paul Smith, Ian Hutchinson and James Foley. And the Sports 1000 Championship, well, that will continue at Alton Park on the 14th of May. They'll then go to Pembrey, Donington Park, Brands Hatch and Snetterton to complete their season. 14 rounds over 6 events. Good fun watching the Sports 1000s this weekend. Still to come here at Croft today, we have the K-Tech Racing Clay Sport Championship. That's up next then. Master 7s, Hot Hatches, Classic Stock Hatch, MX5s and the 116 Trophy 90-minute race to round out a busy weekend's action here at Croft Circuit. The first of 2 visits this year by the 750 Motor Club. Let's head down to the pit lane to hear from our race winner with Chris Stephens.
Well, another dominant performance from Richard Webb. Richard, another fantastic drive.
Yeah, it was nice to get the weather today. We knew there was a 23 in the car, so that was sort of our, we knew we had more pace left. So the plan was to get away. We got a great start, find our rhythm, put some laps in, put a gap in there and just bring it home.
I mean, it's a very ominous start to the championship for the rest of the field. Can we expect performances like this for the rest of the year?
This is what we're aiming for at every meeting, so we'll certainly give it our best shot. It won't be due to a lack of trying, that's for sure.
All right, well, congratulations. A fantastic weekend. Absolutely perfect for car number 88, Richard Webb. Let's go and talk to Ryan Yarrow, car number 1, 2nd across the line, but we understand you picked up a time penalty for track limits right at the end there.
Did I? All right, don't know.
Okay. Well,
I saw a warning once, so I don't know. I never saw a board.
Okay, we think that's dropped you behind Michael, but you had a really good battle with Michael at the end there.
Yeah, well, he was there the whole time. I think I cooked my tyres kind of halfway through the race, and it was just getting more and more difficult, really. But I picked up a lot of pace through the weekend anyway, so I'm pleased about that. That's about it, really.
I mean, last season it was just you and Michael battling for the wins all season long. Are we expecting a lot more battles between you two this season?
Yeah, well, I would think so, but we need to obviously bring Richard into it as well. Yeah, I mean, it's the first weekend. It's took me all weekend just to wake up, I think, and kind of get my eye back in. I'm 20 kilos over the weight limit, so I've got plenty of stuff to improve on. Like I say, I'm just pleased that even though he still put a gap into us, I was a bit closer this time. I'm more bothered about the pace with a long season than whether I got a penalty or not, to be honest. Because if you're miles off the pace, you're just kind of flogging a dead horse anyway.
Right, well, perhaps better luck at the next round. Congratulations, another great result there. Let's go and talk to Michael Roots, car number 2, just having a word with Scott Mattel there, the team boss of Mattel Cars. Michael, so we understand Ryan picked up a time penalty right at the end there, which promoted you to second place, but you had a really good battle with both Paul and Ryan during that race.
Yeah, that was quite exciting. Yeah, I got a really bad start, so it was a bit of a recovery mode sort of from there on, and yeah, just a shame I couldn't come out of the first corner second and then try and see what I could do. I think the pace was there in the car, just that through the fast stuff I was always in a car slipstream and it was just washing out all the time, so a bit hard to follow, and but no, it was enjoyable.
It seemed like the Spire was really quick out of that final hairpin. Where were you able to make up the ground?
I think sunny in, sunny out I was able to, and that then the next left and the next right, I think that was the strong part of our car, and yeah, did struggle. I think everyone was struggling a little bit with that last corner, just over enthusiasm from all of our part, I think. So it was me and Paul, when I was behind Paul, he had a few moments as well, so that was exciting. I thought, is he going off now, or do I? So it was one of those, do I go for an aggressive move or get in an accident with him? I wasn't sure what was going to happen because it was all over the place, but he was really fast considering how the car was. I was surprised how fast he was, so once he gets that sorted, because he's been plagued with issues all weekend, so it was nice to see him finish. He finished the race, I assume, Paul, so yeah, well done to him.
Oh, well, congratulations, great result, and we look forward to seeing more great battles between you and Ryan throughout the rest of the season. Lining up on the grid now, starting their green flag lap, it is the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Yep, and it's the second race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. The win yesterday going the way to Scott Edgar. His first victory in the championship from Jack Dwayne. And Justin Griffiths was third. This grid set by the fastest lap times from yesterday's race, so it's yesterday's poleman, Owen Rosser, number 53, that lines up on pole position, and alongside him is 55, Justin Griffiths. Row 2 has 111, Nick Harrison, and number 1, Jack Dwayne, the reigning champion. Row 3, 22, Chris Keir, and number 4, Tim Bentley. On the 5th row, it's 33 Nick Brady and 40 Scott Edgar, yesterday's winner. Row 5 is 47 Ben Swift and 30 Darren Ransom. Row 6, 56 Chris Lawrence and 48 Charles Shelbourne. On the 7th row, it's 15 Alex Hawkins and 38 Olivier Algieri. Gareth Tansey in 26 and James Bishop 35 are on the 8th row. Stephen Richardson 7 and Thomas Stevenson Joyce 49 are on row 9. Row 10 is 31 Chris Page and 6 Jamie Flynn. Alan Peterson number 8 and Andy Bennett in 65 are on row 11, and David Walsh number 21 is on his own on row 12 of the grid. So the K-Tech Renault Clio Sport Championship, as it's called for this year, and that's because there's a new category of car introduced, really in a separate class, but also points based on overall finishing positions as well. That's the 197-200 car that has come in, the more recent generation than the 182 that has been the basis of the K-Tech Racing Clio Championship for a number of years. And over time, the performance of the two classes is aimed to be equalised. It seems that on single lap pace, certainly the Clio 197-200 cars are a little bit quicker, but there's some experienced drivers in some of the 182s as well, and that balanced things out in a really entertaining race yesterday.
Yeah, and talking in the paddock, the expectation is actually the Croft circuit does favour the 197s anyway, because of how the cars are. They've got better traction off of slow corners, and the hairpin here at the end of Croft is particularly that. But it was interesting listening to Justin Griffith's interview yesterday, where he mentioned he thought it was really good on the brakes, in the tower, for example. And obviously yesterday the big starting talking point was Owen Rosser getting pole and then dropping to 16th on the first lap. So he'll have learned from that, I imagine, and hopefully he won't be losing. He'll be hoping not to lose any positions, but certainly not as many as that on this first lap of the race. Then you got Justin Griffiths alongside, and on the second row, Nick Harrison. That car has moved into the K-Tech Championship from the official Renault Championship, Sport Championship a few years ago, so that's gone away now, and it'll be interesting to see if more of those competitors are encouraged out as well, hopefully as the year goes on. Certainly lots of 197s are in build, and this grid that is pretty good here at Croft is just going to get larger and larger.
It certainly is, and we're almost ready for the off then. For the second round of the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship for 2022. 5-second board has been shown, red lights go on, and they go out, and again it looks like a reasonable start from Owen Rosser, but we said that yesterday. Where does he arrive at Clervaux Corner? Well, it's not going to be in first position. It looks like it's going to be Justin Griffiths from the outside of the front row that's going to get the lead, but Rosser is still there this time in second position. He's got Jack Dwayne alongside him, the reigning champion in the first of the 182s. One or two of the cars getting into the edge of the gravel trap. I can hear some tyre squeal as the cars go through Hawthorne as well, but I think they've all made it more or less intact, and it is the car from the outside of the front row of the grid then. Justin Griffiths that has the lead. Owen Rosser has made a decent start this time. Gareth Tansey, number 26, hasn't got out this time as there's the challenge on for the lead down at Tower Corner. It looked like Owen Rosser was trying to go through ahead and past Griffiths, but he couldn't make it through. The top two pulling away from the third place car, Josh.
That's right, and it's Chris Keir that's got into third from fifth on the grid, so a good start from him. He's the best of the 182s, but it's the 2197 type cars that get in away up front. Justin Griffiths and Owen Rosser. Rosser on best lap times, was 7 tenths quicker than anybody yesterday in the K-Tech Racing liveried car. Novice cross on the back, his first ever car race yesterday. There's Jack Dwayne, he's fourth. Fifth is Nick Harrison, then sixth is yesterday's winner, Scott Edgar. But Jack Dwayne using all the road there out of Sunny, out over the grass a little bit. He's got time to make up because Chris Keir is way ahead of him, and pretty much everybody else arrives en masse at the complex. And one of the cars has got a bumper flailing, so there was obviously a bit of contact at the opening lap. But here come the leaders then. Chris Keir, is he starting to catch the 2197s, I wonder, up front?
15-minute race this, of course. Leaders over the line to complete lap number one is Justin Griffiths from Owen Rosser, newcomer to racing, in second position. And then a gap back to third place, and Christopher Keir,
who locked up massively but got through the corner okay.
Jack Dwayne fourth, and then the rest of them all streaming through behind. A mixture of the 197s and the 192s. There's the car with the deranged bumper. It's Olivier Altieri from Kart Racer, having his first weekend of car racing. There is the 31 car, which is that of Chris Page from Burnham Crouch. There go the leaders, streaming down towards Tower Corner. In fact, the lead's already out of Tower Corner. There you can see the 33 car going through of Nick Brady, who finished 7th in yesterday's races. Is in 10th position at the moment as we're working lap 2 of this race. There we can see the Nick Harrison 111 car just ahead of yesterday's race winner, number 40, Scott Edgar, who have that first victory after quite a few years of trying.
That's right, and one of the cars has gone grass track, and that was Alex Hawkins in 15, but he's going to get back going again. Oh, and the contact between the top two, they're both off the road. So Justin Griffiths was in front, Owen Rosser presumably was trying to get ahead of him, and they've come together, and they're both, it's appearing to be out of the race, and they don't look terribly impressed with one another, and that means Christopher Keir, who's never won a race before, is now the race leader.
We know that grass is very wet as well, so they may find, I know, Justin Griffiths is getting going again, but Owen Rosser, I'm not sure it is. There's a black and orange mechanical warning flag. I presume that's for the car of Algieri with the bumper.
It's gone though.
It has gone, so he can, he can probably be sort of go forward with comfort now. But so that means that Chris Keir now is the leader, and I think that's the first time we've said that in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. Jack Dwayne is up to second place, and now it's Nick Harrison that's the best of the 197 class cars in third position. Owen Ross has just got going. There you can see him leaving the complex now, but it took him a while, I think, to get off the wet grass.
Yeah, I don't think he particularly attempted it to start with and then realised he could get back going. Justin Griffiths did it sooner.
He's heading for the pit lane then.
Right, okay, it's a real shame. Lots of pace here at Croft, but no real result has come from it. So it's Keir that leads by a couple of seconds, but Jack Dwayne has gone faster by a very small margin, 138.25. And Nick Harrison's the only Class B 197 really left up front. He's in third, and Scott Edgar fourth. And we're watching the teammates there go through. That was Ben Swift and Charles Shelbourne. Just got a glimpse there of Justin Griffiths, who's rejoined. But here are the leaders, and a gap of a couple of seconds. I think Chris Keir went well at the end of last year at Snetterton, where he was in that lead battle, but now he's sort of picked that pace up even further. Here's Nick Brady coming up the inside, former British Drift Championship competitor, so this is quite different, I suspect. And he's side by side with Charles Shelbourne, who's going really well there inside the top 8. They're battling, I think, for 7th positions. Nick Brady, who's lost a mirror in all of this, dives up the inside but runs out wide. So Shelbourne comes back through, and this is going to bring Darren Ransom and Chris Lawrence into the battle. So it'll be 4 cars all pretty much together into Clairvaux on the 4th lap of this race. On the outside then, Ransom trying to get past Brady, but Brady on the inside will be able to hang on, and this could allow Chris Lawrence to gain a position on the inside of Darren Ransom, but no, they stay in the order that they appeared in into Clairvaux, really. So 9th for Ransom, 10th for Lawrence.
9.5 minutes of the race left to go. And now Justin Griffiths is heading into the pit lane as well, so he was the man that led early on. And then there's that incident with Owen Ross at a lap or so ago, and they'll both end up in the pit lane, I think, as a result of all of that.
Yes, certainly.
Visibly, there's not a lot of damage to the cars. There's a dent in the door, the passenger door, though, I can see, of Justin Griffiths' car, which I suggest tells a story.
Yeah, it looked pretty animated between them, didn't it, when they were off on the grass? We didn't see what started it. Perhaps we'll hear more about that later on. Here is that battle for 7th position, being headed by Charles Shelbourne, whose car's right on the edge, coming out of Bar Croft. It's still on the edge as it turns its way through the right-hander at Sunny there, one of the new drivers to racing. Sounds all very spectacular down there at Sunny, doesn't it, with all the tyre squill from these treaded tyres. But here comes Brady then back up the inside of Shelbourne into the complex, and he gets 7th position then. So Charles Shelbourne then loses a place as they turn their way through the complex and about to complete the 4th lap of the race. Can the former drift competitor hang on now then? Nick Brady in that 7th position. Meanwhile up front, Jack Dwayne has just done the fastest lap of the race, so 1 minute 38.03, which is the fastest we've ever seen a Clio 182 go around this circuit, half a second faster than yesterday, and the gap is only 1.2 seconds. It's coming down on that last lap by 8/10.
So on the subject of tyres, they use a Yokohama control tyre, and the competitors can only use 18 tyres during the course of a season, and no more than 8 during any given weekend as well, and that does help to keep costs down. Now the race leader, I could see out of my commentary box window, did just lock up there a little bit, so that's Chris Kidd. I think he lost a couple of tenths there to the chasing Jack Dwayne because of that. We're looking at the action a bit further back. That's Charles Shelbourne in 8th place, Darren Ransom in 9th, and Chris Lawrence in 10th position at the moment. They are heading towards the Jim Clark S's.
A bit further back to a battle there, that was between James Bishop and Chris Page, and it's on the inside line for Page, and he gets 15th position. Novice driver makes up a place, and he is 5 seconds behind the next car. 14th position is Thomas Stevenson Joyce. Meanwhile, there's Olivier Algueri then ahead of Alex Hawkins. We saw Hawkins across the grass earlier, didn't we? He's in 12th, and Algueri obviously also in issues earlier because he's lost his bumper. He's under a lot of threat into the complex. Locking up there with Alex Hawkins, but he managed to avoid contact and stays there in P12.
Just behind them, Stephen Richardson in the number 7 car, 44-year-old graphics designer. Started racing in 2017, but yes, is that tyre rub on the bodywork there? I suspect it might be on the Hawkins car.
we looked at it, and there was a bit of a touching going on through the hairpin as well. So I think Alex Hawkins has been getting involved during the course of this race. Almost everybody on that previous lap just did their personal best laps of the race, interestingly.
Apart from Jack Dwayne and Nick Harrison, 2nd and 3rd, and also Ben Swift in 6th place.
Here is Nick Harrison under pressure from yesterday's winner, Scott Edgar. And he's trying to challenge. He started 8th, he's up into 4th place. Nick Harrison took a very different line into Tower. Is that going to affect his exit? Not too badly, I don't think. And then Tim Bentley and Ben Swift behind. Ben Swift, another new driver to race in, really. Running there in 6th position, in a great position for the ex-Carter. Interesting to see quite a few Carters coming through into the Clio series. The only Clio category now, of course, in the UK, now that the Renault Sport are pulled out of competition championships. And it seems to attract more and more really quick drivers.
It certainly does. Great fields of cars. We have always very close racing in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. It's been renowned for that down the years. Edgar, who's relatively slow, fastest lap time yesterday in winning the race, really stymied his hopes of reprising that victory today, because he started on row 4 of the grid. He's got his way up into 4th position. Black and white driving standards flag for somebody. I think that may well be for Alex Hawkins, the 15 car, who've seen having an exuberant race so far.
Yeah, that's right. Good to see Tim Bentley there in 5th place back out. He had a big accident at Silverstone a number of years ago now, but he's back out this season, which is great to see, and going really well up inside the top 5. And he turns his way out of the chicane, still in chase of Scott Edgar. And then behind them, Ben Swift started to be caught by Nick Brady, who pulled away from that 7th place battle, which is now really a battle for 8th. Now he's got to the head of it, and now Tim Bentley is challenging Scott Edgar up the inside. Didn't work out for him, but it seemed to come from nowhere, really, and he was challenging up the inside, but he couldn't find a way through on what is lap 7 of this race.
22, Chris Keir then is the leader. Number 1, Jack Dwayne in 2nd. 111, Nick Harrison is 3rd. 40, Scott Edgar 4th. 4, Tim Bentley is 5th. And 47, Ben Swift is 6th, with just under 4 minutes of this K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race left to go. On the live stream, we're watching number 40, Scott Edgar, in 4th position, yesterday's race winner, just ahead of number 4, Tim Bentley. He's lost ground to Nick Harrison in the 197 car, different specification of car, over recent laps. And behind Tim Bentley, you've got Ben Swift turning his way through the complex now. The 2 leaders, Keir and Dwayne, they're about 6 seconds clear of anybody else, and the gap between them was 1.2 seconds, Keir to Dwayne, at the beginning of the lap that they've just now completed, and that gap has come down to 0.94 seconds, because Jack Dwayne has done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:37.94. Probably 2 laps left to go, I would think, Josh.
When they crossed the line, they had, 3 minutes and 25 to go. So it's just like yesterday, it's going to be right on the edge whether we have 9 or 10 laps. So we'll have to look out for a last lap board. But yeah, that gap's come down then to 9/10 of a second. It was a couple of seconds, wasn't it, at the start of the chase for Jack Dwayne. So it's been a long, hard race of trying to bring that gap down. Meanwhile, battle for 8th position comes out of the chicane, which Darren Ransom head, Charles Shelbourne and Chris Lawrence. I think they've been together pretty much the whole race. There's a lock-up ahead of them.
It's more than a lock-up. It's the number 47 car of Ben Swift that's off. He was in 6th position, of course, but he's overcooked things, I'm afraid, at Tower Corner. He's lost the front bumper on the car as well. And Ben, with Novice Cross there on the back of the car, you can see. Can he get back into the race? The car not moving at the moment, and it's in a pretty exposed position there at Tower Corner as well, with yellow flags waving.
Shame for the airline pilot Ben Swift, because he was going really well inside the top 6. Not quite sure what caused him to go off. Obviously, we saw the lock-up, but and I guess he's hit something to have lost the front bumper.
Yeah, I think he was into the tyre wall briefly.
Now, are we going to get a last lap ball? That's the question. We're just under 2 minutes on the clock.
There's Chris Keir and Jack Dwayne, the 2 leaders, I look to see. And no last lap board from the start line officials that time. So I think we're going to get 2 more laps, all being well. There's marshals on the circuit, though, at Tower Corner, working under double wave yellows. The driver's out of the car there, but the car is still on the edge of the road. There you can see the marshals heading back to their positions. Ben Swift out of the car, he's perfectly okay, as you can see, but the leaders are about to be heading down to that part of the circuit. As you can see though, it's covered by waved yellow flags.
9 tenths is still the gap, first to second. Kia to Dwayne as they head then into that yellow flag zone, like you say. So drivers should be slowing down here to a pace where they're fully under control of their cars. And then once they get back to the green flag zone, they can continue to race again. And this is lap 9 then. Christopher Kia ahead of Jack Dwayne. Dwayne not quite close enough yet to challenge. We know Tower will not be a place where that is going to be possible on the last lap. But he is bringing this gap down, isn't he? And absolutely pushing on. The champion from last year, Jack Dwayne, in second place.
Just seen a change for 8th place at Tower because Christian Lawrence got ahead of Charles Shelbourne, I can see. Here are the 2 leaders though, with half a minute left on the clock. The last lap board is being prepared this time, so we've got another lap or so to go. So there's time still for Jack Dwayne to do something about Chris Keir. He's just about in range, but we could have a situation where we have 2 different first-time winners during the course of the weekend.
Christopher Keir finished 5th in the championship last year and didn't even finish on the podium. So he's going really well here then to lead. Yesterday he finished 4th, so still yet to finish on the podium, but can he stand on the top step? That's the question, but he's under the most pressure he's been all race long. It was 6 tenths of a second, the gap at the start of the lap. It's less than that now as they turn their way through the chicane.
Really tight for 4th as well, by the way, Josh, between Scott Edgar and Tim Bentley. Tim Bentley is close to Edgar as he's been all race. But let's just keep an eye on the 2 leaders. They head down towards Tower. Still yellow flags there, so no overtaking at this part of the circuit, which is a shame because it would be a good spot for Jack Dwayne to have tried to find a way past Christopher Keir. But you can see in shot there still the stricken car of Ben Swift, who's out of the race. Up towards the Jim Clark S's for the final time, and Jack Dwayne running out of opportunities.
Yes, but he was quick last time through Sunny, and that's where we're coming up towards now. And he's absolutely sideways through Barcroft. He really pitched that car in. Not sure if it overly helped him because he's run out wide into Sunny, and for some reason the side of the car started to fall off the trim there, but that's not really going to be a problem. But I don't think now he is close enough. Perhaps he was just a little too sideways through Barcroft on that lap.
Into the final couple of corners. Dwayne might not get the win here, but he'll still leave Croft in the championship lead. He was 2nd yesterday to Scott Edgar, who's down in 4th today. And Chris Keir yesterday finished 4th. So the 1st and 4th for the 2 winners. 2 second places, 2 solid results for Jack Dwayne. Should give him the championship lead. Checkered flag waves though, and it's Chris Keir flashing the lights to signify his first race win in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. He beats Chris Keir by only a matter of tenths of a second. Nick Harrison, it is 3rd in the first of the 197-200s. 4th does go the way of Scott Edgar. 5th to Tim Bentley, and 6th to Nick Brady.
And then it's Darren Ransom, isn't he, who comes through in 7th. He got away from Chris Lawrence at the end, who got past Charles Shelbourne. And then Olivier Algueri should complete the top 10 in his first weekend in cars, the former British Kart Championship competitor. And battles all the way through the field. A good one right near the back, coming round the hairpin now. And at the front of that group, it's 65, which is Andy Bennett, novice driver, who's just going to beat Gareth Chansey to 16th position, with Alan Peterson and Jamie Flynn also involved in that battle. So it shows you whatever speed you are in the Clio Sport Championship, there's plenty of people you're going to find to race.
Yeah, and 1:37.94 the best lap in that race for Jack Dwayne, which was about 7 tenths slower than Owen Rosser yesterday in a different specification of car, of course.
But 6 tenths quicker than the 182 lap record.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the results at the end of that 15-minute race for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, in which 10 laps were completed by the race winner, which was number 22, Christopher Keir. Second, number 1 was Jack Dwayne. Third, number 111, Nick Harrison. In 4th, number 40, Scott Edgar. Tim Bentley was 5th in car number 4. 6th to 33, Nick Brady. Darren Ransom, 7th in car 30, 3 places higher than yesterday. 8th, number 56, Chris Lawrence. He got the better in the end of number 48, Charles Shelbourne, in their battle. And then 10th was Olivier Algieri. Further back, Stephen Richardson was 11th in car 7. Alex Hawkins, an eventful race, to 12th place in number 15. Then Tom Stevenson Joyce, 13th. Chris Page, 14th. And James Bishop, 15th. Gareth Tansey came back after an incident on the first lap to finish in 17th place, and we could see 19 finishers, with Ben Swift the first of those that didn't make it towards the end, nor did the two 197-200s of Justin Griffiths or Owen Rosser after coming together on lap 2.
And obviously the race could have been very different with that. That's the real story, isn't it? With the top two drivers making contact and going off, and both in contention for their first ever victories. But that left the way for Christopher Keir, didn't it? And he managed to hold that gap enough that he wasn't really challenged from Jack Dwayne. He got close towards the end, but really interesting to see all these different names at the front of the championship. And then as we go to different tracks, more cars are going to be coming out, and also that balance between the 182 and the 197s will differ. The expectation in Silverstone next time out might be more of a 182 circuit. Obviously, we'll have to see when we get there, because no one really knows until you're at the track.
Absolutely right. 5 more races still to come here at Croft this afternoon, but coming up at Croft later in the season, the British Racing Sports Car Club, they're here on the 14th and 15th of May. 750 Motor Club are here at the end of May, 28th and 29th. With the first of 2 bike meetings this season here at Croft on the 11th and 12th of June. That's the No Limits racing, with the centrepiece of the season, of course, the British Touring Car Championship on the 25th to 26th of June. All of the information on the Croft website. I say, more racing to come here this afternoon. The Yokohama Mazda 7s coming up next for some slipstreaming action. Hot Hatch, Yokohama, TT Street Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch, 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup and the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy will round out this weekend's racing. The first of the season here at Croft Circuit, and the first for the 750 Motor Club. Down to Chris Stephens once again in the pit lane.
Well, allow me to introduce Chris Keir, race winner. How does that sound?
Yeah, not so bad. Yep, first win, so a home track as well. So yeah, very good. Yeah.
I mean, what's it like having the reigning champion bearing down on you in the closing stages there?
Not easy at all, and because of the coming together in the first lap, my air vent fell out as well. That was going under the pedals, so I couldn't get the clutch sometimes, and I was worried I was going to hit the brakes. So I throw that in the back, and then the other one fell out. So yeah, throw both of them in the back. So that was fun trying to drive around doing that. Yeah, but we held them off just.
The seas parted in front of you when the top 2 came together. Did you see what happened there?
I just saw it come together, and yeah, didn't really see what happened. I just saw the opportunity and took it, yeah.
The opportunities all you needed, and after just missing out on the podium yesterday, this must feel like a nice vindication for you.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's exactly what I wanted. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. That's a great result for you. Let's go and talk to car number 1, Jack Dwayne. Another second place finish for you. How was that?
Yeah, good. Yeah, not as busy as yesterday's race. We've got a bit of clear air in front of the rest of the pack, so quite. You don't want to see 2 people go off in front of you, but it makes it a little bit easier picking positions up when that happens. So we've had 2 solid finishes this weekend, 2 P2. That's good points. Yeah, decent start, because it didn't start so well yesterday. That'll do us, yeah, spot on.
I mean, it was so close at the end there. What would have made that little bit of difference?
I couldn't really find anywhere to have a go at him. The one chance I'd got was into Tower, and there was yellow flags. And I wasn't sure if it was there the second time, so I didn't dare have a look. It wasn't, so that's my mistake. But yeah, he drove fast. He was consistent lap times. Not a lot I could have done, just wait for him to make a mistake. He didn't, so we took a P2. That'll do.
All right, well, congratulations. Another great weekend for you. Let's go and talk to Nick Harrison, who is now behind us. Excuse me. Sorry. Car 111 winner in Class B. Nick, congratulations. A class win there.
Yep. I guess only because both of the others crashed off.
Well, take what you can get.
Yeah, will do, yeah. First meeting back. I've not been in the car for 2 years, so yeah, it's good, happy. Just got to lose a bit of weight, and then hopefully be able to get up with these.
Oh, well, congratulations, a great result for you. Ian, let's throw back to you on the green flag lap now. Is the Yokohama Mazda 7s coming up next?
Yep, second race of the weekend for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. These are low costs with MX5 1.8 litre engines and running gear. Yesterday, Daniel Sibbons it was that took the win by a tenth of a second from Jonathan Lister, but it's Lister's time from yesterday that puts him on pole position in car 71. Eddie Moyer, who made a great debut yesterday, finishing third. He's alongside in number 77. Sibbons 56 and Daniel Court, number 7, are on the second row of the grid. The third row has 35 David Winter and 43 David Mason. On to row 4, Simon Court in 55 and Samir Abid in number 23. Ben Powney, number 37, is there after retirement yesterday on row 5 of the grid. Alongside him is 50 David Jones. Row 6, 27 Danny Andrew, the reigning champion. Martin Shelton in number 99. On to the 7th row, it's 13 Steve Paddock and 188 Michael Jacobs. Peter Wood in 88 and Callum Barnes, number 3, are on the 8th row. And row 9 on his own, number 47, Lewis Penstone Smith. But yesterday's race, Josh, very briefly, was one of the highlights of the highlights of the Mazda 7 Championship we've seen so far.
That's right, and it was Daniel Sibbons who took that first victory. A few notes I've got. Ben Powney, it's been electrical issues for him all weekend. He's only done 4 laps, he says. And Eddie Moyer, we saw him look up a lot yesterday. He had a sticky brake caliper. 5 seconds board has already been shown. Red light's about to go out for 15 minutes of racing. They do so now. Pretty even start from the 2 drivers on the front row of the grid, and they head off down towards Clervaux Corner. Great sight and sound these cars make, and it's Lister from pole position that's just about got his nose in front from the newcomer Eddie Moyer as they go through the right-hander at Clervaux for the first time. They all just about keep it out of the gravel. That's the 56 car of Daniel Sibbons, so he has lost a little bit of ground, if anything, I think, at the start of the race. Yesterday's winner, here he is, Jonathan Lister, coming towards us then, heading towards Tower Corner. That's the number 7 car. Next up, which is Daniel Court. He's in 3rd position at the moment, and 4th looks to be the 43 car of David Mason. 55 it is in 5th place, which is Simon Court. So a good start from both of the Court brothers. Yeah, that's right, but not a good start for yesterday's winner, Daniel Sibbons, but you can overtake in Mazda 7 racing, and he'll be looking to move forward, but it is Lister that leads it then from Eddie Moyer with this repaired brake caliper, so we shouldn't see as much looking up from him today. And then the rest of them come through. Watch out for Danny Andrew from 11th on the grid. That car had to be rebuilt on Friday after a crash early on in testing. Oh, and off the road is that Sibbons, yesterday's winner, that's gone off there. He's lost a mudguard in all of that. Or was it David Jones? Right. So now he's spun. He's spun at perhaps with mucky tyres. He's spun at the complex onto the grass, so that's not been a good couple of corners.
Yeah, there he is. He's going to get back into the race, though, right at the back of the field, the Nottingham-based driver. So the leaders coming up to complete their first lap, and it's Jonathan Lister leading side by side a little bit further back there. We'll pick that up down into Clervaux Corner. It looks like it's still Daniel Court there in 3rd place, ahead of Eddie Moyer, who led for so much of the race yesterday. First time out, the 24-year-old farmer from Grimsby.
Oh, somebody just cut the chicane. I can see out the window. That was Eddie Moyer, wasn't it? And it's not. Well, we could have. They lost all the momentum, I think. Or was there a further problem that caused it? Anyway, it's Lister from Mason, from Court, who looked up the inside. Daniel Court, who was only 7th yesterday, going well here. And David Mason slid out wide. He's across the grass sideways, comes back on. But in 3rd place, Daniel Court goes up to 2nd. So this is a really good run there from Daniel Court, who started 4th on the grid. He's worked his way up to 2nd, but going much better than yesterday. And now he's getting on time with race leader Jonathan Lister, who just missed out on the win this time yesterday.
Yeah, Daniel Court was only 13th in the championship last year with just the one top 6 finish. We need to keep an eye then on Eddie Moore and whether he can come back or whether he has got a problem. He is there at the back of that leading group at the moment in that TSR prepared car, freshly built car, that one. First 3 though, with Mason at the rear of that group. He's trying to get alongside Daniel Court, but on the outside line for the hairpin. There's a bit of a gap back then to 4th and 5th, who are trying not to fall over one another. 4th is Sibbons, 5th is the 55 car of Simon Court, and 6th is David Winter. So that's been a slight shake-up in the order on that lap, precipitated really by Moyer going off at the chicane and cutting the chicane effectively. We are down at Clervaux Corner. That is Danny Andrew, who's coming up through the field again. He's up to 7th position now. Is Dan Andrews. Got a little bit of work to do to get right up to the front. He started the race in 11th position, so he's made it 4 positions so far.
And down into Tower they come, and David Mason's trying to get second place back from Daniel Court. The corner, he lost it at a lap ago, and he has successfully done that. And Daniel Sibbons is catching them. He was a bit behind at the end of the previous lap, but he's making it 4 for the lead through the S's on the 3rd lap of this Mazda 7 race. And then there's a gap back to what was Simon Court in 5th, but now it's David Winter, so Winter ahead of Court. Then Moyer now has got back ahead of Danny Andrew into 7th, and then Ben Powney is up there in 9th. Really, just looking for a finish after all these electrical problems he's had plaguing that car all weekend. David Mason got the second a moment ago, now he's going for the lead into the complex. Couldn't quite make it on that occasion, but he's right there now, right on turn with Jonathan Lissetter.
And Daniel Sibbons is with the lead as well. He's going to make it 4 for the lead, I suggest, so don't ride yesterday's Victor off for a chance of a second win here at Croft this weekend. Bit of a gap back then to 5th and 6th, Court and Winter. You say Danny Andrews lost out to Eddie Moyer. He's also going to lose out to Ben Powney, I suggest, as well, who's coming up through the field. So the 2 championship contenders from last year actually only running in 8th and 9th position. This is the fight for 5th and 6th place, though. It's Winter ahead of Court and Moyer catching them once again after that issue a couple of laps ago at this part of the circuit.
Yes, let's see if David Mason can gain another place in the Tower. He's right on turns with Jonathan Lissetter. Behind Sibbons, I think, will gain a place. He's just got the fastest lap, and now he's got 3rd through Tower. Although trying to hang on around the outside is Simon Court, can't do it. But Jonathan Lissetter was able to repel any challenge from David Mason. So it is Lissetter 71 that leads 43 Mason, and 56 Sibbons and 7 Court is the lead battle on lap 4 of this race. Yesterday we squeezed in 10 laps, so we should do the same again today. So we're still in the opening stages really, and a big slide there from Simon Court, who spins and avoids collecting Danny Andrews somehow. I think David Winter might have got involved in that as well. So that's left Eddie Moyer in 5th. But we'll catch up on that in a moment, because the top 4 are into the complex for the 4th time, with David Mason still challenging for the lead. Yeah,
so 2 green cars out front, Jonathan Lissetter and David Mason. Then it is Sibbons in 3rd, Daniel Court in 4th, and quite a long gap back to 5th position, which is now Eddie Moyer. He's going to have several seconds to make up. We'll see how many seconds in a moment, but let's look at the leaders, because they're getting alongside one another now. Mason's the outside of the circuit at Clairvaux, but he's done it. He's gone around the outside into Clairvaux to take the lead of the race. A wonderful move there from Jonathan Lissetter, but there is still 8.5 minutes to go, and Jonathan Lissetter knows that these races aren't won with 8.5 minutes to go, and if he positions his car in the right place, going perhaps down to Tower on the last lap, then it could be all good for him. They're 3 wide now for the lead, though, and it's Sibbons who takes the lead. So 3 leaders in the space of 3 corners, really. Daniel Sibbons has gone down the inside, Lissetter's gone back to 2nd, and Mason gone back to 3rd. It's absolutely fantastic.
So that fantastic move to take the lead by David Mason will come to nothing, really. Into the S's, they are now side by side for 2nd, as David Mason is back alongside Jonathan Lissetter, who runs out wide, giving each other room therefore, but he's trying to slot back in ahead of Daniel Court, and has done so. But because they were side by side through there, Daniel Sibbons has just been able to put out a couple of car lengths from this group. So that was quite a half a lap there, wasn't it? Starting at Clairvaux with that move round the outside, which you don't see very often from David Mason, but it was Daniel Sibbons through the chicane who had that great run, then a double toe, and now he leads. But that small margin he did have at Sunny has disappeared, and it's 4 for the lead still.
Down towards the hairpin, these Mazda 7s. So if you've seen these for the first time, these are low-cost chassis with Mazda MX-5 1.8 litre running gear. Over the line they go, and they're side by side for the lead. They're side by side for 3rd as well. I won't commit to who's going to be actually ahead until they arrive at Clairvaux corner, but it looks like David Mason is ahead of Daniel Sibbons, with Lissetter 3rd and Daniel Court in 4th position. Did Eddie Moore make any progress towards the leaders on that lap? No, he didn't. He was a second slower than the car in front. So, and off the circuit has gone the number 3 car of Callum Barnes as well, from towards the back of the field. But Moyer not making progress towards the leaders as I thought he might do.
And he's lost a place. David Winter's got ahead of him and now so has Ben Powney, so he's actually dropped a couple of places, in fact. But for the lead, well, it's Daniel Simmons who heads the way through Tower, and Jonathan Lissetter is side by side with David Mason. And Daniel Court sticking in there in 4th place, side by side through the S's again between Lissetter and Mason. Mason has it on the outside line this time, so he's second, third is Lissetter. And still in front though, Daniel Simmons, yesterday's race winner. He had the 1 win last year. And as I say, he leads the way here, and these 4 with a good gap to the rest, and we're on lap 6 of what should be 10.
Simmons, the 40-year-old wind turbine engineer from Lincoln, started racing in 2007, did some low cost, on and off, only a few races before he moved to the Mazda 7s. And this is Dad's old load cost that he's rebuilt after 10 years in storage. It was converted to Mazda 7 step back by TSR in 2020, but he's going to lose a place here, is Lissetter, to Mason again, who carries great speed out of the hairpin, and he's using that down into the first couple of corners, but they're almost going 4 wide into Clervaux corner this time. We'll see if we can pick them up down there. Yes, we can, and it's Mason that's ahead, Lissetter second, Simmons down to third, and Daniel Court, who's, whatever happens, seems to be staying in 4th position pretty much at the moment. David Winter is in 5th. Ben Powney now up to 6th as well, so he's made progress.
Well, I think he's actually got past him.
He has.
So he's up to 5th. But I would suspect we're going to have a lead change down towards Tower Bend. It's Lissetter on the inside of Mason. What's been interesting here is how Mason is usually second through the hairpin, but leading across the line, which is quite a rare thing, but important come the last lap.
David Winter's got back to 5th place into Tower Corner, and it's a great scrap for 4th, as it is for the lead as well. And you're just seeing the back of it now, because that's Eddie Moyer just behind Danny Andrew, who's just behind Ben Powney, who's just behind David Winter. This is the battle for the lead, though. 2 4-car scraps, 1 for 1st, 1 for 5th position, and it's Lissetter ahead again now from Mason, Simmons and Daniel Court as they head out of Surrey down towards the complex with 4 minutes of the race left to go, and it's up the inside for Lissetter.
Is he going to be able to hang on? Meanwhile, Danny Andrews come through the next pack. He was 8th, he's now 6th.
He's, I was going to say, he's now 5th because he was alongside David Winter coming in.
Problems there for Simon Court. He's got damage, has he? Remember, he was involved in that incident earlier.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for 3rd, Daniel Court is trying to get a position. This time, David Mason doesn't lead across the line with 3 laps, I think, to go. And they turn their way then down towards Clervaux corner. The battle behind is David Winter to the front in 5th place. I think Daniel Simmons has got 3rd back from Daniel Court, so it's position changing all the time.
The 4-car fight for 5th might become a 5-car fight because Martin Shelton in the number 99 car is closing in on that quartet of cars for 4th position. But we're watching the 4 leaders heading down towards Tower Corner. They're alongside one another. 2 green cars again. Mason on the inside, Lissetter on the outside line. Here's Ben Powney though going for 5th, trying to get past David Winter. On the brakes for Tower as well, and I think he's done it. Has he? Yes, he has. So it's Powney up to 5th, Winter 6th, Andrew 7th, but Eddie Moyer now is trying to get up on the inside of him for 8th place. And as I told you, Martin Shelton's now with them.
I think this is the most overtaken we've seen in the Mazda 7 race yet, isn't it? And it was on a track on Friday. I was told by some of the drivers they weren't sure if there would be much overtaking round the cross circuit, but there certainly is. And it's absolutely fantastic racing. And Danny Andrew now goes right round the outside of David Winter. Has he braked too late though and slid wide? He has. That would have been quite a move, but it turns out he didn't gain a place. He didn't lose one either, which I thought he might have done as he ran out wide. But it's Powney there in 5th, 6th for Winter, 7th Andrew, 8th is Moyer, and 9th is Shelton.
Leaders are at the hairpin, by the way, and it's still Mason from Lissetter, from Simmons from Court. This is the 5-car battle with Powney just breaking away actually from 5th position. There's 47 Lewis Penstone-Smith, who might have just recovered from a spin by the looks of the body language of that car. He is in 13th position as things stand. 2 minutes of the race left to go. We should get, we think, 2 more laps out of it.
So although David Mason didn't get the lead, he did lead across the line again by all of 100th of a second. So this pattern kind of continues, doesn't it? Where Mason is second out of the hairpin but does lead across the line. But he might lead into Tower because he's on the inside of Jonathan Lissetter. And is he braking late enough to take the lead? He does. Now it's Daniel Court just falling off the back of the leading trio a little bit. Looks that way. The leaders are going to be side by side up towards the Jim Clark S's. On the outside, with the beginning of it, is Jonathan Lissetter, but that gives him the inside through the right-handed element, which is the bit you really want to be on the inside, but David Mason's gone right round the outside to take the race lead. Second Lissetter, third is Sibbons, with Daniel Court just keeping a watching brief there in P4.
Yeah, but so they'll be soon seeing the last lap board, and it's at this point they really need to be positioning their cars optimally, because in a slipstreaming affair like this, you don't want to be leading in the wrong place going into the final lap. Daniel Court is still with them, but he's looked the least racy of the quartet. By the way, it's Daniel Sibbons who's got the best lap of the race, so he's picking up the fastest lap bonus point, but outside the time that was set yesterday by Jonathan Lissetter in setting the lap record. So the last lap board's now going to go out as the first 4 cars go through. Ben Powney, though, I can see, is going off the road and pulling off the hairpin, so a really disappointing weekend for Ben Powney. He'd got up to 5th place, but his race is now over. Leaders then starting the last lap. There is Powney's car that's pulled off the circuit. Leaders through Clairvaux. That is Danny Andrew, I think, now that's up into 5th position. Eddie Moyer 6th, yesterday's 3rd place man. And then it is Martin Shelton and David Winter, not necessarily in that order. There is the leading group, though, Josh.
Yeah, and this is going to be an important move down towards Tower Bend as Jonathan Lissetter comes up the inside of David Mason. And they almost interlock wheels there. They just avoided it. And it is Lissetter who takes the lead. Mason second, third Sibbons. And Ben Powney's got moving again. We won't have a yellow flag into the hairpin on the last lap, which could be important. So it is green all the way to the end, and it's Jonathan Lissetter that leads through the S's. He defends towards Croft, where David Mason goes right round the outside. That would be a bold move. He decided against it in the end. They stay in the same order. There's 4 of them still there. Lissetter, Mason, Sibbons and Court, and there's the complex to go. And there's a couple of places yet to pass, and there may be a back marker in it as well.
The touch just won't quite catch Callum Barnes, but we'll have to wait and see. So they turn into the complex now. It's Lissetter from Mason, from Sibbons, from Court. They'll probably get the back marker on the exit of the corner. They're side by side for 2nd place. I don't think they're going to change. Daniel Court sticking his nose up the inside of Sibbons to get 3rd place, and he might just make that work. But for the victory, it's going to be Jonathan Lissetter, and he's over the line, and he takes the win in round 2 of the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. For a fantastic race that was. He got the victory with that move at Tower on the final lap to get it away from David Mason. Daniel Court getting 3rd place in car number 7 away from yesterday's winner Daniel Sibbons at the very final corner of the race, the hairpin. Danny Andrew 5th, Eddie Moyer 6th, David Winter 7th and Martin Shelton 8th. But we had 2 really good battles there, Josh, multiple car battles as well.
Yeah, that was thoroughly enjoyable, wasn't it? And a great win for Jonathan Lissetter. So David Mason just misses out on getting that win, which I think would have been his first, but we'll have to wait another day for that. But Daniel Court, a first podium, and you said just one top 6 finish last year, and yesterday he finished in 7th. So a real improvement there, and being right in the lead battle and grabbing a position at the final corner to get the podium. But Jonathan Lissetter here be delighted with that, and he certainly looks that way. And his first win and a 2nd place yesterday, so a great start to the season. Yeah, absolutely. And the marshals were waving to the drivers. They always do on a slowing down lap, but you sense that the marshals will have really enjoyed watching that race, because I know we did here in the commentary box. I'm sure you did as well. Let's have a look at the results, though. And it was a 10-lap race for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. Jonathan Lissetter it was that took the win by a quarter of a second in car 71 from number 43, David Mason. Daniel Court, number 7, took 3rd place ahead of Daniel Sibbons, number 56. Those 4 covered by only 9/10 of a second. A bit further back, number 27, Danny Andrew, the reigning champion, took 5th. Eddie Moyer took 6th in number 77. 7th place, number 35, David Winter, and 8th to Martin Shelton, number 99. We didn't really see much of anybody else, but 9th place was number 23, Samira Bidden. Rounding out the top 10 was the 188 car of Michael Jacobs. Peter Wood was 11th, Lewis Pentadone Smith 12th, Ben Powney shown 13th there, and Callum Barnes 14th, but a lap down. We lost Simon Court. In fact, Barnes just going ahead of Powney as he's just completed his race. Court and Jones there, non-finishers from that Yokohama Mazda 7 race. Great weekend for the Mazda 7s, really enjoyed the action they provided, and their next race is on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit on the 21st and 22nd of May, when they'll be sharing a grid
with the low cost. So that's one to look forward to.
Yeah, and I've just had a note that's obviously all the drivers very excited about that, and apparently Scott Mattel is going to be making his Mazda 7 racing debut at that event.
Right, well that's certainly something to look forward to. The next time there's a 750 Motor Club race meeting, but at Pembrey.
That'll be the next time we see them, won't it?
It will, won't it? So, but we look forward to Pembrey in June. Still more racing to come here at Croft this afternoon. Hot Hatches up next, followed by the second outings for the Classic Stock Hatch and the MX5 Cup, and we'll round out the day with the 90-minute race for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. So still plenty to come here at Croft this afternoon, and a reminder that next weekend 750 Motor Club racing, which is on Easter Monday at Donington Park, that's also going to be live streamed, so you can watch that on YouTube via the Alpha Live or the 750 Motor Club channels. So do make a note in your diary for next Monday. Let's head down to the pit lane now, and Chris Stevens has our top three.
For you, mate. Well, Jonathan Lister, second yesterday, first today. That was such an amazing battle for the lead there.
Yeah, that was the best race I've ever had, I think. Obviously in cars, but it was brilliant. So brilliant. I mean, I wasn't going to give up on that when I went down to third. I thought, no, this is my race. And it was brilliant, safe, clean racing with David and everyone else. So, I just loved it.
I mean, we saw 3 wide into Tower at one point. Brilliant racing in the complex as always. David was very quick out the hairpin as well. Where were you picking your moments?
Sort of a little bit of everywhere, really. I mean, we're pretty equally matched everywhere. It's just waiting to find the toe. I knew Dave didn't want going into the last lap being leading onto the back straight, because I could have gone past him here. But I was picking my points, really, just trying to be smooth and not scrubbing too much speed off in the car in the fast corners. So brilliant race.
Obviously, it was very close yesterday as well. What do you think made the difference today?
Just not mucking up the start, really. It was just driving a little bit better. But yeah, I've got to say thanks to Stuart and all the boys at TSR for a great car. So thanks.
Well, congratulations, fantastic win and a fantastic race. Let's go and talk to car number 43, David Mason. You were very quick out of that hairpin, and it almost looked like you might just pip towards the line.
The whole race, I could see where I was quicker and he was quicker, and I knew coming off there, I was a bit quicker than him, but yeah, I didn't want to be in first down there, and then the toe was massive, which we didn't think it was in qualifying and things like that, but in the race it really proved it. And yeah, luckily sort of me and John out, but there's a few times we were wheel to wheel out there. It was quite scary, but yeah, I think we both trusted each other, so it's good.
And you managed to make the outside of the first corner work as well, which we haven't seen so much of in the other championships this weekend.
I don't remember that. I can't remember it, but if I did, I did. I just wanted to try and get off the line without having any damage, because I don't want to get too much damage this year, and just try and get through it. But yeah, it's a good thing for Mazda. Everyone seems to be doing really well, and there's no damage, which is really good for the series, so it would grow and grow now.
And first podium of the season, should we expect more as the year progresses?
Well, this was only going to be my first. I was only going to do one round this year, but I might get a bit of the bug now, so we'll see.
All right, well, we hope to see you back. Congratulations on a fantastic race. Let's go and talk to Daniel Court, car number 7, another man, first podium of the season. How was that?
No, that was absolutely speechless in a way. I don't know, the car felt good, kept going there, gear stick snapped off halfway through and trying to struggle to keep it in gear and get it going, but no, just managed to keep on the backpack and just keep it there. So I'm speechless.
I mean, very close with Daniel at the end there as well, and as the winner of yesterday's race, you must have thought, oh, here he comes.
Yeah, well, I was behind him and I was just being patient with him, and literally that last corner I'd just seen a gap and I thought, no, I'm going straight into gear, managed to get on the inside of him and just keep it round the inside easy, and just managed to pull out and get the head on him and get across the finish line. So yeah.
Well, what made the difference today, do you think?
I think, well, I'm fairly new to this, so it's just more track time, seat time I'm getting, and thanks to everyone at TSR, Team Sellers Racing, for basically getting the car where it needs to be. I was a bit tail happy yesterday, and obviously we've done a few adjustments on it, and it was just stuck around the track, and it was just there. So yeah, it was great.
Well, congratulations, first podium of the season. Let's head back to you, Ian. It is the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship coming up next.
Yes, one of the biggest grids of the weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The race yesterday won by Philip Wright by half a second from Ryan Polly, with Chris McCloy in third position. This is how the grid for today's race lines up. It's based on that result. So Philip Wright 63 on the front row alongside number 36 Ryan Polly. Second row is 37 Chris McCloy and 31 Will Murphin. Third row 22 Tate Taverner and 44 Trevor Gregory, and so far so much Honda Civic. A change on row 4 though, we've got the 59 car of Daniel McKay, the Fiesta, and number 60 Stephen Langton. He's in another Civic though. Row 5 we've got 21 Jeff Connor in the Clio, and then the first of the Saxos in the Class B car for number 58 Paul Jarvis. On row 6 it's 525 David Knight and treble 7 Michael Dwayne, also Class B drivers. Callum Hoochin 24 and 7 Cameron Elder on the 7th row of the grid. David Drinkwater, the 3-time champion and Class C winner from yesterday, is in number 1 on the inside of row 8 alongside number 4 Stephen Harrison. Jamie Luthwaite 121 and Paul Durdle, yesterday's Class C winner up, are on row 9. 33 Sean Green and 69 Joe Bauer on the 10th row. 14 Jared Coulson and 47 Charlie Cole on row 11. Martin Paget in 20 and Wayne Shackelford 148 on row 12. On the 13th row it's Paul Warren in 98 and Harry Volkard, former World Touring Car Championship racer number 80 on row 13. Row 14 is 72 Chris Stone and 28 Lee Warren. 107 Stephen Watson and 34 Joe Ben on the 15th row of the grid. On row 16 it will be number 35 Robin Ben and 12 Warren Andrews. 5 Neil Frost on row 17 alongside 75 Jerry Frost, and then Daniel Hipkiss and Stuart Kennedy, 2 non-finishers from yesterday, 26 and 13 on the penultimate row of the grid, with Matthew Mandapira, who I don't think got beyond the first corner yesterday in the 177 car, due to line up on row 19 if he is there.
Don't think so.
So 1 or 2 cars missing then, by the sounds of it. But still an excellent field assembled, Josh. We had a great race yesterday for the hot hatches.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic, and Phil Wright, who won, was absolutely delighted, and his dad as well. They had lots of a trying weekend. They had a gearbox go on Friday. They had one brought up from home, which is a long way away. They fitted it on Friday night, finished it on Saturday morning. However, the first gear doesn't really work, so he made a slow start yesterday, but he worked his way through an absolutely amazing move into Barcroft to take the lead away from, at that point it was Chris McCloy, and then held on ahead of Ryan Polly. So Phil Wright is expecting not to lead at the start of this race because he'll have to start in second gear. That's what we had to do yesterday. So we expect him to sort of drop away at the start, but going on yesterday's performance, he should move forwards, and he was really quick yesterday as well, a 1 minute 33.5, which I think surprised him as well, talking to him last night. But I expect Ryan Polly and Chris McCloy will all be involved in a battle, won't they? Then you've got the classes. In Class B, that was a really tight finish, wasn't it? Paul Jarvis just beat David Knight and Michael Dwayne. That's a Citroen Saxo versus Honda Civic and Renault Clio, so 3 different types of car. And then in Class C, I think we can probably predict who might win that. David Drinkwater, he won by a decent margin yesterday, and I don't think we've got Harry Volkard. He looked like he was missing, as was Matthew Mandapira, but pretty much everybody else there, so it's a huge grid. Yeah, so that should mean 35 cars that we have. Honda Civics dominate in various shapes and sizes at the front of the field, but there's more variety the further you go back. So we've got Renaults, we've got Peugeots, Fords, got VW Polo as well, haven't we, this season as well. So plenty of variety all the way down the grids, and it's what makes Hot Hatch Championship racing really appealing. It's multi-class, of course, with the power to weight split for the different classes. Class A is for cars up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 175, and Class C up to 145. But we're regularly getting really big grids now for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. As we said, yesterday's class wins went to Paul Jarvis and David Drinkwater, both very experienced 750 Motor Club racers in their own right. Philip Wright got that record as well yesterday, 133.57, breaking the mark for that class that was set by Rodron Vella back in 2018, the Maltese racer. So big grid of cars. It's going to take them a while to come onto the grid. It's good to see Stuart Kennedy's car at the back, the Corrado. That was off in the very early stages of yesterday's race at the complex. So
He's going to be the last car, I think, that slots into position. And then, yes, we now get the green flag waved at the back. So 15 minutes of racing ahead of us. 5-second board is withdrawn. Revs starting to rise here at Croft for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, which is underway now. Good start from the outside of the front row by Ryan Polly. A better start from Phil Wright, as we expected. But where is Phil Wright going to be by the time they get down to Clairvaux is the question. Well, he has dropped back a little bit, hasn't he? So it's Ryan Polly leading, Chris McCloy in second. Oh, and there's contact there as one car rejoins, having been off over the gravel trap. I think everyone else is just about going to get through Clairvaux safely. It's a big old field, though.
David Drinkwater's lost a Class A lead, by the way. Paul Durdle made a really good start. I noticed there in his Saxo. Paul Jarvis has made an excellent start. He's in about 7th position overall. The Class B leader. Yeah, Drinkwater's way back from the lead of his class, so he's got some work to do. We'll keep an eye, though, on all of the class battles as well as the overall order, which has been headed by Ryan Polly. He's trying to get away early on from Chris McCloy, who is second. And then, Wayne Shackelford, he's off at Hawthorne into the chicane. Looks like he's clobbered the tyres as well, which is a shame for him. And it's Phil Wright third, 4th is Tate Taverner, 5th is Will Murphy. Trevor Gregory is there in 6th place, and the rest of the field flow their way through Barcroft.
And the safety car I can see is waiting on the circuit. So it looks like we are going to get a safety car. Yes, the safety car boards and flags are out. That's going to be to recover that Wayne Shackelford car that's gone off at Hawthorne. So hopefully that won't take too much doing.
Yesterday we had a safety car as well, so it's a bit of a shame for these hot hatch competitors.
Yeah, yellow flag's now waving all around the circuit, so everyone should be slowing down and no overtaking. That's what should happen.
This was difficult yesterday, wasn't it, as well, in this... Certainly Ryan Polly's got the message, but whether some drivers further back have is questionable.
There's a bit of locking up going on into the hairpin. We couldn't see that on camera, though, which may be just as well. But yes, they are trying to get in single file as they form up behind the safety car. Ryan Polly controlling the pace as they close steadily on the safety car, which is waiting for them pretty much at Clairvaux corner. But Polly driving around at a very cautious speed as they catch the safety car, which is just slowly accelerating away now. So we think it's just that one car that's off down there with Wayne Shackelford at Hawthorne in the Saxo. Don't often see cars go off there, actually.
It's a long way around, right at the end of the corner, isn't it, as you turn into the chicane.
Yeah.
So what caused that? It was sort of unknown, but it's a shame for Wayne Shackelford.
Yeah, absolutely right. So hopefully it won't be too long a safety car period. We'll just wait for the train of cars to go past. Then I'm sure the marshals and the recovery vehicle will be off into action, and we'll get a resumption of the racing. So 12 minutes still to go. We don't get any time added on, of course, in the 750 Motor Club races.
It's been a shame for the whole.
Was David Drinkwater. He was 20th at the end of lap 1 and 3 places behind Paul Durdle, who was leading Class C in his Saxo at that point in time.
Yeah, we had 34 cars get to the end of that lap, so it was just the one car that was missing and then the 2 non-starters. So whether there's any damaged cars in the pack that might have got caught up, we haven't seen. So yeah, there's those couple of cars between the two Class C leaders. So can Paul Durdle hang on in the Saxo? I think we might get another safety car lap yet, because recovery's still ongoing up there at the chicane area. They can see it on the screens now with just under 10 minutes left on the clock. So yeah, we're certainly going to get at least one more safety car lap. But there is Ryan Polly, the leader, multiple 750 Motor Club champion, isn't he, from Stock Hatch and from Clio's, before moving into this hot hatch Civic, which he had a few issues with last year, but it's going much better here at Croft. Missed out on the win yesterday, but leads here. And then in second place is Chris McCloy in the 90s Civic, isn't it? The older car, the EK. Great to have these two different shapes of Civic at the front this year, because last year it was really all the EP3, wasn't it, at the front. But the older cars seem to be a contender this year, which is excellent news, to have two different type of car battling it out. And we'll see if we get more contenders in as the year goes on.
Yeah, good to see Chris McCloy out there. This was a self-built car. Had his first race at Mallory Park in 2020. Started his motorsport journey doing track days in Northern Ireland. His home, based in Gateshead these days, so this is his home circuit. It's 1994 Honda Civic with a 2.3 litre engine aboard it these days. There's the Ford car you can see going through shot as well, and the Corrado for Stuart Kennedy. He made up a few places on the opening lap by the looks of it as well after that off yesterday. I can see that the car's been cleared now, I think, hasn't it, from Hawthorns, and the recovery vehicle has pulled off into the old pit lane area at Croft. So hopefully the safety car can just increase its pace a little bit to get back round as soon as possible and get as much racing in this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race. Ryan Polly won't mind sitting behind the safety car, I don't suppose, out there in the lead of the race. It means there's less time for Chris McCloy and Phil Wright in particular to attack him.
Just saw a shot there of the Jeff Connor Renault Clio, which is a Clio Cup car built by Renault back in 2011. Kind of hard to think that was a decade ago now, that era of Clio Cup racing. But great to have that type of car here, and it'd be good to see that sort of car, because there must be loads of them. It'd be great to see some more out in the Hot Hatch Championship.
Still first of the non-Hondas is Daniel McKay in 8th place, who is 37 years of age from Kensal, a Ford technician. And he's in this Ford Fiesta RMS 1600 from 1993 with a Z-Tech engine in. It was originally a car that was started by Craig Dawson, but Daniel stripped it down and started it again in 2009. It made his debut in 11, originally as a 1600 Z-Tech engined car. Daniel did Hot Hatch from 2004 to 2006, Northern Sports and Saloons. Between 2009, he was the 2018 Class D champion. He's done Hot Hatch, Blue Oval Saloons as well. He was the 21 Class E champion in Blue Oval Saloons. Right, safety car has accelerated, and the cars are therefore going to get restarted with about 6¼ minutes to go by the time they get to the line. So it's Ryan Polly leading. He will control the pace as the safety car pulls into the pit lane. So it's going to be Polly leading, McCloy second, Wright third, Tate Taverner fourth, Will Murphy in fifth, and Trevor Gregory, long-time supporter of the 750 Motor Club, in sixth position as they head down to Clervaux Corner, Josh, for the first time.
Good restart by Chris McCloy to be right on the rear bumper of Ryan Polly. Not such a good restart from Phil Wright. He's got a few car lengths further back. There is that Fiesta that you mentioned of Daniel McKay. And he's right. Oh, there's car that's locked up and almost gone straight. Well, David Drinkwater's also going. There's lots of cars locking up and going sideways at Clervaux. Is that cold tyres or is there something on the road? Everyone's saved it, but there was a couple of cars that looked like going off, including David Drinkwater and Tate Taverner now has a moment over the bumps down Hinter Tower. So it's quite a lively restart. The safety car was going quite slowly, wasn't it? So perhaps the tyre temperature has sort of faded. There's Paul Jarvis, the Class B leader. Stephen Langton Civic's in trouble. That car's indicating to the right. later, although now it seems to kind of be going back up to speed. But for second, Phil Wright has now caught Chris McCloy. Was a full second behind at the beginning of the restart, but that's disappeared. And Ryan Polly, leader, runs very wide. Seems he stayed on the track there. We'll see as they come out of Sunny. Yes, he has, but it's a reduced margin, I think, from first to second. And he looks up again then into the complex, and Chris McCloy tries to come up the inside of him, can't manage it. But the top three absolutely together. And again, Polly's taking some strange lines, really, but he is still in front.
He is, and look, McCloy has another look down the inside into the hairpin. The two of them are overlapping here. Can McCloy get it done on the exit? Polly accelerates away more speedily, but McCloy sticks into the toe straight away. 4.5 minutes to go. Wright in third, Taverner fourth, Murphy in fifth, Gregory sixth. A gap back then to Dan McKay, who's seventh. Jeff Connor eighth. Paul Jarvis, the Class B leader, ninth. Now ahead of Paul Duane, but for the lead, they're right together at Clervaux Corner. And Phil Wright right with them as well in third place. So we're going to have an exciting conclusion to this PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship race. David Drinkwater is losing positions to more powerful cars from more powerful classes, but nevertheless, I think David Drinkwater not having one of his stronger weekends, and Chris McCloy's off the circuit, coming out of the chicane. He's lost a lot of time there. He's lost second position. He's down to sixth now because Trevor Gregory's gone past him, and Tate Taverner right with Phil Wright now for second place. But this has given a big lead to Ryan Polly as number 6 Stephen Langton has come in. The Yoo-Hoo car has come unstuck.
There's damage to the front of Phil Wright's car. I think McCloy slowed out the chicane for whatever reason, and Phil Wright couldn't avoid running into the back of him, and therefore there was damage to Wright. Polly's got a big lead, and Tate Taverner almost got second place down there at Tower Corner. There's Will Murphy, who is now in fourth, and he has Trevor Gregory behind as they turn out of Sunny. But yeah, Polly's got a big lead now over Phil Wright, who's pulled away again from Tate Taverner. So I think it's every minor damage. He's lost his headlight cover, has Phil Wright. There's the Fiesta versus the Clio, Daniel McKay versus Jeff Connor, and then it's Paul Jarvis who was through next, the Class B leader, just ahead of Michael Duane. Here are some of the Class C cars, Paul Warren and Martin Paget involved there, but it's Paul Durdle that led at the end of the last lap by 4.5 seconds from David Drinkwater. There's Drinkwater into the complex, trying to bring that gap down.
Yeah, he's just behind the 1-2-1 car, isn't he? Which is that of Jamie Luthwaite. So he's got a car from Class A between himself and Paul Durdle. Probably won't help his cause. There's a slippery surface flag, I think, showing at the chicane now. So whether that's was cause or effect for Chris McCloy going off, not quite sure. But
yeah, so he's still going, isn't he? Because he's in fifth. So or sixth, whatever it is. Yeah, sixth.
Sixth, yeah.
So it wasn't a problem that lasted very long. But a problem that is lasting longer, I'm afraid, is for Stephen Langton, who's been in the pits.
Yeah, heading back out, though, I think, by the looks of it. Yeah, he's going to go back out into the race.
Okay. There is Jeff Connor. We mentioned his Clio earlier, just behind Daniel McKay in that Ford Fiesta you mentioned earlier. He did the original Hot Hats Championship, so good to see that car back racing a couple of decades on. Here's Trevor Gregory. He has a big twitch through Barcroft. He saves it. Just about. Brakes a bit late into Sunny because of it, but the car's still on the road, importantly, and it's still actually in fifth place, still ahead of Chris McCloy, who had that problem a lap ago. We've got, what, one more lap at the end of this? Possibly two. And the top two are together. Phil Wright has caught Ryan Polly, which is impressive. He is certainly the quickest driver here this weekend, Phil Wright. And despite that issue a couple of laps ago or so, he's back with Polly as they got, one lap to go.
Yeah, last lap board's going out, so it is Polly against Wright for the victory on this final lap of the race. The Tate Taverner's a bit too far back now to get involved in this, you would think. Down towards Clervaux then for the final time in this race. The blue and pink car of Polly, the black and yellow car of Wright. Then Wright gets a better run through Hawthorne. He was almost overlapping Polly there at the exit. Through the chicane they go, which is a very fast chicane, and onto the back straight. The left-hand kink in it as they head then towards the braking area for the right-hander at Tower Corner. Over that little crest they go. Turning through the right-hander now. It's still Polly from Wright. And further back, McCloy trying to get fifth place away from Trevor Gregory, but he can't quite make that work. The leaders at Jim Clark S's then. Ryan Polly, can he hold on?
Well, Phil Wright's gone even faster than he did yesterday in the previous lap, but he's still got the move to make, which probably the lead is much more important to him, but it is Polly in front. There's going to be lap traffic, I think, into the complex on this final run through. So it's the Mac Tools liveried car of Ryan Polly that does lead, and they should actually pass the 206 without issue. So Polly looks good here if he can hang on round the final couple of bends, Ian.
Yeah, still all to play for. Wright looking to get into the hairpin ahead of Polly, but he couldn't make it work, so it's all going to be about the run to the line. I think Polly's probably going to get it done. Some back marker Lapri going on for the 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle, but checker flag goes out, and Ryan Polly it is that gets the victory today in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship from Phil Wright in 2nd, Tate Taverner 3rd, Will Murphy and Trevor Gregory and Chris McCloy round out the top 6. It's going to be Paul Jarvis winning Class B. What about Class C?
They're nose to tail into the complex. David Drinkwater has caught Paul Durdle. He's only got one corner to come to get past. We've got that on our pictures now. So Drinkwater there in 2nd, the multiple champion. Paul Durdle hasn't won one of these races yet in the TBR Racing. Citroen Saxo turns his way through and he gets clobbered by David Drinkwater, which I don't think was intentional, but it is going to be Paul Durdle that hangs on and he wins for the first time in Class C.
He does. David Drinkwater will get 2nd in Class C. A couple from one of the other classes, I think, split them in the end.
And for 3rd, it's almost a dead heat. Martin Paget hangs on, I think. They're just ahead of Paul Warren, yeah, by just less than half a temp. So that was all pretty frantic stuff on that shortened restart. And yeah, David Drinkwater there, I noticed, went a couple of seconds quicker than yesterday, which was impressive in his Class C winning car, but it wasn't enough to take the Class win today.
No, it certainly wasn't. So yesterday, of course, it was Wright from Polly. Today, Polly from Wright. So they'll be pretty much even Stevens in the championship.
It's the only person to win twice was Paul Jarvis, wasn't the champion? I think of the first year we had Hot Hatch back in 2017, something like that. Paul Jarvis, the champion, when he was in Class C. He's moved up to Class B now in this VTS Citroen Saxo.
Yeah, let's have a look at the results from that race, though. The second race of the weekend for the Hot Hatches. It was Paul Jarvis that won, by the way, in 2017. Ryan Polly, though, took the win with a 10th of a second advantage over Phil Wright, so 36 from 63. In 3rd place and completing an all-tie par podium, it was number 22, Tate Taverner. 4th to number 31, Will Murphy. 5th to number 44, Trevor Gregory. 6th to number 37, Chris McCloy. 7th to number 21, Jeff Connor. 8th was number 59, Dan McKay. Paul Jarvis winning Class B, 9th overall, 58. And 10th, treble 7, Mick Dwayne, 2nd in Class B. Then looking a bit further back, David Knight was 3rd in Class B, in 13th place overall. In 17th place overall was number 124, Paul Durdle, winning Class C, with David Drinkwater 2nd in that class, number 1. And in 20th overall, the 3rd place man in that class, Martin Paget, number 20. Further back, we can see, scrolling through, some of the drivers that didn't get to the end yesterday, including Stuart Kennedy and the VW Corrado. He made it home in 27th position. The Polo was there in 30th. Good to see that out on track. And then the remaining drivers, not all of whom made it to the end, I don't think. Callum Houch, I think, a non-finisher, as was Daniel Hipkiss and Stephen Langton. So that was the Hot Hats Championship. That will be back at Silverstone just 3 weeks from now on the national circuit for their 2nd event of the season. 3 races left to come here this afternoon at Croft, though. Coming up next, more hatchback action. It's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, their 2nd race of the day. We've then got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, also their 2nd race of the day, and we'll round off proceedings with the Gazshocks 116 Trophy, the 90-minute race, which will conclude this weekend's racing here at Croft Circuit. A reminder that we're back here at Croft on the 28th and 29th of May, and there's a full programme of events at Croft throughout the season. Another big event here at Croft is the Nostalgia event with some HSCC races. That's on the 3rd and 4th of September. Check out the details on the website. In the meantime, though, let's head down to the pit lane and Chris Stevens.
Ryan Polly, winner of race 2 of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Ryan, returning the favour of Phil from yesterday.
Yeah, I couldn't let him win both, could I? No, it was good. For once in all the years I've been racing, I actually managed to make the start, and yeah, just had to try and finish from there.
Of course, it's your 2nd year in this championship. You've started off strongly. How do you think you're going to go from here?
Hopefully I'll carry on the same way we are at the moment, but no, who knows what will happen. as long as we keep finishing, it'll be all right.
Well, we look forward to seeing many more battles between you and Phil later on throughout the season. Congratulations on a fantastic win. Let's go and talk to our Class B leader, Paul Jarvis, in car number 58. Paul, that looked a little bit more straightforward for you compared to yesterday.
Yeah, I never really got into a good rhythm yesterday. It was such a weird race, but I think yesterday as well, it was difficult with the Class A cars that were sort of backing us up. But this one had a clear run at it, great weather, the car felt great. So yeah, sort of put in the lap times that I was more expecting.
2 from 2. I mean, this sounds like you're mounting a championship challenge here.
Who knows? I don't know if I can afford to do all the races.
All right, well, we hope to see you out at plenty of the following races. Congratulations, perfect weekend for you. A different winner in Class C this time, Paul Drydle. How was that? It looked very close between you and David Drinkwater at the end.
It was towards the end, wasn't it? Yeah. I had to work very hard for that, believe me. I came here today thinking I was going to come second to last, not towards front end. So just, yeah, it was hard work. He was. I hope
you've got your camera footage, pal.
Yeah. He had me out on first corner. And yeah, he sort of and I bought spun tyres up on last corner, and he sort of hit me at back. But yeah, I had to work for it, but it was good. Enjoyed it.
Well, yeah, it might not be in the best of moods at the moment, but you're the victor here.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, yeah, fair and square, 100%.
All right, well, congratulations. Great race for you. Ian, let's go back to you, because coming up next, it is the second race for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
Yeah, we'll have the cars out on circuit shortly for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship for their second race of the day. We already saw them out earlier on, where the honour of the road winner was number 32, Pip Hammond, from 46, Chris Deere, and 8, Pete Morgan. We're still waiting the official classified results to be published from that one, though. Martin Rogers, it was, that took 4th in number 39. 5th was 73, Jason Watkinson, and 6th was number 40, Paul Thorpe. But we'll hopefully shortly be able to bring you the grid for the second race. This was determined by the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. So once again, it's number 87, Stuart Place, on pole position, but of course he didn't have a finish in the first race, so we'll see if he's there alongside number 32, Pip Hammond. Second row on the inside is number 8, Pete Morgan, and 46, Chris Deere next to him. Third row is 88, Martin Caser, and number 12, James Hazelhurst. On the fourth row, it's 89, Titch Calsall, and 73, Jason Watkinson. Row 5 is 39, Martin Rogers, and 92, Rick Groom. Paul Thorpe, 40, and Darren Bassingthwaite, number 18, are on the sixth row. On row 7, it's going to be 41, Jason Wood in the Nova, 33, Ryan Clark in the Peugeot. Pete Osgerby in number 58 on the inside of row 8. Paul Brock, 26, is next to him. Then it's Robert Campbell, 47, and Finn Groom, number 90. And 14, David Sheekey, and 62, Alan Julie on the 10th row. We should also have, I think, Ben Bateman in his number 93 Nova starting at the back. But Josh, it looks like we don't have our pole position driver.
No Stuart Place heading to the grid. That's a real problems first weekend. It started so well with that double pole position and was going all right in the race until obviously whatever problem struck. Not sure what the problems were for Stuart Place, but he is a non-runner. In that earlier race we saw Chris Deere really quick, didn't we, towards the end of it, and more problems I think on this. Okay, there were problems on the back straight. I think they've sorted themselves out on this lap to the grid. But yeah, I was saying Chris Deere was really quick at the end of that first race and got close to Pip Hammond but couldn't get past him. And then he had a problem on the slowing down lap, did Chris Deere, but good to see that he has got out after that. So we've only lost, I think, the pole sitter. And therefore Pip Hammond will be alone on the front row of the grid, looking for a double win, but he knows there's going to be pressure coming from behind. We saw impressive performance from James Hazelhurst in that earlier race, because we saw him really drop to the back at the start, and he worked his way back up the order to 9th position and was one of the quickest drivers on the circuit, quicker than race winner Pip Hammond actually, I think, at the end. So could he become a contender? Well, the next 15 minutes or so we should have those answers.
Should do indeed. It's going to be a 15-minute race, as you say, Josh. And these cars from the 1980s and early 1990s, of course. Great mixture of manufacturers. Ford, Vauxhall, Peugeot, all producing cars on a great mixed grid. And the cars, fantastic liveries as well. Some real beauties out there. It should be a good race. So Pip Hammond it was that won round 1 from Chris Deere and Pete Morgan. 3 different manufacturers there for on the podium. Will we see a repeat in race number 2? Red lights are already on. And the race gets underway now. So Pip Hammond, good start. Of course, Pete Morgan had that empty piece of track ahead of him. Has he been able to take advantage of that? I think he might have done, you know, because it looks like he's alongside Pip Hammond as they head down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. So it's Morgan on the inside, Hammond on the outside, and Hammond's very out of shape. He gets it pointing back in the right direction, though, but he's lost a few car lengths to Pete Morgan because of that. He's still ahead of Chris Deere for the moment at least. The rest of the cars all filter their way through and will head towards the chicane and on to the back straight. So it's Morgan leading, Hammond in second. Third place, it looks like it is Chris Deere. Martin Kayser is fourth, Jason Watkinson fifth, Martin Rogers sixth as they head down towards Tower.
Yeah, Pip Hammond did really well to save that, didn't he? Because he was very sideways. Paul Thorpe there on the inside of Richard Kelsall. We've got Jason Wood in here. He's got the car alongside him. It's 18, which is Darren Bassingthwaite. And then the rest of the field come through. But it is Pete Morgan, the leader in the XR2, with Pip Hammond's Nova and Chris Deere's 205. And Martin Kayser going with them at the start of this one. And then a big gap behind James Hazelhurst to Ryan Clark that leads the rest of the pack in towards Sunny Corner.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Ben Bateman making up good ground there as well in this opening half a lap. He did that in the first race and then didn't really make much more progress beyond that, so we'll see if he can continue to improve this time around. So it's Pete Morgan leading, number 8, 32 Pip Hammond second. Chris Deere is in third place in that number 46 car. There you can see James Hazelhurst in the Peugeot 205. He's late on the brakes for the hairpin. He makes a move though up on the inside of number 89, Titch Kelsall, and tucks in behind Paul Thorpe as they come through to complete lap 1. Kelsall, you can see, trying to fight back on Hazelhurst as they head along the start and finish straight towards Clervaux Corner. Those two alongside one another, but here we are, second and third, just behind Pete Morgan. Martin Kayser going with them as well a bit here, and Jason Watkinson as well. So certainly so far, Kayser having a better race in his second race than he did in race 1. Not such a good race for Rick Groom though, for Finn Groom that was in fact, and the other car that entered with the gravel was that Brock, or Robert Campbell, wasn't it? I think the 47 car from 17th place.
Well, it might have been Peter Oscarby's Nova. It looks Nova shaped,
does a bit.
Oh, yes, it is. It's Oscarby
yeah,
in the end,
yes.
who was a couple of places further back. So we're going to have a local yellow, I think, down there. Meanwhile, for second, I can see out the window. Meanwhile, Ben Bateman and Jason Wood go side by side, almost leaning on one another. They just about avoided it. But for second, Chris Deere had a good run on Pip Hammond, and he couldn't get through. So it is Morgan, Hammond, Deere and Kayser, like we were saying. He's going with the top 3 this time as they turn their way through Sunny, and Kayser in the Martini liveried XR2i all over the back of Chris Deere, but it is Pete Morgan that continues to lead, and Kayser now up the inside but decides against it. Jason Watkinson not far back in P5, then Martin Rogers is in 6th, and behind them side by side for 7th as Paul Thorpe has James Hazelhurst trying to come round the outside, but we'll have yellow flags probably still on this lap.
Yes, we do. They're in place from the exit of the hairpin all the way down the straight, so it's until they've got in now. In fact, they've got in now, but the drivers won't see a green flag therefore, which is always a confusing situation. So it is still Pete Morgan leading, with Pip Hammond second, Chris Deere in third position as they head into Clervaux Corner. That instant having been cleared very quickly by the snatch vehicle. Good work by the crew down there. Martin Kayser going well here in 4th position. Here we can see a bit further back the battle between Ryan Clark, number 33, and Rick Groom, number 92. So this is for 11th and 12th positions to tribute Peugeot World Rally Championship livery from Ryan Clark. From Reigate.
He's dropped behind Darren Bassingthwaighte, who's having his best race in Classic Stock Catch inside the top 10. Going well. Rick Groom's going to lose a place here to Jason Wood, I think, who's had engine problems this weekend. And a lot of work to get him out in that PDC Vauxhall Nova, and he does go around the outside into Tower to get ahead of Rick Groom. Then it's Ben Bateman there, it's Paul Brook in his Fiesta XR2i. Rick Groom's car's still a bit smoky, isn't it? It was in the earlier race. Here's Paul Thorpe being chased still by James Hazelhurst, so he couldn't get past Thorpe. And that's XR2 then, turns its way round Sunny, and now the run towards the complex where the leaders are still in that same order. And Paul Thorpe again under pressure from Hazelhurst. He's going to come round the outside into the complex. Can't make it. There's Kaiser, he's still fourth and still in a lead train. If anything, is Pete Morgan starting to pull away up front here?
I think he might be a little bit over Pip Hammond and Chris Deere. The gap was 3/4 of a second. It's over a second now, I would suggest, as they come up the line to complete lap number 3 of this race. It's still Hammond from Deere, from Kaiser and Watkinson. Here's the battle for second place. Pip Hammond in that car that he bought in 2013, 34-year-old who started racing 14 years ago now. Heading onto the backstretch, watching the rest of the field going through, and that's Ryan Clark, who's exiting stage right there. He's got back onto the circuit by the looks of things without too much more drama. He'll have lost a little bit of time because of that, I suggest.
Yeah, so Jason Wood, Rick Groom, Ben Bateman, and Paul Brook trying to get ahead of him, but he saved what was quite a Larry moment there. I wonder if Pip Hammond's issue here is the success ballast that is in Classic Stock Catch. With that bit of extra weight harming his performance, because Pete Morgan is getting away. Actually, Pete Morgan is going faster than anyone did in the earlier race. So perhaps he's found a bit of setup work. He's gone a full second faster, 1 minute 41.78 than he did earlier, and he's gone a few hundredths faster than what the lap record is. So Pete Morgan pulling away up front. Meanwhile, battles continue further back. Ben Bateman in 93, 26 Paul Brook. Meanwhile, for second, Pip Hammond is under pressure here from Chris Deere as they turn their way through. Actually, Pip Hammond is lapping quicker than he did in the earlier race. It's just that Pete Morgan is going faster than that.
Yeah. So round the hairpin they come to complete the 4th lap. Pete Morgan about a second and a half ahead now of Pip Hammond, who's got Chris Deere right behind him, and Chris Deere is sort of trying to pull out of the slipstream now as they head towards Clervaux Corner this time, but Hammond's going to make him go around the outside if he's going to go anywhere at all, which isn't going to work, I don't think. So through Clervaux, it's Hammond 32, Cape Deere 46. Kaiser's dropped off those two a little bit now, and he's come under more pressure really from Jason Watkinson. There's James Hazelhurst and Paul Thorpe, who had a top 6 finish in his first race back out earlier on this afternoon.
Pete Morgan's gone even faster, 1 minute 41.71. Here for second is Chris Deere going to challenge Pip Hammond up into Tower halfway through the race. This is lap 5 of what should be 9, and it's the same order still. It's Pip Hammond ahead of Chris Deere. Behind, Jason Watkinson's caught Martin Kaiser, and Watkinson is actually lapping quicker than Pip Hammond in second place, which is impressive stuff. So here through the S's then, still Hammond in second. He's a couple of seconds behind the leader now, but his attention's all behind from Chris Deere. It sort of has ended the earlier race for these two, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. So 7 minutes left to go. Leaders up there at Sunny on the way back out to the complex already. Top 6 you can see there on screen now. James Hazelhurst and Paul Thorpe screened shot at the back, 7th and 8th. Hammond having to work really hard here to keep the former Metro champion at bay. It looks like Deere's going to have a go into the hairpin. Is he going to get through ahead of Pip Hammond on the inside line? Mirror to mirror. And they're still side by side on the exit of the corner, so it's about who's got the best acceleration. It looks like it's initially Pip Hammond, but Chris Deere is going to try and go alongside again. Pip Hammond knows how to defend, though. It won't be easy for Chris Deere to get through both of these very experienced racers now. And it's Hammond that holds on to second place for the moment.
Behind, Jason Watkinson got past Martin Kaiser into 4th position now. So Watkinson, who had a best result of 5th place in the earlier race, is now up to 4th. But for second, it's nose to tail between Pip Hammond and Chris Deere, who looked like had a better run out of the chicane, but not able to get alongside Pip Hammond, which make it difficult to get past by the time they get to Tower. And behind you can see the Repsol liveried car of Jason Watkinson, now in 4th place ahead of Martin Kayser, and then Martin Rogers there as a spin we've had at, up at Hawthorne, I think that is, for Paul Brock, who bounces back onto the track.
He was in 15th position. Second and third on screen at the moment though. Pip Hammond and Chris Deere, 32 and 46, still chasing after number 8. Pete Morgan though. There's Jason Watkinson then in that Repsol liveried car, as Josh mentioned, now up into 4th position. Car 73 ahead of Martin Kayser, who came here to watch the rallycross, the Group B rally cars as a youngster. Oh, and Deere's off the road. Chris Deere is off the road. Is that a problem? I think it might have just been a mistake, because he looks like he's back up to speed now. So Chris Deere, who was challenging Pip Hammond for 2nd position, has now dropped down to 6th. So Pip Hammond now really out on his own. Chris Deere, yep, looks like he's back up to speed, although is he going to head into the pit lane? We'll see when they come through this time. But Pete Morgan now with a decent lead over Pip Hammond, who'll be fully focused now on catching the race leader, one would think. Chris Deere hasn't gone into the pit lane.
And Martin Kayser slow across the line means he's under pressure from Martin Rogers, towards his now 4th position as they head up towards Clairvaux. Can Rogers get round the outside? He's already there. He's into 4th then in the Peugeot. But now onto the podium, Jason Watkinson up to 3rd place. And Pip Hammond, by the way, on that previous lap was 7/10 quicker than the leader. So immediately going quicker, 1.6 seconds is the gap, 1st to 2nd, then Watkinson 3rd, 4th now Rogers. 5th is Kayser. Chris Deere's lost another place now to James Hazelhurst, so it kind of makes you wonder if it is an issue. And he had that problem after the race earlier, so it doesn't not all seem to be well there for Chris Deere. There's Martin Kayser then, who's lost a couple of places on the last couple of laps to 2 relatively newcomers to the category, Jason Watkinson and Martin Rogers.
Is that Chris Deere going slowly again in the background? I think it was. So Chris Deere, I think, is in strife and looks like he's going to be out of the race. So here's Martin Rogers ahead now of Martin Kayser. This is for 4th and 5th positions. Into Sunny they go. Jason Watkinson in a podium position, just up ahead of them now. And 6th, I think, now will be James Hazelhurst. After the demise of Chris Deere. Yes, it is, and he's got away from Paul Thorpe now, who's there in 7th place. Here's the fight for 3rd, though, and it is a fight. Jason Watkinson with Martin Rogers behind him. Martin Rogers makes a bit of a mistake there. Thought Martin Kayser might make an attempt to get through. The Coventry-based driver, whose son James comes along to support and help prepare the car for most of the races.
Not sure Martin Rogers has had a podium before, has he? Memory, so both him and Watkinson looking for their first podiums. That's why we saw him challenging so hard. But it's 2 laps to go. Pete Morgan upped his pace on the last lap, so 1.9 seconds a gap. Martin Kayser's been given a penalty for track limits infringement. We haven't seen them all day, and now we've seen a couple all weekend. Now we've seen a couple this afternoon. Martin Kayser, a 5-second penalty we're being notified of for exceeding track limits.
And at the moment that would drop him to 7th behind James Hazelhurst, who's right behind him on track, and Paul Thorpe as well. So there's Jason Watkinson in 3rd, Martin Rogers in 4th. That's not Chris Deere coming into the pit lane, that's Robert Campbell in the identically liveried car, but both of those cars in strife, it would seem.
Yeah, so both cars out the same awning with some kind of issue, but Chris Deere trying to get his car home, trying to get points, which could be important as the year goes on. Now, this lap, Watkinson's got away, I think, from Rogers. But Martin Kayser's been caught by Hazelhurst, as you were mentioning. He was close behind. This is lap 8, the penultimate lap of the race. That's the Peugeot 205, and James Hazelhurst is right on terms with Martin Kayser as they turn their way through Sunny. But it is Kayser still ahead. The lead into the complex gap similar, I think, between Pete Morgan and Pip Hammond. But that battle continues there between Martin Kayser and James Hazelhurst through the final complex, by far the slowest part of the track for the final section. And they stay in the same order for now. And again, Martin Rogers is back with Jason Watkinson. Although that gap looked like it had gone up, it's come back down again with 1 lap to go.
Yeah, last lap's board has been shown. Pete Morgan leading by 2 seconds exactly as they go on to the final lap from Pip Hammond, who in turn is 4 seconds or so clear of Jason Watkinson. The gap between Watkinson And Rogers, though, is only about 0.4 of a second. It looks like it's less than that now. We're watching the battle a little bit further back, which is Hazelhurst and Kaiser. Kaiser ahead on the road, but he's got this 5-second penalty. And those are the cars that are closest together here. But here's Watkinson, the third-place driver, and Rogers. There's about 6 or 7 car lengths between those two. So it's a bit closer behind for 5th on the road, with Hazelhurst challenging Kaiser, but of course Kaiser has that penalty. He's gone out wide anyway, so Hazelhurst gets through. Possibly Kaiser was aware he had that penalty, so there was not much point trying to defend from James Hazelhurst there.
But it's Pete Morgan out front by a couple of seconds. He finished 3rd in the earlier race, and he's dominated his race a little bit, hasn't he? Because he's pulled away from Pip Hammond. A good start, that's what got him in front. Getting past Pip Hammond might have been rather more difficult, but that he was in front, so he was able to make this gap from Pip Hammond. And then for 3rd, it's still Watkinson ahead of Rogers, but that might be a battle to get sorted out in the final couple of bends.
Yeah, so Pete Morgan heading towards the checkered flag, very experienced racer, done some historic mini racing as well. 3rd and 4th, though, still together. Watkinson and Rogers heading down to the hairpin for the final time, so this is probably the final opportunity for Rogers, who sends one up the inside. He's done it, he's gone through, but I think he's going to run wide on the exit of the corner. Yes, he's all over the grass, so he's not even going to get inside the top 6, I don't think. But the win goes to Pete Morgan from Pip Hammond in 2nd place. There's Rogers rejoining the circuit, and he might, just on corrected times, be ahead of Martin Kaiser in 6th position, that would be. So Morgan, the winner in number 8, 32 Pip Hammond in 2nd, and Jason Watkinson, number 73, in 3rd place. James Hazelhurst, therefore, getting 4th on the final lap after that exuberant bid for a podium from Martin Rogers. Kaiser 5th, Rogers is 6th across the line, so I think it will be Rogers 5th in the classification. Paul Thorpe 7th, Titch Kelsall, Chris Deere, and Darren Bassingthwaite completing the top 10. An exciting finish there, Josh.
Yes, I think Martin Rogers wants to be thankful that Jason Watkinson saw him coming, because there would have been quite a lot of contact, I think, without him turning out of the corner. But congratulations to Jason Watkinson. It's a really strong performance from him for this first weekend of the year. A big improvement from last year. And to be right at the front, right on leading pace, only 0.4 of a second off the fastest lap of the race. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that, and on the podium too. But Pete Morgan, he'd be pleased too, won't he, with that race win. Pip Hammond on the podium again as well. But sort of the two, what might be the championship contenders we thought about coming here. The two drivers that finished 2nd, 3rd championship last season. Well, Chris Deere did finish, but he had problems, and DNF and DN did not start for Stuart Place. It's not the way to start the year.
Certainly not. Let's have a look at the results. Those that did finish then. Pete Morgan it was that took the win. In that 9-lap race, he was 2.12 seconds in the end ahead of Pip Hammond, so 8 from 32. Jason Watkinson, number 73, took 3rd, his first podium. 4th, number 12, James Hazelhurst. Once the times are corrected, we'll see it to be number 88, Martin Kaiser, dropping to 6th behind number 39, Martin Rogers, with that track limits penalty. In 7th place, number 40, Paul Thorpe, so a 6th and a 7th for him on his return. 8th was number 89, Titch Kelsall. Chris Deere hung on for 9th place in 46, and Darren Bassingthwaite rounded out the top 10 in number 18. Further back, Jason Wood, Rick Green, Ben Bateman up to 13 this time. The Ryan Clark car, after a couple of moments, took 14th, and Paul Prock 15th. Finn Groom 19th on the screen there, but he wasn't in fact classified after that incident with Pete Osgoby at the start of lap 2. And the Classic Stock Hatch contenders are back out in action in 3 weeks' time at Silverstone on the national circuit. 2 more races to come this afternoon here at Croft. We've got sports car racing up next, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the last of the sprint races that we'll have today, and then it's going to be the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, which is our 90-minute endurance race to round out this weekend's action here at Croft Circuit. And we've had some excellent racing so far, and I'm sure that theme will continue into the final couple of races as well. Weather a bit like yesterday, it's clouded over after a bright start to the day at Croft, but we've not had any of the rain, touch wood, that we had yesterday afternoon that spiced up a few of the races during the course of the afternoon. So the cars making their way into Parc Fermé for the post-race checks. The Leaders have stopped down in the pit lane to speak to Chris Stephens.
I'm here with our race winner, Pete Morgan. Pete, we don't see performances like this in the Classic Stock Catch Championship. You dominated that one.
I've been out of it for 2 years. My lad's been riding the car last year. Ryan won it last year. So I've somewhat got to go one better than what he did. So just get on with it, really. Yeah. So, as I say, I've been sitting out of it for the last 2 years. So thought I'd come back and give it a go, really.
Well, clearly it's a very fast car and it runs in the family as well.
Yeah, it's not too bad, to be honest with you. It just has a few niggling problems, but we can normally sort them out in a day. Had problems in the first one with the wheels coming loose and coming off, so we've sorted that out, and obviously that's the outcome of it all.
Obviously your son's the reigning champion, so can we expect a title challenge from you now?
I'll give it a good shot, yeah, because he's away doing racing elsewhere now, so he's got a few historic drives this year, and he's doing a lot of karting, so that's it, really.
All right, well, congratulations, a fantastic performance there. Let's go and talk to the man who was in second place, number 32, Pip Hammond, obviously our race winner from earlier today as well. Pip, that was a really great battle you had with Chris Deere in the early stages of that race.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him. He just seemed to vanish in the mirrors at some point, but they just didn't have an answer for Pete. He got the lead straight off the start, and me and Chris tripped each other up, and I thought when he was gone I might have something for him, and I think he was just the same distance away from me for the rest of the race, which is a shame for me, probably not so much for him.
And obviously in race one you had a great battle with Stuart Place as well. You went on to win. Just talk us through that race.
Well, I mean that one was it was very close. I mean Stuart put up a really good fight, and I don't know quite what went wrong with the car there. I seemed to jinx Peugeots on my way around, so first it was Stuart, and then Chris got close enough to give me a shot at the hairpin at the end. So a couple of good races for Stock Catch. I think we've put on a bit of a show, and hopefully everyone's enjoyed it.
Can we see you out at many more events this season?
Well, I was certainly planning to do Cadwell. The car will be nice and heavy, whatever I do next, because the ballast situation. So we'll see. There's enough people back at camp to try and persuade me to do some more. Not so much at the minute. You'll probably see me at Silverstone. We know what I'm like. So. Okay, great. Well, congratulations. Great result.
We unfortunately don't have time to talk to Jason Watkinson because the MX-5s are already on their way to the grid. So coming up next, 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup.
Yes, the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup up next for their third and final race of the weekend. This is how the grid lines up. Adrian Johnson, number 22, he's on pole position. It's a partly reverse grid, of course. 47, Stephen Craggs is alongside him. Second row, number 14, Lloyd Huggin, and 44, Matt Hallam. Third row is 92, Jordan Johnson, and number 9, Ian Tomlinson. On the fourth row, it's 40, Ben Hansey, and 93, Ben Abbott. Then our second and first place drivers from the earlier race, so it's a full top 10 reversal. 55 George King and 1 Ben Shaw on row 5. Row 6 is 230 Tom Holland and 67 David Abbott. Row 7 is 13 James McCann and 3 Andrew Rochelle. Matthew Short made progress in race 2. He's on the inside of row 8 in number 72 alongside 46 Nico Favo. Then it's Stephen Rees 23 and Alex Lewington 98 on the 9th row. The 10th row is 111 Tim Gray and 70 Jeremy Rivers Fletcher. 27 David Brown and 90 Andrew Robinson I should say, on the 11th row. 53 Stephen Reed and 29 Mary Barnard on row 12. And at the back it's number 60 Steve Lewington. So Ben Short has had it all his own way so far this weekend, Josh, but he's got to fight through from 10th in this one.
Yeah, this will make it a little bit more difficult for him, won't it? Certainly wouldn't rule him out of another win, and we shall see if he can go to the front. Apparently it was his 10th win at Croft in 5 Club Racing earlier on today, so see if he can add another. But yeah, it's going to be interesting the first couple of laps particularly, isn't it, and see if Ben Abbott and George King can make quick progress. But we've already got 5-second board that has been shown, so this is the third race of the weekend for the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup is about to get underway.
Which it does now, and a good start from the 2 drivers on the front row. We need to watch out for Ben Short. There he is, just heading through shot and down towards Clairvaux corner for the first time. Will he make his way to the front? And if so, how fast will he get there? But it's Stephen Craggs and Adrian Johnson side by side into Clairvaux for the first time. There's one of them, that's Ben Abbott, I think, off through the gravel trap at Clairvaux corner. But I think he's survived the ordeal.
He's gained a lot of places.
Has. A good start from him and then. But it is.
Is he off the track?
Yes, there's chicane this time. So we'll see where Ben Abbott comes through. Stephen Cragg's leading. Adrian Johnson second. Matt Hallam is that in third? And then Ben Abbott is going to go third down the inside into Tower Corner. So Ben Abbott from 8th on the grid to third. There's a lock-up you can see further back, but I think everyone's got through Tower okay. But it is Stephen Craggs that leads.
Ben Abbott didn't spend much of the lap actually on the circuit though, has he? Which was interesting. But yeah, he is up to third, and he's on terms now with the pole position man, Adrian Johnson, who is holding him at bay. Then it's Hallam, then it's Jordan Johnson next up. Here comes Abbott though, down the inside. He's certainly made the quickest progress of the top three. There's Ben Short, so he's what, 5th, something like that now, as they make their way through. But up front, Stephen Craggs has a nice lead, the local driver. And here comes Short up the inside of Hallam, so he's going to go 4th. George King is coming through too, although he's not made as rapid progress as the others. And Abbott so quick through the complex, he's already caught the leader. So Ben Abbott from 8th on the grid is going to lead soon, you'd think. Ben Short 4th at the moment.
Side by side for the lead though as they come up to the line, I can tell you, and it's Ben Abbott that goes through ahead of Stephen Craggs then. So Abbott from Craggs, Ben Short now up to 3rd place. It's then Adrian Johnson in 4th position as they head down towards Clervaux Corner for the 2nd time in this race. So this traditional shuffling of the order in the first lap of a reverse grid MX5 race, and that's who's that that's gone wide? George King that's gone wide, the man who was on the podium in each of the first 2 races, 3rd yesterday, 2nd earlier on this afternoon. He'll struggle to repeat that feat here, I think, because he's had a not brilliant start to the race. He was 8th at the end of lap 1 and he's since been through the gravel at Clervaux.
So Ben Short was 1.8 seconds behind Ben Abbott, and in previous races he's won by about 3 seconds, so you'd wonder if he can gain that time. Ben Hansey's gained a lot of positions at the start of this lap. He was 9th, but he just passed Matthew Hallam, who was 5th. So a big shake-up in the order there. So there's Jordan Johnson, so I reckon he's up to possibly 4th now, then Ben Hansey, then Matthew Hallam. So they make their way through Barcroft. Then George King is up next after he went off-road at the start of the lap. So plenty has happened behind the top 3 on this lap. But it is Ben Abbott that is the leader. Stephen Craggs is going with him in P2, and then Ben Short is 3rd. Then it is Jordan Johnson in 4th. So Adrian Johnson has lost a lot of places on this particular lap.
A lot of turf and mud on the circuit between Sunny and the complex. So someone had been off there on lap 1 of the race, and the marshals were showing the slippery surface flag to warn the drivers of that. So towards the end of lap 2, George King's got ahead of Ian Tomlinson now and up into 7th place then. And, looks like Lloyd Huggins behind him. So where was Ben Hansey and all that? Has Ben Hansey made up places on that lap? I think he has, yeah.
He's into the top 5.
He is. So it's Abbott leading, Short 2nd, Craggs is 3rd, then a gap back to Jordan Johnson in 4th place, and Ben Hansey, the double champion, in 5th position. Matt Hallam is 6th. There's one car that's again gone very wide. That's Matthew Short this time, who rejoins the circuit, and just ahead of Stephen Rees, I think that was, in the number 23 car.
George King is going to gain another position. We're going to give it a go down towards Tower. He's alongside Matt Hallam. He's on the outside line and he's through already before they get to the corner. So 5th now for King, 6th for Hallam. As they exit the corner then, so into the top 6 for George King. Up front, the gap game down to 1.3 seconds, Abbott to Short. So we'll see how many more laps it takes Short to catch the leader. This is the battle for 4th, being headed by Jordan Johnson. And Stephen Craggs hang on to a podium, a couple of seconds ahead of this group at the moment.
He is, and I sense that Jordan Johnson might be all about defending farm Ben Hansey here. Both of them quite experienced drivers now in this category.
For the lead, Ben Short's going around the outside. He's caught Ben Abbott already.
And he's going to have the inside line for the second part of the complex. And then he'll have the outside line for the hairpin. They're leaning on each other quite heavily there. Abbott in the purple car with the inside line, but I think Ben Short is going to try and get the switch back on the exit of the corner. Yeah, he'll be overlapping on the exit of the hairpin, and will he be able to win the drag race down towards Clervaux Corner? Possibly. He will be. He'll be on the outside line, but if he's ahead, that's not going to matter. And he is ahead. So Ben Short takes the lead at the start of lap 3.
Ben Abbott was doing a lot of arm waving across the line, so I'm not sure if something triggered that. But yeah, it's Ben Short in front, whatever the case. And Abbott down to second, Craggs in third. Ben Hansey's fourth now, so he got past Jordan Johnson while what was going on up ahead. And George King followed him through, but for the lead, Ben Abbott's trying to come back at Ben Short here. He's right on down. He's looked up the inside. Did they make contact there?
There was certainly some bits of bodywork or something that was shattered and went flying on the circuit.
So whether this lead battle's got a bit heated now, because what do we say? We still got the beginning of the lap. Ben Abbott waving his arms around, but now Ben Short is ahead. Yeah, so it's broken the glass, hasn't it, in the headlight or the side light it was for Ben Abbott there.
Yeah, lap 4 this is, by the way, not lap 3, as I said a moment ago. There's George King. He's now ahead of Jordan Johnson. So Johnson lost a couple of positions then, having lost out to Ben Hansey as well. Hansey now setting off in pursuit of Craggs, about 1.6 seconds behind him. Well, probably less than that now. That's 1.6 seconds at the start of the lap. It might be around about half of that now, I suggest. Here are the two leaders through the final element of the complex and into the hairpin. Ben Short, number 1, 93. Ben Abbott. And they both make their way out of the hairpin. Third and fourth are together now. You can just see those in shot now. It's Ben Hansey switching to the right-hand side of the circuit to try and find a way past Stephen Craggs. Have the inside line down towards Clervaux. It looks like Ben Hansey is already through. Yes, he is. So Ben Hansey through to third place now. Stephen Craggs fourth, and George King with them in fifth.
This looks to be a better race for Ben Hansey, doesn't it? Because he's struggled a bit in the earlier two races, but in this race he's going better. He finished fourth in the earlier race, but in this race he's gone 3/4 of a second quicker than he went in the earlier race, and he's onto the podium now. Of course, he's up to third, ahead of Stephen Craggs, who would quite like that place back if he could get it. He's on the outside line. George King there as well, who you'd think should be the quickest of these three on form of the weekend so far, and he's up alongside Stephen Craggs and heading up towards the S's. The outside line initially is King, but that gives him the inside for the more important right-hander, and that puts him ahead. And Jordan Johnson would like to buy into this. So Stephen Craggs is not having a great lap. He started third. He's now dropped to sixth behind Jordan Johnson.
So through Sunny they go. Behind Johnson you've got Hallam, and then it's behind Craggs now it's Hallam. Then you've got Ian Tomlinson, Lloyd Huggins, and David Abbott rounding out the top 10. Tom Holland in 11th position, as he often has been. So here's this group of cars for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th really now. That's Ian Tomlinson, headed by Ben Hansey. I'm not sure Hansey's going to catch the top 2, is he? He's about 3 seconds behind them, so Short and Abbott out front. Hansey the best of the rest. He'll be trying to make a break from George King, but obviously King's been on the podium and he's now going to threaten Hansey, I think, on the way down towards Clervaux corner. Let's see what he can do down into the right hand. He's on the outside line. Hansey's very experienced, so he takes the early apex and King doesn't.
He's not on the apex, no.
He's through the gravel, so he's going to lose out to Jordan Johnson again. Johnson back through and into fourth.
Or is he? Through the chicane. This isn't going to work. If, George King bails out, and he will appear stage right. There he is. And they're still kind of side by side. Jordan Johnson does get the place there, and that's released Ben Hansey a bit. So yeah, staying on the outside at Clervaux perhaps isn't the preferred option, is it?
Tomlinson there in 8th place, but Hallam, Castle Coombe from the 1600 race before he switched to Mazda MX-5s. So that's 7th and 8th. 5.5 minutes to go in this race. Abbott still chasing Short for the lead, but we're watching here Jordan Johnson and George King. George King, who's done some racing in the Middle East in radicals over the winter periods, and he's certainly developed as a driver since last year's campaign. Chasing after Jordan Johnson here in 4th position. He's going to have a look down the inside, but can't make it work there. Into the complex they come once again. Oh, and a spin, that's for 23 Stephen Rees, who was in 17th position. That hasn't hit anything, fortunately, so we'll get back onto the circuit. That's up at Sunny, I think.
George King still behind Jordan Johnson, who seems to be going back after Ben Hansey for third. Ryman standards flag being shown. There's some battling behind as well. Stephen Craggs might be losing another position. He'd lead the race, remember, at one point, but he's got Matthew Hallam coming around the outside into Clairvaux. He can't do it though. He decides to back out of it. Wisely, I'd suggest. And then Ian Tomlinson through next. Then Lloyd Huggins in for 10th. It's David Abbott into the top 10 for the first time this weekend. And he's got Thomas Holland right on his tail.
Yeah, Holland's in one of the best motorsport cars. He's keen to get inside the top 10 here. Here comes Hallam challenging Stephen Craggs now for 6th position, but he's going to be on the outside line for Tower Corner. That's just in the back of shot behind another good scrap that's going on up ahead. It's going to be Craggs that holds on from Hallam there, and Tomlinson still in 8th.
But in front, George King went round the outside of Jordan Johnson to get 4th, so he can have another go at Ben Hansey for this 3rd place on the podium. He's the one that's not got through to that, unlike Ben Short and Ben Abbott, who did it in a couple of laps. And there's Stephen Craggs still leading Matthew Hallam and Ian Tomlinson, so we've got a couple of good battles inside the top 8 then. And here comes George King then, up the inside of Ben Hansey. There's a back marker in there as well, but he couldn't do it. It was Stephen Lewington that tried to keep out the way the best he could, but when you've got 3 scrapping MX-5s, the track gets quite tight, but they made it through okay, and it's still Hansey in 3rd, 4th for George King, and 5th for Jordan Johnson. Really could see this going any way over the final couple of laps of racing.
Yep, absolutely, that's what it'll be. 2 laps left now in this Switch MX-5 Cup by 5 Club. And George King even, similar situation to a couple of laps ago, but this time he does keep it on the road. Ben Hansey still has the line though through Hawthorne, and the door left open there for Jordan Johnson to attack both of them really. Difficult to make that work as they then head through the chicane, and it's like threading the eye of an eagle through there. So these 3 close together now for 3rd, 4th and 5th. 40 Ben Hansey, 55 George King, 92 Jordan Johnson. King alongside Hansey, again on the outside line, this time at Tower Corner though. He's trying to run all the way around the outside. He's got his car halfway alongside, but I don't think that's going to work, and it doesn't, so he stays 4th. By the way, it is still number 1 Ben Short leading, number 93 Ben Abbott in 2nd place, but about 8 seconds ahead of these 3.
Still Hansey in front. It certainly looks like George King is the quicker driver, but he's unable to get through so far. Lap and a half to go. Ben Hansey defending well. Multiple champion, isn't he, in the 5 Club Racing Championship, so he knows how to keep drivers at bay, and he's given it his best shot here to get the first podium of the season. As they come down into the complex. Now though, George King was on the look into the inside, but he couldn't get through. So he's sort of tried at every corner here, but he's not made it work. And he's got one further tour of the Croft circuit to make it happen if he wants to get onto the podium.
Yep, that's right. The leaders already onto their final lap, and a bit more of a gap actually between Ben Short and Ben Abbott now. But here's the fight for 3rd place. Can George King make it 3 podiums for the weekend? Ben Hansey will not make it easy. He's a great defensive driver, is Ben Hansey, but George King, this was the 53 car. Stephen Reed has a trip off the circuit briefly, but certainly at Clairvaux we weren't able to see a change there for George King. And the leaders we're just watching go through shot there, 1st and 2nd, just to prove that they are still there. But here's 3rd, 4th and 5th. Is George King going to mount an attack at Tower?
Certainly going to try, isn't he? To the left-hand side of the racetrack. That's the outside. Is he nosing ahead this time? Ahead of Ben Hansey. On the brakes they go, but Hansey's still got the inside line and brakes desperately late, and is able to get the car turned in. Still ahead of George King. Jordan Johnson is still thinking perhaps a podium could be possible as he sits there in P5 with half a lap to go. First of all, through the Jim Clark-Esses super fast, super committed section of the Croft circuit. And King couldn't be any closer to the back of Ben Hansey, even if he wanted to be. But it is Hansey still that turns through. Surely the complex is a possibility for George King. He gave it a look a lap ago. We know Ben Short leads, we know Ben Abbott 2nd, but who's going to be 3rd? Hansey defends. He knows that a challenge was coming from George King, so King's going to have to go right round the outside, which he's giving it a good go. He does go right round the outside of Ben Hansey, which will give him the inside line for the next element, but Hansey brakes late enough to stay in front.
He does indeed, and Johnson might get up the inside as well as Ben Short goes across the line to take his third victory from 3 this weekend. But here it is, 4th position, side by side. It's going to be a drag race to the line between George King and Jordan Johnson. I think it's just going to be won by George King, that particular drag race, but it was Ben Short that took the win. Number 1, 93 Ben Abbott in second, and an all-Ben podium. Ben Hansey, number 40 in third, with George King and Jordan Johnson falling over each other at the final corner. George just holding on to 4th position. Stephen Craggs is 6th. Matt Hallam 7th, Ian Tomlinson 8th, Lloyd Huggins 9th, and Thomas Holland completing the top 10, but an entertaining battle outside the first 2 positions.
Yeah, that's right, and it's back to previous form of 5 Club racing, isn't it, with an all-Ben podium. That's what we came to expect last season, but we know George King can get amongst them this year. But yeah, Ben Short won by a couple of seconds in the end after getting through into the lead. But yeah, great battle behind, as you were saying. Ben Hansey did a great job to keep George King behind, because it certainly looked like King was the faster driver. Lots of battles still, though, going across the line, right near the back there. Across the line, we had 5 cars altogether, and it was David Brown that was the best of them. He finished 19th, ahead of Jeremy Rivers, Fletcher, Andrew Robinson, Stephen Rees, and Mary Barnard were all involved in a tussle there, right to the checkered flag.
Yep, let's have a look at the results from the final sprint race of the weekend for the MX-5s. Here we go then. It was a victory for Ben Short in car number 1, so he's won all 3 races this weekend. In second place, the number 93 car of Ben Abbott at 2 seconds adrift. In third place, number 40, that was Ben Hansey. A bit of a gap back in the end to George King, number 55, who held on from Jordan Johnson, so 55 from 92. In 6th place was number 47, Stephen Craggs, then Matt Hallam 7th, 44, 8th, number 9, Ian Tomlinson, 9th was Lloyd Huggins in 14, and David Abbott rounded out the top 10. Tom Holland couldn't quite break into those first 10 positions. He was 11th in 2:30. Another good result for Nico Favreau, getting ever quicker. 12th in 46. Matthew Short 13th. Adrian Johnson, who started on the front row in 14th position, and Jamie McCann 15th, ahead of Rochelle, Lewington, Gray, Brown, and Rivers Fletcher. And Andrew Robinson, Stephen Rees, Barry Barnard, Stephen Reed, and Stephen Lewington rounding out the finishers. So 3 good races for the MX-5s, the 5 Club Racing MX-5s. They're back in action at Silverstone in 3 weeks' time, when the 750 Motor Club will have a 2-day meeting running on the national circuit. Reminder that we're back here at Croft on the 28th and 29th of May, and you can get more information about all of the racing events on the Croft Circuit website. And 750 Motor Club back in action, of course, next weekend as well. Easter Monday, the 18th of April. We'll have 5 different categories for you, including the first Club Enduro round of the season. That's on view from Donington Park. Again, tune into the Alpha Live stream on the Alpha Live or 750 Motor Club YouTube channels to see all of the action with Josh, Matt Suckling, and myself from the Donington Park circuit. Let's head down to the pit lane for the penultimate time this weekend.
Well, it seems that not even the reverse grid can stop Ben Short. Ben, you had to work for that one.
Yeah, I mean, getting through the traffic was really good fun at the start. And then Ben had already started to make a bit of a run for it, I felt, with Stephen Craggs. So, yeah, used the slipstream from Stephen to pull up onto the back of Ben. And then we did, I don't know, half a lap, I think, side by side. And then I just got the better. I hooked it up a bit nicer out of the hairpin and drag race to turn 1.
Yeah, Ben Abbott seemed to give you a bit of a hard time out there.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think I built enough of a buffer that after I got in front, maybe 2 laps later, that yeah, I could concentrate on driving rather than the mirrors again. But yeah, and the times were quicker than race 2, I think.
Well, congratulations. Perfect weekend for Ben Short, a triple in the 5 Club Racing MX-5 Cup. Let's go and talk to number 93, Ben Abbott. Ben, hi. So 3 podiums in 3 races. You must be pretty chuffed with that.
Yeah, very happy. Yeah. It was a good race. I couldn't match the pace of Ben Short, but I did get my fastest lap behind him. I got into 39s, which was really good. But yeah, happy with that. Pretty good results for the championship. So yeah.
And you managed to give him a hard time, which is, you know, saying something given Ben's history in this championship.
Yeah, and he's very quick here. I can't remember how many times he's won, probably 11 times now. So being able to hold on to him for as long as I did, I was really happy with that, yeah.
Great. Well, another great weekend for you as well. 3 podiums in 3 races. Let's talk to the 2019 and 2020 champion, Ben Hansey. First podium of the season.
Yeah, it's taken a bit of a while this weekend to get back on form. Suffered a bit with not doing any testing on Friday. It was a bit of a tight wad and didn't put any new tyres on, so kind of got back with it in race 2 this morning. And then so had to suffer the pain a bit of having brand new tyres on, but they were really alive, and everybody else has obviously had a weekend's full. So it was good to have a little bat with George. George has done really well this weekend. Done a bit over the winter in the Middle East, and he's got the pace. Still got some racecraft to learn yet, though.
Well, I mean, King and Johnson were both hounding you in the closing stages there. How did you resist that pressure?
I've been around a while. I've been around a while, and I had a good teacher in Ben, so yeah, I've learned a few tricks and had to use a lot of them to keep George behind me. So.
Oh, congratulations, great result for you. First podium of the season. Ian, it's back up to you for one last time. It's the last race of the weekend. It is the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. So the only endurance race of the weekend, it's a 90-minute race for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy. And we have a very big grid, nearly 40 cars, not quite a full capacity grid, but not far off. This is how it lines up. We'll go through and we'll tell you the start drivers as they go, so it'll be a slow run through this one. Treble 7 will be started not by Mark Sullivan, but by his teammate Sam Carrington-Yates. Alongside him, 71 will be started not by Christopher Godden, as it says on screen, but his son Jack Godden. The second row on the inside is number 78. Tim Crichton will be starting that car, sharing with Harry and Peter Ormerod. And then alongside him is number 59, Rob Carval, I should say, who drives solo. Third row on the inside is number 5. That is being started by Anthony Seddon. And next to him is number 87, Louis Woodward. On the fourth row on the inside it's 75, which is Lewis Tyndall, and number 14, Tom Sibley, is next to him. On the fifth row of the grid it's shown as being Simon Killam, who will drive with Patrick Sharfaker, but I think that car may be being put to the back of the grid. We'll get confirmation of that. Next to him on row 5 though is number 80, and that is the car being started by Theo Millward. On row 6 it's number 11. Number 3 I should say, which is Jeremy Woodgate, and 88, Ross Riley will be starting that one. On the 7th row, the 232 car being driven solo by Jonathan Bacon-out, and number 12, Andrew Woodbine. On the 8th row, it's 417, David Scotting, and number 2, James Reddish. On the 9th row, it's number 93, which is going to be started by Guy Povey, and 40, which will be started by Sam Watley. On the 10th row, it's going to be number 1, which is going to be Richard Lakey, and 41 is going to be Paul Offord first up. On row 11 it's the number 111 car, Antonio Almeida Souza, and number 16, which is a car being shared between Omar Mahmood, Harry Portlock and Roger Taylor. We don't have the information on the start driver for that one. Row 12 on the inside it's number 220, Andrew Partridge going first there, and 44 is Richard Phillips, a solo driver. On the 13th row, it's number 22, that's Richard Roundell, and the 123 car being started by Johnny Webster. On row 14, it's number 36, Christopher Jackson, and 77, which is being started by David Lawrence. On row 15, it's 55, that being driven by Matthew Highcock, and number 19, Carl Brown going first there. On the 16th row, it's number 50, which is being driven by Liam Press. It's alone, and 100. 100, I beg your pardon. That's Eddie Gibbs. And on row 17, it's 57 and 209. 57, Toby Partridge, and the 209 car being started by Will Abraham. So we should have 34 cars on the grid for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy, and that race will be coming up very shortly. 90-minute race, and the format is that there are 2 mandatory pit stops that have to be made between the 15th and 75th minutes of the race, they have to be 60 seconds in length, and that's when you can do your driver change if you're doing driver changes. And you can make additional stops as well at any time, and they don't have to be 60 seconds long. You can't make 2 stops in the same safety car period. That's a new rule that's been added to the regulations to clarify things for this season as well. So we look forward to this. I'm sure strategy will come into play. I expect we might see a safety car, which always makes for a very busy pit lane, and because it is quite a small pit lane here at Croft, with 34 cars in the race, the drivers are required to come in and pull in at a 45-degree angle, nose into the garages, and then be pushed out before they drive back down the pit lane and back into the race. And if they don't do that, they could pick up a penalty. Different penalties for different things as well concerning pit stop regulations. There's a pit lane speed limit of 60 km/h to comply with. Of course, you need to make your stop for the full 60 seconds. If you have a short stop, you have a stop and go penalty. And if you don't make your pit stop within the required time frame, then you'll get a 1-lap penalty as well. So Josh Barrett, looking ahead to this race, it's great to see so many cars on the grid for this 116 trophy race.
That's right, Ian. With I think the biggest grid of 116 trophy cars we've had. I noticed a moment ago the 19 car, Cole Brown and David Pickup, was still in its garage, and it sounded like they were having some problems. So I think everybody else is there in the assembly area ahead of this 90-minute race. And it's interesting that the front row cars have both chosen their quicker driver, haven't they, to start, their more experienced driver, with Sam Carrington-Yates and Jack Godden going first. And they were separated by 100th of a second in qualifying, so that would suggest we should have a good battle at the front of the field for the first section of the race. Then Tim Crichton, I think you said, didn't you, start in third? Again, another quick, experienced driver. And Rob Carvel, same again, isn't it? So lots of experienced guys already around the front there.
Yeah, I mean, actually the driver of the least experience there is Jack Godden. It's only his second season of racing, but he did show tremendous pace last year, and to get so close to Sam Carrington-Yates' time in qualifying this morning, that was quite something.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. He's one where it's more the pace than the experience, isn't it, in that top 4. But yeah, getting quicker all the time, obviously, and now with a year to have learned everything, now he's right there with Sam Carrington-Yates, who's such a quick, experienced driver. And he will start from pole position. It'll be a rolling start as well, won't it, for this 116 trophy race, which is the first time we've seen that this weekend. We've been standing starts up to now, but this is a longer race, so therefore rolling start to get it going.
Yeah, that's right. Traditional way to get an endurance race underway, I guess. Just to explain, this is the Garage 116 trophy, so as the name suggests, it is for BMW 1 Series cars, and these are the E87 cars, 5-door, 5-speed, 1.6 litre engine. These are the cars that were marketed from 2004 to 2006. And the engines can put out up to 130 brake horsepower at the flywheel. That is something that's tested for to make sure the power does not exceed that 130 brake horsepower limit. But otherwise it is a very tightly controlled competition with gas shocks damper kit, unsurprisingly, given that they are the sponsors of the series. They use standard brakes, but they can have a free choice of brake pads. 5-speed manual transmission, and they run on Lancan control tyres as well, which are very affordable. Just £260 for a set. It's the NS2R tyre that Lancan are providing. So we're seeing the cars coming out onto the circuit now for the first time ahead of the race, and you'll see just how big a grid this is. Great looking cars as well. It's a championship, or a series, should I say. It's not a championship, that has only been a relatively recent addition to the 750 Motor Club roster. Initially we had about a dozen cars or so racing as part of Road Sports. That was only 3 years ago, but they've had standalone 90-minute races over the past couple of seasons and have attracted some very good numbers.
Yeah, it sort of came of age last year, didn't it, with a big grid, and it's continued into this year. We we mentioned Jack Godden there starting second on the grid. Did karting before moving into cars last year, including racing in the British Karting Championship a few seasons ago. So, like we've seen with quite a few competitors over the course of this weekend, the quick karters then quickly turn into quick car racers as well. But it's starting directly behind him, Tim Crichton. He started in car racing in T-cars back in 1999.
Yeah.
And was a race winner there. Which is a pretty impressive feat, and raced in British GT, among other things. But apart from racing this 116 trophy car nowadays, more focuses on historic racing. There he is on the second row of the grid, and then alongside him, Rob Carvell was a race winner in the Volkswagen Racing Cup a couple of decades ago. And then behind are more drivers that have been coming into 116 trophy recently, aren't they? With Anthony Stead and Alan Caulfield's car. They've, I think, been in 116 trophy pretty much from the beginning.
Yeah, there's the number 88 car. That's the Ross Riley and Gary Taylor car. That's being started by Ross Riley.
There's Andrew Woodbine. That's his Sam Carrington Yates race from a few seasons ago, wasn't it? Before switching to race with Mark Sullivan last year.
James Reddish we just saw in the Reddish Motorsport car. He used to share a car with Jeremy Woodgate, but they now have separate entries. 417 car, which caught a glimpse of the back of there. That was David Scotting. There's number 41, which is I think one of the 40/40 cars, is it not? That's Paul Offord starting that. There's Guy Povey, number 93, very experienced saloon car racer, sharing with son Alex. And 44, that is Richard Phillips. The 123 car there, nicely turned out. Johnny Webster's starting that one. Number 77, David Lawrence at the wheel of that to start with. Final few rows of cars just coming into position, I can see.
There's that car that was having the problems earlier, so they've got out the 19 car, the Pickup and Brown shared 116. Is there a car missing, possibly? Or
row 5 of the grid. So that is going to be the car of... yes, that's the car I think was put to the back of the grid, yes. It was supposed to be at the back of the grid. I think there was some kind of infringement from qualifying, but I think it was only spotted late that hadn't been done, and so they've just moved the car to the back of the grid and not moved everybody else up a position, which seems like the best way of dealing with things to avoid too much chaos. So the green flag is waved, and the green flag lap gets underway. So last chance for the drivers to familiarise themselves with this 2.1 mile Croft circuit. On the comments on YouTube, Richard Roundell, driver of car 22, seems to be getting some of the support from Joshua Birkenhead. I can see there. So Rich Roundell, as he is known, he is 46 years of age, a mechanic from Warrington, of course. Being from Warrington, he lists rugby league amongst his hobbies as well. Started racing mid-90s, can't quite remember exactly. So he's been around a long time. Did some sprints, some circuit racing with the Ford XR Challenge as well, in various XR through ice. The Vauxhall Vectra Challenge as well, which I remember that, amongst other things as well. And this car that he races was built from a non-running road car. And built into a 116 trophy car a couple of years ago. It's not used on the road anymore, but many of the cars in the series are still used on the road due to the simplicity of the build. The cars could still be used as a daily driver as well, so it really is a very good way of getting into motorsport in a very affordable way. So a bit of heat being got into these tyres. They're treaded Nankang tyres, only £260 a set, which is very affordable for a set of tyres. Great site though, very colourful site, this 116 trophy field. There's Rich Roundell just going through now, the black car, number 22. Last few cars just coming through shot there. The 209, that's being started by Will Abraham, who I think is the son of Paul. Making their way around. Yes, Will. Just 19 years of age, from Hungerford, a student, and only made his debut at the Race of Remembrance last year. Another driver should have come from karting, did some Rotax karting in the past.
Yeah, there's that car that's starting from the back now, Patrick Scharfegger and Simon Killam. with Jarthega going first. No, Killam's going first. So see how that car can progress. It did qualify 9th. But the start of this is going to get pretty busy, I suspect, down towards Clairvaux corner.
It is. So safety car just accelerating away from Sam Carrington-Yates and Jack Godden. It will pull into the pit lane entrance. The cars will continue their way down the track. The red lights, you can see, are already on the lighting gantry. Difficult to keep them all in 2x2 formation with this hairpin at the end of the lap, but they will...
yeah, nice job so
far. They are doing pretty well, but they've not got round it yet. And we'll see if it's a good, orderly start. If it is all in good order, the starter will turn out the lights and we'll be underway. It's not looking too bad. It's looking pretty neat and tidy. So we turn our attention to the lighting gantry, and the lights do indeed go out. So the race gets underway for 90 minutes of action at Croft in the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy. Cars head down towards Clairvaux corner for the first time, and it is Sam Carrington-Yates on the inside that has the lead. Jack Godden in second. There's action a little bit further back, though. That's the 87 car involved, Louis Woodward, having a moment there. But in spite of this big field of cars behind him, I think everyone's made it through.
For a rear-wheel drive car, he saved that really well as well. He didn't lose huge amount of time considering. He started 5th. Toe now coming into effect down the straight towards Tower, and Jack Godden was all over the back of the leading car. There's a car that's had an off at the chicane, but yeah, it's side by side with the lead as Jack Godden goes around the outside of Sam Carrington-Yates.
It was the Louis Woodward car that was off at the chicane, so some damage picked up. Yes, it's the right front wheel that looks to be pointing in an odd direction.
Yeah, it does. It's very broken, the front right corner. They're not quite sure what caused it. I wonder if he hit the curb hard. Anyway, the lead battle is absolutely on. Sam Carrington-Yates sees Tim Crichton follow him through ahead of Jack Godden. So Godden on the outside, that didn't work out. But the top 5 are right together. Normally in these first stints, we see Carrington-Yates drive off into the distance. So I'm not convinced that's going to happen today. Because firstly, Jack Godden was attacking him. Now it's Tim Crichton's going to give it a go as they come into the complex. And we've got about 5 of them involved with Rob Carr, and 6 of them actually. Carvel is in there, as is Anthony Seddon. And then there's a 6 car as well, and Jack Godden is fighting now for 2nd place into the hairpin. That didn't really work out for him, which might mean he's slow on the exit.
There on screen, though, you can see the Louis Woodward car. You can see exactly what the problem is. He's going to try and get it back to the pits, but there'll be some serious work for his team to try and get that back in good order, I would think.
I don't think that tyre would be much good either, will it, afterwards? No. But the leaders heading down towards Clairvaux. I think Godden has held on to 3rd. Crichton absolutely flings the car over the curbs. The 6th car in the lead gap battle, by the way, is Tom Sibley. Then there's a small gap to the rest. And the rest come through single file. But here are the leaders through the chicane. The top 3 now trying to break away from Rob Carvel. Now the toe, we will see how effective that is. There's a couple of car lengths between Carrington-Yates and Crichton at the beginning of the straight, but by the end, perhaps a little bit less. But I think Carrington-Yates is holding on for now.
He is. Watching them turn through Tower. There's Carvel in 3rd. We've got 3 similarly livered cars together. Louis Woodward has made it into the pit lane, looking like he's doing a drift demonstration or something around the lap. There'll be a sort of burnt rubber wafting through the commentary box any moment, I would think. Here are the 3 leaders, though. The Nerd Squad supporting Jack Godden there in the 71 car in 3rd position. He's trying to get back ahead of Tim Crichton. These 3 nose to tail. Crichton a bit wide. Godden can try and get up on the inside as they go through Sunny out, but no, the door closed by Tim Crichton there. So it's still treble 7, Sam Carrington-Yates leading, 78 Tim Crichton in 2nd, 71 Jack Godden in 3rd, and then not too far behind, it is still Rob Carvel in 4th position, and the team getting to work there.
There's a small dent on the front left corner, but it's sort of surprising how much damage has been done to that car. But perhaps we're here from, well, you can see some tyre marks on the wheel as well. We're here from Chris Stevens, perhaps once the team have had time to assess the damage. The race leaders, though, are completing their 2nd lap with Sam Carrington-Yates leading really what is still one long line of BMWs, isn't he? He's not able to break the pack yet. And there's battles then further back as well across the line, side by side here. For something like 10th place, on the outside is Andrew Woodbine.
It's Jeremy Woodgate on the inside line in the number 3 car, so this is for 9th and 10th, and Woodgate holds on to 9th position there. Then in 11th place, I think you've got, that's the Ross Riley car Yes, it is. And then number 2, James Reddish, is in 12th place. Leaders, I can see, just beginning to spread out a little bit now. But yes, I'll tell you what, the 4th, 5th and 6th place battle is going to cause us to come unstuck at some point, because you've got Rob Carvel, the 5 car of Anthony Seddon, and Tom Sibley, all in that similar grey and orange livery. There they all are. Not too much to choose between them. And you've got Theo Millward in 7th and Lewis Tyndall in 8th position, who had a win at Cadwell Park last year.
146.02 was the first flying lap, and that's the first go at a lap record. And that might get broken as the race goes on, as the fuel load comes down and the cars get lighter, because no refuelling in the 116 trophy, so the cars will be maxed up with petrol. And down into the complex they come, the 3 leaders still together, Carrington, Yates, Crichton and Godden. And there's quite a big gap from 8th to 9th. And oh, someone's had a big moment out of Sunny. It sent one of the corner markers flying. The driver kept it on the road. I think it was possibly 417, David Scottin, but the car shot across the track sideways, but he did save it. They had a lively qualifying session, 116 trophy this morning as well, so we'll see how the 90 minutes goes. And I think the gap between first and second is smaller than what it was a lap ago. Actually, the quickest of the cars on that lap was Jack Godden in 3rd, 145.51. which would have qualified him 4th place on the grid this morning. Such is the pace, even with a big tank of fuel. So the lead cars then head out of the chicane. The battle's a bit further back here, which involves car number 2, which was James Reddish, who was in 12th position. But a change for 2nd place in all of that. Jack Gordon got ahead of Tim Crichton. Here they are, down in towards Tower, so new 2nd place man is Jack Godden.
A change for 4th as well in the background, I think, by the looks of it. Yep, that's Anthony Seddon up on the inside of Rob Carvel to take 4th place away. Carvel will try to fight back on the exit of the corner.
Got a car heading for the pit lane, which is 57, Toby Partridge. But side by side for 2nd, Crichton gets the place back, doesn't he? Back ahead of Jack Godden then.
And their battling has allowed the lead to get away a bit, Sam Carrington Yates.
So down to 6th now has gone Caulfield, who looked like he was going to have 4th, didn't it, at one stage in the Anthony Seddon racing car. And the driving duo there is a combined age of 117 years, so not the youngest pairing, but Seddon and Caulfield always quick. It's actually Anthony Seddon isn't out the wheel at the moment, sharing with Alan Caulfield. So he gained a place, but then lost 2, so net loss of 1.
Yeah, Tom Sibley going up to 5th place, therefore, and Lewis Tyndall and Theo Millwall's getting right into the to the thick of it as well for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th places. Then there is that big gap back to 9th, which is still Jeremy Woodgate, I think, and then Andrew Woodbine still rounding out the top 10. The car's making their way down the start and finish straight. We're going to try and pick up the 4th place car, which is Rob Carvel at the moment, with Tom Sibley and Anthony Seddon behind him. You see Millward and Tyndall going through. Tyndall with that Hollywood Racing livery still being worn as a tribute to his late teammate. And it was fitting that he won that race at Cadwell Park in his memory as well. And he's going to have a go here along the back straight is Lewis Tyndall. At the Theo Millward car. Those two are going to get alongside one another, I think, under braking for Tower. Are we going to get a change? It's Tyndall up on the inside, and he's done it. Looks like he's done it. He's gone through to take 7th place.
In previous attempts, then we've seen that place lost again through the S's, and that might be a replication, because Millward on the outside is hanging on the inside. A slide for Tyndall. They're still side by side. They get to Barcroft.
You're absolutely right. He's got it back, hasn't he? Even though he had the wheels hooked over the curb there at the Jim Clark S's.
So that was quite an exciting moment, I suspect. Side by side, flat out through that bend there. Leaders still together. Carrington Yates unable to get away from Crichton and from Godden. Then a gap back to the 4th place battle, headed by Rob Carvel. Then the 7th place battle being headed by Theo Millward, with Lewis Tyndall there behind. And in P8, up towards the hairpin on the 5th lap.
Looks like the 87 team have got that job done. It's taken them probably about five or 6 minutes, I would think, to get a new wheel on, to get all of that trucking sorted and everything to to get that car back out in place. We'll see, though, how that works.
Well, yeah, because it looked pretty serious, and they fixed it in 5 minutes. I mean, super impressive. All the damage wasn't as bad as you kind of would have expected it to have been. Fastest lap by the third place man, Jack Gordon, a 1:45.17, which is faster than the qualifying time, which is a pretty remarkable feat, because with a full fuel load, you wouldn't expect them to be going quicker than qualifying on just the 5th lap of the race.
I hope Jack doesn't drive that quickly when he's doing his Waitrose deliveries, which he does as his job. He's either doing that or stocking the fruit and veg section in Waitrose in Bedfordshire.
Window wipers on for the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, into the S's. Was that an accident? He sent them off again, so perhaps it was.
It's overcast, but it's sort of quite a high cloud, isn't it? So I'm not sure there's too much rain around.
It's sort of this time when it's happened over the last 2 days. Towards the end of the day, we get a random shower. But still, he is in. Tim Crichton and Jack Gordon is chasing. Gordon has been half a second quicker than Carrington-Yates at the start of this race. But he has actually lost a position though, of course. He didn't start second, he's dropped to third. Window wipers on again for Carrington-Yates as he turns his way through the complex here. Crichton a bit wide there into the hairpin, but get it sorted out. For the first time in this race, we're going to get into lap traffic before too long, which of course will be an element of this race. And lap traffic here, unlike some of the other races, with just the one class, one main series, it could be a little bit more difficult, especially as the race goes on. There'll be lapping cars that probably aren't that much slower than what they are, which of course doesn't make things as easy as it would do perhaps in a class system, for example.
It's going to be the David Lawrence car, I think, that they're going to catch.
Slow car on track is car number 50, Liam Bressitz, who is creeping his way back to the pit lane. So a problem there. Meanwhile, the leaders absolutely together, top 2 down towards Tower.
Yep, absolutely. The marshal there with the yellow flag in his hand ready, just anticipating that he might need it, as they always do. Still those wipers going on the race leader's car. No one else has got them on, so perhaps he's just mistakenly flicked them onto intermittent. So he's still ahead. Sam Carrington-Yates from the Tim Crichton car in second and Jack Gordon in third. The first 2 have cleared that back marker. And has Jack Gordon done so as well? Well, here's Liam Bressitz coming into the pits in the blue and orange machine.
I like his answer to his future racing plans.
Which is?
Yes.
Okay, it's honest.
Hopefully he's going to have some more racing today, because obviously that's not gone well. Pitting before the window, which opens soon, but not just yet. Top 3 into the complex, carrying lots of speed. They've lapped that car without problem. You know, I think it's only Carrington-Yates with his wipers on, isn't it? So I suspect that it was an error that they're on, but was he just trying to trick the commentators?
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't put it past him. Sam, of course, has done some Formula Ford 1600 racing, and also raced in the BMW Compact Cup for a while as well. Watching the 4th place battle just come through. There's Bressitz into the garage, bonnet up. Team checking tyre pressures, sand under the bonnet as well, so all angles covered.
I suspect the engine is the bigger worry at this point.
I would think so. It's good to have a look inside the garages to see what's going on. Getting a light to see what's going on right at the bowels of the engine bay.
The torch is a top of a mechanic's toolbox, isn't it? Always important. There's one with the duct tape. We'll see if we see any of that later on.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. Not far away from the pit lane window opening, only 2 minutes away now from the pit lane window opening. I can already see one driver standing in the pit lane with his helmet on, so he's expecting an early change possibly. This is the fight for 7th and 8th, and this is the fight for the lead. Treble 7, Sam Carrington-Yates, and 78, Tim Crichton out in front. And certainly Sam Carrington-Yates being run close here. There is a spit of rain outside there, our cameramen are reporting, by the way, and that's possibly what caused Sam Carrington-Yates just to go a little bit wide there, but Sunny, and give the chance here to Tim Crichton to get sort of halfway alongside on the run down towards the complex. He doesn't do anything with it. 71, Jack Gordon right with them as well. I think he's actually just closed back in on them a little bit compared to where he was a lap or so ago. Brake lights go on as they turn their way through the
open, 15 minutes into the race. I suspect we won't see anybody in just yet. So this battle can continue.
Yeah, I'll say there's
one. Here comes Crichton, sorry, and I thought he was going to have a big dive up the inside, but I did better of it, but that was all quite spectacular. Sorry about that.
It was, that's all right. As I say, there's one driver with his helmet on, looking expectant, as if he is about to get in the car. The leaders coming down towards the complex once more. We've got quite a big gap, 7 seconds or so, over the 4th place car, Rob Carvel, and Tom Sibley 5th, Anthony Seddon in 6th position.
Jack Godden going to have a little peek up the inside. Not really going to do the banzai hairpin move that we've seen in the sprint races here, are we? Not until the last section of the race if you're involved in a battle. Not really worth it in these longer races.
Although it's spitting with rain, there are some drivers that are doing their best lap times of the race. Jeremy Woodgate in 10th place. He's just done his personal best. So too is Simon Killam in 25th. But notably as well, Louis Woodward, who was in the pit lane and is 4 laps down. He's the 1:46.84, so he is lapping only about a second off the pace of the leaders.
So another challenge for the lead into Clairvaux on the outside line. Tim Crichton, the only driver of the top 3 without his lights on. Is that helping him at all? As they make their way down towards Tower, but he is the one looking pretty racy at this point. Tim Crichton in the slipstream. Sam Carrington-Yates giving the tow to the 2 chasing cars. They're still in that same order then as they go out of Tower up towards the S's. Despite this battle, they're still going quicker than anybody else. And this is where Crichton had that sneaky look to the inside, trying to get the car turned through Barcroft better than the leader. Let's see if he tries it again. As they go through. No, Carrington-Yates knew about it. He defended there. He pulled the car to the right-hand side of the track to defend from Tim Crichton. So where these 3 drivers are really equally, and really the race is going to be won here, isn't it, by the co-drivers. Who is the quickest of the co-drivers in this trio of cars?
Yeah, I suspect you're right. Another point of note at the moment is that the 2 Reddish Motorsport drivers are together. That's Jeremy Woodgate in 10th and James Reddish in 11th now. And here, in fact, they've swapped order. It's Reddish now ahead. And they've also got the 2-3-2 car just behind them. That's Jonathan Baker, who's driving solo. And Woodgate's going to lose a couple of positions here. At Sunny, Ross Riley also going through. So Woodgate's lost about 3 or 4 positions in a space of a lap or so there.
Not a good lap, was it? And loads of battles further back, aren't there?
There's Louis Woodward. Look, he's going pretty well. Oh, and more action, a spinner. That's the 100 car. That's Eddie Gibbs at his favourite circuit, Croft. I'm not sure whether that will downgrade it in his estimation, though. The builder from Bradford, he was the twice BTRDA Rallycross champion.
Actually thought he'd go back to his roots then.
Yeah.
Battles though continue. 22 gains the position, which is Richard Roundell, who's going solo. He's in a battle there with Andrew Partridge. He tries to come back up the inside. What's happening up front? Well, it's as close as it ever was. Oh, the speed dirty down there at Tower now after that spinner. So they go through the muck to the top 3. Carrington-Yates, Crichton and Godden still in that order. What about Clairvaux? Turn 1. This is where Richard Roundell is leader of this group, which is for 21st position. They're about half a lap behind the leaders, but having a great battle. Nearly 20 minutes still into this race. So that was all some good battling. Just up ahead there, 209. That was one of the cars that was excluded in qualifying. William Abraham going first in 209. He's up into 19th position. He's just got ahead of Richard Phillips and is lapping quicker than quite a lot of cars ahead of him. Meanwhile, there's Louis Woodward still coming through on. That car that went off at Tower has now gone off at the complex. Eddie Gibbs, so his day at Croft isn't getting any better. Now, does that suggest that it wasn't just a spin up at Tower? There's a bit more going on.
Is he going to dive for the pit lane? I wonder. It doesn't look like he is, no. So he's going to continue into the race. Bit of damage on the front of car 36 there, isn't there, which is Christopher Jackson. He's just being passed by number 87, which is unlapping itself. Oh, and now Ross Riley's gone off the circuit at the complex, and I think he's going to get back on, which is always in the balance when the cars go off down there, because there is a very boggy patch where we lost Chris Smith in the Tyre Par Trophy yesterday.
And then trying to come round the outside is 209 William Abraham, who one of the drivers coming through from the back. Okay, so Ross Riley was well up, wasn't he? And Jonathan Baker's also not come through, who was just ahead of him. Oh, no, that might have been a transponder issue for Baker. No, so he was 11, so it was 12 that Riley was, but he's obviously dropped a long way back.
Into the pits comes number 36, which is Christopher Jackson. I saw some damage on the front of that car. He's driving solo, so this could well be the first of his scheduled stops.
And he can sort of turn it into one, can't he, even if it wasn't scheduled. Carter Lap is 57. Toby Partridge, there's that car in the pit lane. Does look very scheduled, doesn't it?
Yeah, nothing going on the car. The fuel cap's popped open, so someone might as well pop that closed, I suppose.
If anyone notices.
If anyone notices, perhaps they'll listen to the commentary and sort it out.
I mean, they saw a time mark on the bumper where you said you saw a bit of damage, so it's obviously been an incident at some point. As it ever was, the top three are together as they turn their way through the complex for the 12th time in this race.
Yeah, they've been doing this for 21 minutes or so now, these first three. They go on to start another lap, so that's going to be the completion of lap 12, starting lap 13. The Scan Shocks 116 Trophy Race here at Croft, organised by the 750 Motor Club. There's the 87 car, I think that was, going through. Here's this fight, so we've got three together for the lead, we've got still three together for fourth position as well. Rob Carvell 59. He goes wide though at Hawthorne. Does this allow Tom Sibley to get through in the 14 car? The two of them are side by side. It looks like Sibley has made it through, so Sibley goes through to fourth. Rob Carvell down to fifth. In fact, he loses to a couple of positions as well, because Anthony Seddon, the number 5 car, goes through with momentum being all important in the cars that, relatively speaking, aren't that powerful.
That's right, and Rob Carvell was on an awkward line through the chicane, which lost him not one but 2 places. He had pulled away at one point from that battle, but had got recaught and now had been passed and was very wide for whatever reason through Hawthorne and sort of triggered all that off. Lewis Tyndall not far behind, is bringing Theo Millward with him, so this could be a 5-car battle, but now it's Tom Sibley at the head of it. There is Anthony Seddon, who is 5th. And trying to get back through Rob Carvell, the former Volkswagen racer, there in P6. Sibley a bit wide there, off of Sonny, so is this going to give Seddon a go? Well, he tried the inside, that was covered, so he darted to the racing line, going round the outside, but that didn't really work out for him. And Rob Carvell looks up the inside into the complex and gets very close to the back of Seddon's car, and that certainly has brought Lewis Tyndall into it, so it's a 4-way battle now. The Potter racing car there of Rob Carvell, after he lost a couple of positions at the beginning of the lap, he almost gained one back, couldn't quite make it work though. But to the front of that pack is now Tom Sibley into 4th.
66 minutes or so left to go. Car going past us quite slow. That's that 100 car again. That's been in trouble a little bit. Here are the leaders though, heading down towards Tower Corner once again. Carrington Yates, Crichton, Garden, still only just over a second separating the 3 of them, which has been the case for the last 24 minutes of this race so far. And they are about 12 seconds ahead of the next group, which is now a group of 4, because Lewis Tyndall has latched himself onto the back of the Sibley second group. Oh, and number 2 has been off, that's James Reddish. Now, is that looking more like a mechanical issue maybe? Into the pits comes number 123 beneath our commentary box, and that's Johnny Webster. That's the car he's showing with George Adsett, so maybe a driver change in the offing here.
There's dust settling at Clairvaux, and that's where that car had been off, I reckon.
Yeah.
So has he been able to rejoin? I think he might have done, so actually just slow rejoining after through the gravel.
Yeah, I think I can just see him heading down towards Tower Corner now, actually, out of the commentary box window.
Another car for the pits, by the way, is 77. 77 was started by David Lawrence, and he shares that car with Robert Mallet and Ewan Evans. Meanwhile, the leaders complete lap number 14, and there is a black and white driving standard flag going out to somebody, but starts with a 7. I can see.
Well, that could be one of the 3 leaders, potentially.
Absolutely.
It's 777, yes. Sam Carrington-Yates is getting a warning, so that will be, we would think, for track limits being exceeded. And so he's got to be careful now, because for the next 64 minutes or so, if he does it again, he's going to start picking up time penalties for him and his teammate.
Yeah, does that also mean, therefore, Mark Sullivan needs to be careful for something that his teammate was doing out there?
Yes, that's true. That is true. He'll need to be mindful of that.
So, it's driver change then going on. David Lawrence out of the VMS racing car.
That's
got quite a big team down there by the looks of it.
40 squad looking outfit by the looks of it.
Okay. Here's the battle of fourth. And Tom Sibley, although he's got into fourth, hasn't got away. 13 seconds behind the leader now. He's got Seddon, Carval and Tyndall behind. They broke away from Theo Millward. Then there's a big gap from 8th to 9th. So kind of this stage looks like the top 8 are still in contention for a good result. Then there's a big gap to the rest. Into Sonny. Here comes Seddon diving up the inside. Can he get the car stopped? No, not particularly at all. He goes off the road and drops to the back of that group.
Yeah, it was a bold move, but ultimately misjudged. He's lost 3 places effectively, or certainly 2 places. He didn't gain 1. So Lewis Tyndall will go up to 6th position as a result of that. There's some back marker lappery going on as well, I think, possibly. No, it's not. Beg your pardon, I thought there was a back marker in there as well, but I'm mistaken.
He's trying to get past Carvel as well, isn't he now? Lewis Tyndall, as they turn through the hairpin to complete lap 15 of this race.
I can see 19 Carl Brown is in as well, so he may hand over to David Pickup, or he may stay out there for a little bit longer.
Doesn't look like there's a driver change, not as it's already happened.
No, I think it looks like window's been wound down, just having a bit of a chat, checking on the progress. We'll see what happens.
I think it sounds like he's asking for a change in suspension settings there.
Yeah, possibly so.
And like over here in the conversation, he wants it a bit softer.
I'm just going till I see you wave at me.
So
he says, "I'll keep going till you wave me in for the second pit stop."
That seems like a sound strategy to me.
Here are the leaders. That's been still Carrington-Yates with this driving standards flag overhanging him. Lap time's still good, despite those spots of rain, still as quick as they were at the start. And the top 3 are still as close as they were at the start, but now they're 15 seconds ahead of the second group, which is a good gap. Lots of cars here exiting the chicane.
The difference here between the 3 cars is that Carrington-Yates and Jack Gordon have both only got 1 co-driver to hand over to, whereas Tim Crichton's got 2 co-drivers, both Harry and Peter Ormrod. So Crichton, I think, the quicker of the 3 drivers there, but he's going to have, you would think, less time in the car than the other 2.
Yeah. But what I'd expect to happen is that Jack Gordon and Sam Carrington-Yates will also finish the race. The co-drive will do the middle section. But obviously, once Tim Crichton comes in, he won't be in the car again, but he might not be in second place for much longer because Jack Gordon's on the inside line as they head through Clairvaux, and he can't go through. So hanging on is Tim Crichton. I thought he'd lost that place. But there's also battles further back because Lewis Tyndall is trying to come around the outside. So can he make the move work here on Rob Carvel? Again, no change. They stay in the same order. Both challenges there into Clairvaux were unsuccessful.
Coming up to the 30-minute mark in this race, so an hour to go, and it's Jeremy Woodgate that's just driving into the pit lane below our commentary box. And yes, as we are getting onto a third of the way through, some more cars are coming in. The 40 car is in as well now, so that's Sam Watley that's making a stop, one can see.
The Reddish Motorsport car there in the pit lane.
I'd say it's more of a grey than reddish, but there you go. Never mind. 220 in as well. So that is Andrew Partridge. That's a 3-driver team, so that will be a driver change to either Austin Browser or Neil Fox.
Out of a second into the complex. And it's still Jack Gordon putting pressure on to Tim Crichton, but still unable to find that way through, although it looked like he was going to be successful earlier. but it turns out he wasn't, so he's got to try again.
Let's have a quick rundown on the order at the hour mark. It's treble 7 leading, that's Sam Carrington-Yates. In second place, number 78, Tim Crichton. Third, with the best lap of the race so far, is number 71, Jack Godden. Fourth is number 14, Tom Sibley. Fifth is number 59, Rob Carvel. Sixth is 75, Lewis Tyndall. Seventh is number 5, Anthony Seddon. Eighth is number 80, Theo Vilworth. Ninth is number 12, Andrew Woodbine. In 10th is 232, Jonathan Baker. 11th is number 93, Guy Povey. In 12th place, it's the number 417 car of David Scotting. 13th, number 1, Richard Lakey. 14th, number 2, James Reddish. 15th, 209, Will Abraham, so he's made good progress from the back of the grid. 16th, 111, Antonio Almeida Souza. 17th, number 88, Ross Riley. 18th, number 44, Richard Phillips. 19th, 22, Richard Roundell. And up to 20th on the back of the grid is number 99, Simon Killam.
And the battle for 5th heads down towards Tower, with Rob Carvel under pressure from Lewis Tyndall, who can't make a move, I don't think, there. Tyndall, though, runs... Carvel runs a little wide, but hangs on. And they head up towards the S's on the 18th lap of this race. And then they will turn through the really quick Barcroft corner. Here they come. And they're still then in that order with no challenges at that Hollywood racing car of Lewis Tyndall. They're right on terms with those two in front. Tyndall started 7th. He's up to 6th now. And he's trying to gain more places in this 4th place battle.
41 into the pits, that's Paul Offord, one of the 4040 racing cars. And also 55, which is Matthew Highcock, who's going solo.
Almost bumping, I think they might have been bumping their way through the hairpin there. Carvel and Tyndall. That held Tyndall up there on the exit of the corner and going to give Anthony Seddon a chance to make the move into Clairvaux. Well, he's on the outside line, which isn't an ideal place to be. They're absolutely level. He breaks really late, does Anthony Seddon, and does go round the outside into Clairvaux. I think Lewis Tyndall kind of let him have it, but that was a good move nevertheless. To go round the outside at turn 1 is something we've seen on rare occasions this weekend. And good cooperation from Lewis Tyndall, I think, to make sure they both got through the corner successfully. And they can continue their battle with Tom Sibley leading that group.
Oh, now what has gone on at the hairpin while we were watching at Crow? We've got Eddie Gibbs' car, that is, but also James Reddish, number 2, is the car that's stationary there. That's come off the worst. The other one that was involved was the 417 car, which was that of David Scotting. So James Reddish is stationary. Marshall running over to check that he's okay, but I suspect this might bring about a safety car, Josh.
I think the 3rd car in there was Simon Killam.
Actually, it might not bring about a safety car, because there's good work for the marshals to get him onto the grass and out of harm's way. Well done, marshals. So I think we're going to avoid a caution period there.
Yeah, lucky there was a bit of gap in the traffic there, and get the car out of the way. And the top 3 come through that yellow flag zone. Guess what? As close as they ever were, but in a different order, because Jack Godden is ahead of Tim Crichton now.
Yeah, has been for a lap or two actually, and they had spread right out, but now they've been through that yellow flag zone, it's sort of concertinaed them up again. We've got the slippery surface flag out because there are bits of debris, broken glass, and sort of bodywork on the circuit, just on the exit of the hairpin, as there is there on the back straight.
Yeah, that's right. So here come the leaders. Oh, in traffic. Is this going to give Jack Godden a chance to grab the lead, heading down towards Tower Bend? He's almost on the grass as they go either side of the bit of debris there. He's right on the bumper of the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, who's done a great job to hold off what appears to have been 2 quicker cars in this first stint. Bumping the tail of Carrington-Yates there, I think, from Godden, but they stay in the same order. And it's been an entertaining battle up front, hasn't it, throughout this first, now 20 laps of racing in this first round of the 116 trophy. But Sam Carrington-Yates cannot be passed so far. They stay in that same order. Hopping around there, the Godden car, turning through Sunny. and out of Sunny up towards the complex. Another chance perhaps for Jack Godden to challenge here for the lead, but I think he decides the better of it into the complex at any rate. You think another challenge is coming very soon, Ian?
You do. By the way, 57, Toby Partridge into the pits as well for his first stop, another solo driver. But watching this battle for the lead between Sam Covington-Yates, Jack Godden and Tim Crichton. None of them going into the pit lane just yet. They're all continuing on for at least one more lap. About 16 seconds clear now of the 4-car battle for 4th place. That's Tom Sibley. There's Ross Riley into the pits as well. And I don't know if he's going to do another stint or if Gary Taylor will be taking over in that particular car. But good to see Ross Riley out there, the 38-year-old direct from Solihull. Started racing only a couple of years ago in the car with the Black Beauty livery.
Jack Godden's going to give it another go, heading down towards Tower. Can he challenge? Can he find a way past Carrington-Yates, who's got much more experience in racing than Jack Godden? Godden's in the car that was the guest car, wasn't it, a few years ago? The likes of former Formula 1 driver Martin Donnelly drove, I think. That's
right, yeah, it is. Jack, he's done lots of sim racing for the last 10 years, so he's got his experience probably in a different kind of way to Sam Covington-Yates. Oh, and that's, again, a spin for the 100 car. Well, that car's been involved in 4 incidents now that we've seen so far. That was the car started by Eddie Gibbs. I don't think he's been in yet, so I think it's still Eddie at the wheel. From a rallycross driver.
Looks a bit smoky now.
It does.
So I think Ill is not well.
Possibly not. I think this time he probably will come into the pit lane, I would suspect.
That's the Sentry racing car.
You can see a black and white driving standards flag being hung out for somebody. So another track limits infringement, no doubt. Yes, he's going to head to the pit lane this time. Eddie Gibbs, number 100. Local track list for the Yorkshireman. Let's hope he is able to get his teammate Craig Slattery from Halifax out there for the second part of the race.
Double wave yellows. Well, they would for a moment down towards Tower. That's because we've got a marshal heading out to remove the debris. Again, great work from the marshals here at Croft. So the second incident recently that they've had to deal with under yellow flags, have done so successfully. 220 there on the track is the car that was started by Andrew Partridge. He shares with Austin Brazier and Neil Fox. Meanwhile, the leaders have a couple of cars to lap around the outside into Tower, and Carrington-Yates has to turn out the corner because there's a car there. And does that give Jack Godden a chance to challenge here for the lead, heading down towards the S's? Through the woods on either side of the track there, quite a spectacular part of the track. But it is still Carrington-Yates ahead of Jack Godden, but by less than a car length, by less than half a car length as they turn into Sunny.
Much less than that. So Godden here really piling the pressure on Carrington-Yates, and we think these two probably will be on a pretty similar strategy in terms of their drivers. The 417 car is in the pits for the first time, so that's David Scotting, and he may well hand over to Stephen Cunniff because we are now getting up towards the halfway point in this race. 51 minutes left to go.
Interesting then, in 4th and 5th are solo drivers, aren't they?
Yes.
Carvan and Sibley, so whether they can make some room into the gap. And Jack Godden's bailing out the battle. He's heading for the pits.
He is. Now, where's he going? We'll be interesting to see here. We'll try and have a look either on screen or out of the window to see whether he is going to hand over. He's going a long way down the pit lane, so we will struggle to see from here, and our camera crew can see him at the same end of the pit lane as we are, so not sure whether we'll be able to tell whether Jack or remains aboard or Christopher gets on board.
Usually the idea would be for the quick driver to start and finish, wouldn't it?
But you do see variations on that as well. You sometimes see them double stinting.
So it's a change for position. Rob Carvel's up to 4th ahead of Tom Sibley. He was 6th not that long ago, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. That's a battle that's been just rumbling on for 40 minutes now. It's fantastic racing. At some point, someone is going to have to bail out, though, from that, just as Jack Godden did from the lead battle.
That's right. So here's Carvel then in front of him, and now it's Anthony Seddon's turn, I think, to have a go to get past Tom Sibley.
That 100 car that was smoking that came into the pits should now have Craig Slattery aboard, I think. I think it's his first race. He's not had any circuit racing experience, but he has done track days. Ambition for the season is just to get through the season with the car that still works, but they may not get through the race.
Is that Christopher Godin pushing the car back out?
Yeah, looks like it might be, I think.
So it looks like Jack Godin stays aboard.
So
Assume he's going to let his dad have a go in the car at the end.
I would think so. I would think he'll do the last part of the race.
Someone's off. 77.
It's that back marker, isn't it? That's been lapped a couple of times. David Lawrence started the car, but it's either Robert Mallet or Ryan Evans aboard it now.
Battle for what I guess is now third, isn't it? The battle at Woods for fourth heads into the complex, headed by Rob Carvel. But nothing can separate those four, but those four have pulled away from Theo Millward, that was quite close earlier. Another car in the pits. There's the duct tape that's been in use.
Yes, yeah, first sighting of the race so far.
That was David Scottin and Stephen Cunniff, 417, that had been in.
The 77 cars into the pits as well. It's the one that we just saw have a moment. That's the second stop for that team. This one may not be one of the scheduled ones, I suggest.
Battle for third. Sees a sideways Rob Carvel pass that 417 car of Scottin and Cunniff that comes out the pit lane. That was an entertaining start to the stint for that driver. But survived Rob Carvel going sideways past him. And now Tom Sibley's right in the toe. Louis Woodward's had an off after all his dramas earlier.
It's the complex, isn't it? So, moment there.
Sibley didn't get into that third position. Rob Carvel held on. And then Anthony Seddon and Lewis Tyndall follow on. This is busy. And that's 209, isn't it? That's the car of Will Abraham, who you've been mentioning moving through the order. He's up to 11th now. The former Carter that had his first race just in November last year at the Race of Remembrance. We'd had a lot of track time there, but this is his first 116 trophy race here at Croft today.
He's lapped in the 146s, so he's lapped faster than certainly the three cars ahead of him on the road. So sort of a top 10 pace, something like that.
And he's sharing with Paul Abraham, his father, who races in the Fun Cup, among other things. So he's obviously much more experienced than his son. Been racing from the age of 15, so we see him into the car later.
Who's this coming into the pits? It's Rob Carvel, I think, from third place. So he's a solo driver, of course. So he can time his pit stops more or less as he pleases.
That's number one, which is it's Richard Lakey, isn't it? A change to the entry. So Richard Lakey in number one there heading through, and the leaders are together, heading into Tower Bend. And it is Carrington Yates ahead of Tim Crichton. So Harry and Peter Omerod aren't going to get huge stints, are they, in that car?
232 into the pits is Jonathan Baker, driving solo now. His teammate James Hayward not here. And also in is the 209 car, which is Will Abraham, who we're just seeing on the screen, and a spin for 41. That's either David Edison or Ryan Margulies.
Back on the track though.
That's the Baker car.
Yeah. So that's Jonathan Baker and James Hayward, isn't it?
Not so much worried about Grow Right, just whether it goes right in the 116 trophy.
Well, I think Baker's driving solo now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
There's the Abraham team. 100 degrees, okay. And that's that Paul there. So letting Will continue on.
Just past our commentary box window, and there we're on screen as well. The two leaders still out there, Sam Carrington Yates and Tim Crichton. So 45 minutes into this race, and Tim Crichton is still out there. He's got, of course, two teammates to hand over to. That's the Lewis Tyndall car. He's now ahead of... No, he's not. Yes, he is ahead of Anthony Seddon. So he's gone up to fourth, so that's a change. Just negotiating the back marking 77 car as well. So Tyndall up to fourth now. Solo driver, and you know, solo drivers could come into their own potentially with that They're more consistent pace throughout the race. 27 seconds behind the leader Sam Carrington-Yates after 45 minutes of racing.
After the pit stops, Rob Carvel is now only 12 seconds behind Jack Godden, where it was about 25 seconds.
It was a bit more than that. It's 25 seconds now, but 2 or 3 laps ago it probably wasn't quite as much. It might have been 20 seconds, but he's...
yeah, it's 9 or 10 now, something like that.
Gained a little bit of time in the pit stops, possibly. But even though it's only a 60-second pit stop, it's still possible if you can't quite do what you need to do in 60 seconds, or just in-lap or out-laps.
Especially
quite on spot.
Especially coming into the pits, getting your speed down to the speed limit. If you're Rob Carvel, rather more experienced and perhaps more aggressive into the pit lane.
Yes, some drivers have seen have come in at quite a pace, but hopefully they have scrubbed the speed off before they cross the line to mark the beginning of the pit lane.
Race leaders into the hairpin. Are either of them going to bail into the pit lane?
99's in, which is Simon Killam.
And one of them does bail in. Tim Crichton's completed his stint then of what was 46 minutes. So Harry and Peter Omerod, one of them should get a go in a moment.
Yeah, it was probably about as deep into the race as he could really go to give the 2 North Wales drivers from Conwy a good crack of the whip for 20 minutes or so each.
So it'll be interesting to see where they come out. Tom Sibley coming in as well now, where they come out, well both of these two into the pit lane, where they come out compared to drivers they were battling with earlier. Tom Sibley, another of the solo drivers.
And another one's going in as well. That's the 80 car, so that's Theo Millward, so another of the front runners.
So here is Jack Godden then, heading round. His last lap were 1:45.8, so he's really pushing on there as he turns his way through Sunny. And the Carvel's done a slow lap. So was that his out lap? Is that why the gap wasn't as big?
Maybe.
Yeah, so perhaps that was a slight, slightly misleading. So Godden turns his way through the complex. Has the Crichton and Omerod car leaving the pits yet?
Not yet, I don't think.
Oh, I mean, there's a huge lock-up in front of Godden. That was distracting, I'd imagine. That was the Fox Browser Partridge car, but Godden gets through. The Omerod car's on its way down to the end of the pit lane, so it's going to be pretty tight, I'd imagine.
I think that Godden, Godden's going to have the advantage, I think, into Clairvaux. Yeah, there we are, there he is. He's ahead.
Okay, and then obviously the other one was Carvel versus Sibley, wasn't it? And here comes Carvel, then he's right with the race leader across the line, and Tom Sibley is just going down the pit lane, so Rob Carvel is certainly going to be a decent chunk ahead, and he's trying to defend, isn't he, from Sam Carrington-Yates, trying not to go a lap down, because of course that's so important if a safety car did come out.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Here's Godden then, so he's a few seconds ahead of the Omerod family team that Tim Crichton started the car for. Good to see so many novice crosses out. This championship, this series is getting so many new drivers into racing, isn't it?
It is. It's been very successful from that point of view. There's arrive and drive options as well if you're interested in maybe taking part yourself. Do have a look at the 750 Club website and social media, and you'll find information about how to get involved with the 116 trophy. 19 is into the pit lane again, so this is for a second time. This is a 3-driver team, of course, so it could just be the second mandatory stop.
Yeah, I think we saw Cole Brown stay in, didn't we, after the first pit stop, so now it'll be David Pickup's turn to have a go.
Guy Pove is in number 93 as well, just ahead on circuit of the leader he was, or not the leader, sorry, of Jack Godden, who we're seeing on screen now, number 71. Let's head down to the pit lane though and see who Chris Stevens has got to talk to.
I'm here with Tim Crichton from car number 78. You just finished your first stint. How did it go?
It went really well. So yeah, we ran second for most of the stint and very close. So I mean, I think probably less than a couple of tenths between the top cars for 45 minutes. So yeah, it's great fun, and it's hopefully we can just get one over on 777 in the last 45 minutes of the race.
I mean, it's been really close between this top three. You expecting that to last the whole race?
I think so. I mean, Sam and I raced pretty closely together on a couple of occasions last year, and it's great. You know, it's clean, and it's particularly around here. You know, the circuit's quick, gives you very little opportunity to overtake, so it's a bit like a convoy really for 45 minutes. But it's good. You've got to trust the other drivers.
Of course, you're vastly experienced on the national racing scene. What have you made of the 116 trophy?
You know, I've really enjoyed getting back in. I mean, the cars are basic but perfectly set up for what they're trying to do with the series, and you know, having raced both front-wheel drive and rear-wheel drive cars, you know, coming into this, it works as a series. The concept's great. They make a bit of noise, and you know, I think it works really well as a platform for novices coming into the sport. But you know, if you've done a bit of racing and you've raced, you know, it's still enough there to keep you entertained, and the racing's very close.
Oh, good. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, Chris. Good to hear there from Tim Crichton, who was very much in the thick of that three-car battle for the lead for the first 3/4 of an hour or so. And there's one of the other drivers that was Jack Godden, still out there, having made the first of his mandatory pit stops. Yet to see Sam Carrington-Yates come in though, have we, Josh?
That's right. And there he is. Yet to get past Rob Carvel. That's what he's trying to do into the hairpin. They turn out of the hairpin. Does he decide to pull in?
He does.
So finally we see that pit stop for the race leader. And then firstly we have to see if he changes over to Mark Sullivan, and then secondly, will that car still be ahead of Jack Godden?
Again, it's at the far end of the pit lane, that car.
But we can see that on the screens, and there's no sign of a second driver, is there?
No, it looks like fully expecting this to be a routine stop. Check some tyre pressures. I'm sure someone will be on the stopwatch to make sure it's 60 seconds, because the last thing you want to do is make a short stop.
Now a driver appears, but I think that's just for a chat, isn't it? So Mark Sullivan be finishing the car off then today.
Yeah, as will Christopher Godden as well. So we'll have the two slightly less quick drivers up against each other in the closing stint of the race. So it'll be a question of how long they keep, you know, they both take in that final stint as well. I suggest that could be the decisive factor. Which driver blinks first, or which team blinks first. It also depends whether you. I suspect it is all about going for the win, actually, at this stage. But some teams might be wanting to do a more equal share of the driving, or what have you.
Work going on underneath the Carrington-Yates car as Jack Gordon comes out the hairpin. So this is not a quick pit stop, is it?
It's not. Richard Lake coming into the pits, by the way.
Jack Gordon's certainly going to lead. The Omerod car that's fallen a bit further back might get second, possibly not actually. So I think Carrington-Yates will in reality is second, because of course there's some guys that haven't pitted yet. So Carrington-Yates comes out in second, but he's what, 5+ seconds behind Jack Godden?
I think this is, all of the things being equal, I think this could be looking good for Jack and Christopher Godden here, because my memory from last season is that Christopher Godden was probably a little bit quicker than Mark Sullivan, but we'll see if my memory was right on that, and B, whether that has any bearing on this particular race. There's Godden now then, so he is 5th on the timing screens, but effectively the leader. The 3 cars ahead of him, well, the leader's still showing as ahead, even though he's now made his stop. But Seddon, Tyndall and Woodbine have all yet to come in. Seddon's going to have to hand over to Alan Caulfield at some point as well. There's Godden then, on screen now. 36 minutes of the race left to go. Here at Croft Circuit. There is, that is the Seddon and Caulfield car, I think, isn't it? That's in the pit lane now. So they are doing the driver change. So Alan Caulfield is getting in for the second part of the race in the number 5 car. The driver from Shrewsbury started racing in 1993 in the first instance. Black flag. Who's that for, we wonder? Don't know. We can't see a number.
220.
It's the 220 car. Now I do know why that is. I think that was because of a short pit stop potentially. So that's why the 220 car is going to be called in for a stop-go penalty. I think that's probably what that one is for. It's 4 seconds short, the pit stop. That'd be an 8-second stop and go penalty. But yeah, Alan Caulfield raced Kumho BMWs in the 1990s, a regular top 3 finisher. Came back in the Compact Cup in 2017, and more recently racing the 116 Trophy, of course.
Damaged rear bumper for one of the cars in the pit lane. Let's see if we can pick a number up on that. The Adam Hewitt sponsored car. Not too sure which one that was. We'll find out in a moment.
35 minutes to go.
Gap between first and second, by the way, 4.7 seconds. Tyndall to Carrington Yates. And that tyre school was a car off the road. That was 41. The David Edison, Ryan Margulies and Paul Offord shared car.
Is he going to get out? Yes, it is going to get out of the bog there. The 77 cars in again for. That's a third stop actually for that team. 41 car, I think eventually will make its way back to the tarmac. It does so now on the exit of Sunny Corner. Lost a lot of time there though. So it's Lewis Tyndall now that leads the way, with I think only then Andrew Woodbine, the only other driver. Oh, he's off again. Oh, this is not the most auspicious lap in the world for the driver of car number 41. Fortunately, we don't know who it is. Paul Offord started the car, so I suspect either David Edison or Ryan Margulies. But yeah, I don't think he'll be wanting to replay the video of this lap too often. So just Tyndall and Woodbine, I think, the only drivers to have made that stop. The 220 car, which is coming in for stop-go penalty, lights his tyres up as he slams on the brakes at the beginning of the pit lane. So let's hope from his point of view he's not going to pick up another penalty after this 8-second stop-go penalty that he has to serve here. He's parked right up against the penalty board there, so they need to move that out of the way for him to continue, which he does now. And speeding gun in operation there, just to check to make sure no one's contravening the 60 km per hour speed limit inside the pit lane, which is about 38 miles an hour. So the Fox Lux car goes back into the race.
Jack Godden, by the way, is 9 seconds ahead of Sam Carrington Yates, I reckon.
Yeah, and then another 9 seconds behind is the Ormerod that's now at the wheel of the number 78 car.
No, it's about that same gap again, back to Rob Carvell, who is ahead of this battle between Alan Caulfield and Tom Sibley.
The 41 car, which has been off twice on that lap, has made its way back into the pit lane, which maybe as well. And that's the third stop for them, so that's not scheduled.
One is also in, Richard Lakey.
Also a second stop. 2 stops in relatively quick succession for Richard Lakey.
Driving standard flag goes out to 41, but they're in the pits, so they're not going to see it.
No.
But I think we can probably guess why.
I would say so. And marshals, of course, will report in any offs that happen on their posts. The observers will phone those in or radio those into race control, and I think if they start hearing a lot about one particular driver, they will be showing them a driving standards flag. Number 40 into the pit lane now, and that's a second stop for the Ben Wilshire, Sam Watley, Tom Day team. Sam Watley, the start driver in that outfit.
111 heads through Tower. That's Antonio Almeida Souza, who is heading up towards the S's. He's a 31-year-old.
220's back in the pits again locking up on his way into the pit lane. So this time, I think that's just for the second stop, because they do need to do a driver change there. Neil Fox, Austin Browser, Andrew Partridge. 75 is in, so that's the race leader, Lewis Tyndall, in for his first stop of the race, with just over half an hour left to go. He was about 37 seconds clear of Andrew Woodbine, but 46 seconds clear of the first of the stoppers, which is Jack Godden. So he'll lose, obviously, the lead, and he will probably rejoin. It's towards the bottom of the top 10, I would think, judging by the fact that it seems to be about a lap that it takes for a pit stop to be made.
see Antonio Mia Souza go through there, the driver from Cambridgeshire, the engineer who started racing last year.
Black flag for car 123, that's another short pit stop.
Okay. So the Hollywood racing car there we can see in the pits.
Richard Phillips is in, I think, for the first time.
Was 14th. He came into the pits.
Actually, correction, the 123 actually I think was a pit lane speeding infringement rather than a short pit stop.
Okay, so Rob Carvel goes across the line. Has first Tyndall exited the picture?
Not yet. He's just about to head out now into the race.
And the Seddon and Sibley battle also get through, so that's going to drop him down to 8th position. But still yet to pit is Andrew Woodbine, the only of the front runners who hasn't done so.
Just under half an hour to go. Let's quickly run down the order as it stands, although we're in the midst of pit stops. So it is number 75, Lewis Tyndall, that was leading before he made his pit stop. On number 12, Andrew Woodbine in second place. Third, number 71, Jack Godden. Fourth, treble 7, Sam Carrington-Yates. Fifth, number 78, the Ormerods. Sixth, number 59, Rob Carvel. Seventh, number 5, Alan Caulfield. Eighth, number 14, Tom Sibley. Ninth, number 209, which is the Abrahams. And 10th, number 232, Jonathan Baker. But still, we've got the pit stops to play out in the next 15 minutes. Yes, I thought that we might hear about this, but number 220 getting the black flag now for a pit lane speeding infringement, which I think was incurred when he came in to serve his other penalty. And now the driver who's going to have to take that penalty is not the driver that committed it, which seems a little unfair. There's the car that was effectively leading. I don't think he ever made it to the top of the type of screen. Andrew Woodbine, though, number 12 in, Josh.
And a big lock-up from guess whom? 220.
Oh, all of their drivers are capable of it, it seems.
Well, it makes you wonder if there's some kind of braking issue with the car. But that's off at Sunny. I guess they might have flat spotted the tyres when he was looking up into the pit lane earlier.
Possibly, yeah.
But yeah, that's not ideal. So that's the Fox, Browser and Partridge team that are currently in 22nd position. So it is now Jack Godden that leads. He leads by 10 seconds now to Sam Carrington-Yates. And then a further 13 seconds back is the Omerod and Crichton car. Is Rob Carvel's gone missing? Is he in the pit lane? He hasn't come through at the end of the previous lap, or not on the timing screen. Who he was in, or what would have become 4th position.
Just surveying the circuit to see if I can find Rob Carvel, but I can't see him. He may have come into the pits. There is a car that looks like the right kind of colour there, but I can only see the roof.
1, 2, 3 is certainly in. That was Johnny Webster and George Adsheed. 87 is also in, Louis Woodward.
220's coming in to serve its latest penalty.
And 12, Andrew Woodbine, goes out of the pit lane after his stop.
So he's going to have to make another stop in the next 12 minutes.
The penalty now for 220 after their spin. And the penalty for the speed and infringement. Now Jack Godden is in. The race leader, by about 10 seconds, is into the pits. And this time we should see his father take over. So good stint from Jack Godden, who really got ahead of Sam Carrington-Yates and then started to pull away. Did Godden, the 21-year-old from Bedfordshire.
10.5 seconds ahead of Carrington-Yates and Sullivan. Carrington-Yates still at the wheels, but how much longer is he going to stay out before he hands over to Mark Sullivan, we wonder?
So Christopher Godden to get in next, who's a local government officer. He also, with his son, started racing last year, but he was a marshal for a long time before that, including at the British Grand Prix in the 1990s.
.75 Lewis Tyndall, so this is for his second stop, so he's made both of his stops in very quick succession. Not that he had much choice, really. He was 7th on the timing after he resumed, so I thought it would be towards the bottom end of the top 10. Possibly that was a little bit better than I thought it might be.
Christopher Gordon says he hopes that something more interesting will happen to him than having to swap his overalls with his son that you may remember at Cadwell Park.
Well, yes, and that was all we could talk about really about the Gordons last year, but thankfully they're filled in commentator information for us this year, so we're much more well informed.
And they're leading the race. So
it was a broken zip, by the way, that was the problem.
Andrew Woodbine is back in the pit, so he's doing pit stops on back-to-back laps.
Yeah, and I guess if you're a solo driver, one of the things you might do is just wait and gamble for a safety car, but we've not had one yet. So there'll be one now, won't there?
Now you've mentioned it, absolutely.
At some point in the next 10 minutes. But yeah, it's been a pretty clean race from that point of view. Good work from the marshals. 1:11 into the pits as well.
As is 75 Lewis Tyndall.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Yeah, there was
again.
There was a bit of work on the front left corner going on, but they were tightening the wheel up.
Yeah, so that might be more than 60 seconds actually. Yes, they have changed the wheel on that car, so that's not a routine stop. It will be his second 60-second stop, but he will have lost time there and will drop out of contention.
There's Christopher Gooden back on track. He's just behind a couple of cars that are running side by side, which is Louis Woodward and the Paul and William Abraham cars. So Christopher Gordon is on into the race now. He's got about 25 minutes that he's going to get to run, which is longer than what Mark Sullivan is going to get.
That's right. But he was about 10 seconds ahead when he came in, when Jack came in to hand over to him. So 24 minutes to go, only 9 minutes left of the pit lane window being open though, so all those drivers that have yet to make their second stop, and I think they've all made at least one now, will need to do so quite soon.
The Omerod family had dropped 16 seconds behind Sam Carrington-Yates, but are still 9 seconds ahead of the next best, which is Tom Sibley, who's just ahead of Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. So Sibley battled with Seddon earlier on, now he's battling with Caulfield, both drivers in the same car.
Another car in is the 209. Paul and Will Abraham car for the second time in this race. The black and white driving standards flags out again. It's getting plenty of airing.
55 also in, which is Matthew Hydock. So he makes his way in. So yeah, driving standards flag going out to car number 5. So that is Alan Caulfield.
Yeah.
Driver currently in 4th position. Christopher Godin came out in 5th place, by the way.
Yeah, 1 minute 21 behind the race leader, which is now Sam Carrington-Yates. So we can, in fact, head down to the pit lane now and find out how Chris Stevens has got this time.
I'm here with Jack Godden from car number 71. You just finished your stint in the car. How did it go?
It went pretty well. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on because I can't, have limited knowledge of what's going on when I'm in the car, but it seems all right. We've been up at the front the whole time, so wait now and see what happens.
Especially in the early stages of the race, that leading trio there, so close together.
It was hard to tell what I really wanted to do. Part of me really wanted to lead the race, but I knew we had to build a gap to the guys behind. Now that Dad's in the car, to make it as easy as possible for him, so we'll see.
It's your second season of car racing. How's it going for so far this season?
It's been going pretty well. Dad had 1 day of testing. I had nothing at all, so we had to learn everything on Friday and as much as we could this morning, but it's been all right.
Good, you got your dad, Chris, in the car now. Can he bring it home in a good position?
Let's find out.
All right, good. Best of luck to you both. All right, back to you, Ian.
You'd hope for more confidence, wouldn't you? But nevertheless, his dad has got 21 minutes left to bring it home. All of the cars ahead of him need to make their second stops, apart from Tom Sibley, who has just come in while we're hearing that interview from Chris Stevens. So that'll be 1 less car for Chris Godden to worry about, and now the leader is in.
So this is going to be then the battle that's going to rage for the last 20 minutes between Chris Godden and between Mark Sullivan, isn't it? So Sam Carrington-Yates, his work is done. Perhaps we might hear from him shortly with Chris once he's out of the car. And then into the car we'll get Mark Sullivan. More cars pitting, 80 and 5.
Yeah, so 80 is Theomy Award, David Pearce. 5 is Alan Caulfield. Also in has been, which other car did I see coming? It was 36 of Christopher Jackson.
There's a car off at the tower, which is Johnny Webster and George Adsheed's number 123 Future Flooring backed car.
Yeah, and it is going to resume, which is good news.
Right, where's Chris Godden got to? He's just coming out of Sunny, and he's turning his way then up towards the complex. So have those 2 extra laps, because he's been overtaken by cars here. Have those extra 2 laps that Sam Carrington-Yates was in been enough to get that 10-second gap overcome, so Mark Sullivan can be the leader of the second stop.
I can see that I think Sam Carrington-Yates out of the car. The car is being pushed back. It's going to go back out into the race. It's going to be touch and go. I think it's going to be Chris Godden that's going to probably have the advantage though, because he goes past now as the car heads out of the pit lane. So it is just going to be Chris Godden out in front with a car between himself and Mark Sullivan.
Yeah, so that's going to be interesting. Chris Godden's pace is about 4 seconds a lap slower than what his son was doing. He just did a 1:49.9. So can the likes of Tom Sibley bring down a gap? How far Sibley and Left Lot are behind when they come through?
I think Sibley's about 21 seconds behind Godden.
Yeah, Carvel's actually just got ahead, I noticed. So Rob Carvel, so 20 seconds, yeah, so that's the gap to watch. And on that lap, Carvel was 3 seconds a lap faster. So what have we got left? About 10 laps. That's possible. That is possible. That, depending, obviously, what Mark Sullivan's pace is. But here is Godden, who got this car hassling him with Richard Phillips, who's obviously laps down, but might be quicker.
The Ormrod and Crichton car had taken the lead again, but the Ormrods have just come into the pits now, so they've made their stop. So is that now, well, it's the majority of the front runners have now made both of their stops.
That's right. So here is Mark Sullivan in 777, trying to hunt down Chris Godden, the race leader, the former marshal, in his second season of racing himself, racing with his son, which is a great way to do it. So you say the Ormrod car is in, so that should come out in 3rd place, really, shouldn't it, behind these 2?
Yes, you would think so. You can see it there towards the end of the pit lane. Only 3 minutes left before the pit lane window closes, so those that have yet to make their second stop will need to do so very shortly.
So as Godden and Sullivan went out of the complex, Carvel and Sibley came into the complex. This has everything that sort of suggests it might be quite an exciting end to this race.
And the Ormrod car's just gone back out into the race as well, but that's going to be quite a way behind the 2 leaders in will be 3rd position, I think, or effectively when all of the pit stops have been made.
Yeah, just ahead of Rob Carvel. Carvel on that lap was 2.8 seconds quicker than Christopher Godden. The gap is now 17 seconds.
Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Here's Chris Stevens.
I'm here with Sam Carrington-Yates from car 777. Sam, obviously you were a 3-time winner last season, so you picked up right where you left off so far.
Well, yeah, hopefully. We've got a bit of a job to do here. Mark's just got in the car. We didn't have any radio then. It's not the end of the world, but we didn't have any radio, so we didn't really know what we were doing. So pretty tricky conditions. The car was really difficult then, but it was a lot of fun. I had a good race at the start. Managed to hold out in front. It's difficult.
Yeah, obviously you've led the majority of this race, but you haven't been alone out there. You've had 2 cars quite close to you for most of the time.
Yeah, it was a really good race. Yeah, Chris and I'm not sure who it was behind me actually. I think it was Chris most of the time. It was keeping me on my toes. He's a very quick young lad. Yeah, it was a difficult race, to be fair.
And what do you think Mark can do from here?
Well, Mark's got he's got to chase the leader down here, because I think now we've handed over, he's got to chase Chris Godden down. So we've got a couple of seconds to make up, but we can still win it. But if we can get a podium, that's great as well.
Should we expect to see you guys out in most of the 116 trophy races?
Yeah, absolutely. Next one's Alton Park, which is round next door to my mum and dad's house, so it's sort of home circuit. So we'll definitely be at that one and the rest of the rounds too, hopefully.
All right, well, great job. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks.
Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, so Mark Sullivan taking over from Sam Carrington-Yates. He's 4.21 seconds behind Chris Godden now. There's about 7 seconds between Sullivan and the Ormerods in third position. They're 2 seconds clear of Rob Carvel, who's about 1 second clear of Tom Sibley. So we've got the top 6 cars all within 19 seconds of one another, with 75 minutes of racing having elapsed, and the pit lane window about to close. 57, one of the last cars, Toby Partridge, to make his mandatory stops.
Rob Carvel was 3.5 seconds quicker than the leaders. He's only 13 seconds behind. So actually, I kind of wonder if the lead battle here might end up being Rob Carvel versus Tom Sibley, who are currently 4th and 5th. They've obviously got past these 3 cars in front, but they are lapping a lot quicker. And Mark Sullivan is only 1/10 of a second on the last lap quicker than the leader, Chris Godden. So at this stage, it does look like Rob Carvel or Tom Sibley might be in a leading position, although won't lead hardly any of the race, if that happens, of course.
There are success penalties to be applied after this opening round of the season to future races, which will make it a bit harder for drivers to keep momentum up. Let's hear from Chris Stevens once again in the pit lane.
Here with Harry Ormerod from car number 78. That was a nice middle stint you just managed there.
Yeah, we're just trying our best to keep out of trouble. It's really busy out there, and obviously there's a bit of debris around the place now, so really just trying to keep it clean and keep on the track, really.
Tim's obviously started, he's back in the car now. What's it like having such an experienced racer alongside you?
Oh, it's invaluable to have Tim alongside us. His experience he brings to the team really pushes us all on, whether that be in the paddock to on the track. It's a real benefit to the team.
And obviously you guys with Sam Carrington-Yates in the 777, the 71's been right up there as well. How are you expecting this to pan out?
I really don't know. I think it could go any way today. It's definitely the best race for the series to date. I think the closeness has been unbelievable.
Great, well, good luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully we'll see you at the end of the race. Back to you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we'll have to wait and see.
But the important thing we heard there is that Peter Ormerod is not driving and Tim Crichton's got back into the car.
Yes.
So he's now, I think, in the box seat because he's ahead of Rob Carvel by a couple of seconds. He's only 7 seconds behind the race leader and was 3.5 seconds quicker on the last lap.
Yes, that does change things a little bit, doesn't it? It
Somewhat.
does change things a little bit. But there's still the chance, though, of Carvel or Sibley still closing that gap as well.
Although at the beginning of the race, Crichton was quicker than Carvel, wasn't he?
He was.
And well, on the last lap, Carvel was slightly by hundredths quicker than Crichton. On that lap, Sullivan was 7/10 quicker than Godden as well. They're all in one shot now, heading down towards the complex. The top 4 are all on the same straight. Godden, Sullivan, Crichton and Carvel, and then Sibley as well, actually. So I think 5 cars. And then the 6th place car, not far back either, Anthony Seddon.
Yeah, 6 within 15 seconds. That was 18 seconds a few moments ago, so it is closing down all the time. It's almost like a handicap race, isn't it, where they're all going to cross the finish line more or less together at the end of the race. Chris Godden still leading by 3.45 seconds. He's not shaken off that number 44 car of Richard Phillips. Is that car 1 lap down on the lead? I think it is. Yes, just the 1 lap down. Number 44.
So on that lap, Sullivan was half a second quicker than the leader, but already with him is Tim Crichton, who was 3 to 4 seconds faster than them, and he's pulling away from Rob Carvel now.
Yep.
So here's 2nd and 3rd into the chicane. How long is it going to take Tim Crichton to get past Mark Sullivan?
Yeah, so in actual fact, we end up with a similar strategy in terms of a long stint for the quick driver, but split into 2 compared to the other two teams, the Goddens and the Sullivan Carrington-Yates team.
And up the inside goes Tim Crichton into 2nd, so it took all of that 1 corner for him to get that position.
It did, and probably about another lap for him to get on terms with Chris Godden as well, you'd think.
Yeah, the gap was 3.7 seconds on the last lap. It was actually 3.8 seconds quicker, so he'll probably be there by the end of the lap, maybe.
With 10 minutes to spare. So then the question will be about 2nd and 3rd, won't it? Because Carvel in 4th position is closing on the 2nd and 3rd place cars as well.
Yeah, and Sibley and Seddon are sort of doing similar things.
87 has had a spin again. That's Louis Woodward. That's coming out of the complex. There he is. Seeing that on screen now. So there's the race leader, Jack Godden. He's got the car a lap down behind him, number 44, and then car 3rd in that train is the car that's 2nd in the race. That's Tim Crichton then. And he is now almost with the 2 cars, the back marker and the race leader as they come out of the hairpin. This is to complete lap number 43. Sullivan is about to be caught and passed by 59 Rob Carvell, so I don't think it's going to be a podium for Sullivan and Carrington Yates today as things stand. We've got Crichton yet to get past that 44 car. I thought he might do that down into Clervaux corner, but he's not done it yet, but I think it is only a matter of time.
Mark Sullivan pushing on behind, trying to keep Rob Carvell at bay. He's just done his personal best lap of the race, actually, so he knows that he's in for a good result here and trying to come through. Crichton is now ahead of that 44 car, so now he's got clean view of race leader Chris Godden. There they are, into Tower.
Carvell's pulled away from Tom Sibley as well, it's worth pointing out. So Tom Sibley not necessarily coming into this as quickly as we thought.
Mark Sullivan defended hard there into Tower to keep Rob Carvell at bay. He's trying to stay on the podium.
Into the last 10 minutes of this race. It is like a sprint race now. Top 6 covered by less than 10 seconds. Absolutely fantastic stuff from the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. Great opening race of the season. Their first season that they're racing in association with Motorsport News, the weekly Motorsport newspaper.
Harry Ormerod was certainly right. This is the best 116 trophy race we've seen, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll be able to read about this in Motorsport News very shortly. We'll be putting together a special Motorsport News 100-mile race at Silverstone in July as well.
And up the inside for the lead comes Tim Crichton into the complex. They're absolutely side by side, but I don't think Chris Godden's going to give this up too easily. So he managed to position his car not to be passed into the complex, but Crichton quicker off the corners on the outside line into the hairpin.
Rob Carvell's up to third, by the way, now.
And wide out of the hairpin goes Chris Godden, which is going to bring Tim Crichton alongside him. And I think by the time they get to, actually by the time they get across the line, he's ahead. And by the time he gets into Clervaux, he should be fully in front. So Tim Crichton in 78, along with Harry Ormerod, is the new race leader with just 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, but the gap continues to close between Rob Carvell and the race leader. Now, obviously, Crichton was a bit delayed there in getting past Chris Godden.
The Sullivan and Carrington Yates car is being penalised for exceeding track limits as well.
Okay, well, we warned that might be the case. We saw the black and white driving standards flag in the early part of the race, so already Sullivan was down to 5th. That'll drop him down to 6th position, I think, unless he can pull away from Seddon and Alan Caulfield, who's now aboard the car, which, if anything, probably the opposite is likely to happen.
Yeah, Seddon was a couple of seconds quicker on the last lap. Rob Carvell and Tom Sibley then come through.
Sibley's right back with him, who's 2.5 seconds behind a lap ago.
Carvell runs a bit wide, trying to get past the back marker.
And Mark Sullivan's trying to get back involved as well, by the looks of it, as they head towards the Jim Clark S's there.
Carvell put himself and the back marker put a back marker between himself and Sibley. That's what I was trying to get out. So therefore he's be able to pull away. And then obviously now he's hunting after Chris Godden.
Yeah, so the gap between Godden and Carvell was 2.95 seconds at the beginning of this lap, which is lap number 45. 7.5 minutes of the race left to go. So who is going to be on the podium here? It's still very much under debate. It looks like Tim Crichton is going to probably win this race now. Mistake there from Godden at the complex, and that allows the Rob Carvell car to close right in on him now. Carvell's got something dangling underneath the front of the car. You can just about see it there from certain angles. So I don't know if that's causing him any problems, but he's right in the toe now of Chris Godden then as they head up and over the line to start another lap. Is he going to be able to make a move on the way down in towards Clervaux corner? I don't think he is, or yes, he is getting alongside, in fact. Carvell goes through on the inside and he takes P2. He's 4.5 seconds, though, behind Tim Crichton, so I suspect that the victory might be beyond him, and third place is going to be beyond the Goddens as well, because Christopher Godden goes wide there and he loses a hatful of places. Oh, my dear, what a great shame that is for Chris Godden and Jack, who did such a great job in the first part of the race.
And now what's on the road is for 4th position. Mark Sullivan has Anthony Seddon trying to make his way through, because they know a podium could be on the cards with Tom Sibley not that far up the road. But now he's gone off the circuit, so off onto the grass goes the Anthony Seddon Racing BMW. He gets though back on quite quickly, but he's still behind Mark Sullivan, who in the results will be behind, but he'd like to get through to try and move further forwards.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. So Alan Caulfield there in the number 5 car, chasing after treble 7, Mark Sullivan. 5 3/4 minutes to go. Fantastic race we've had for the 116 trophy here at Croft Circuit. A great start to the season, their first of 8 races this year for the 116s. Hopefully we'll continue to see such great grids and great racing as well as this season goes on.
Alan Caulfield was turned 59 just a couple of weeks ago. Returned to racing in 2017 in the BMW Compact Cup before moving into the 116 trophy, but did race in more powerful BMWs, M3s in the 1990s.
Right, looks like the number 5 car of Caulfield is getting past Sullivan now. You see Haston as they come up to the line this time. So he's up to 5th on the road now, Alan Caulfield. So it's now number 78 leading, Tim Crichton by 6 seconds from 59, Rob Carvel in 2nd. 3/4 of a second behind him is Tom Sibley in 3rd. Alan Caulfield, number 5, is in 4th place. In 5th place on the road is the treble 7 car of Mark Sullivan, and it's going to be a battle between Sullivan and Godden for 5th and 6th now, I suggest.
And with this penalty for Sullivan, that could become a crucial factor in all of that.
Yeah, the gap between them is just over 5 seconds, about 5.5 seconds at the moment.
So that big group at the beginning of the race we saw, which was battling for 4th, has ended up being the battle for the lead. Or for 2nd place.
For 2nd place, yeah. And the curveball here, he really came with Tim Crichton coming out for that 2nd stint.
Yeah, we weren't expecting that really.
I wonder if that was planned at the start of the race, if it was just, you know, as the race developed, they decided that was how they were going to play it. With the chances of a victory, a sniff of it in the nostrils, they decided to put Tim Crichton back out for a second go.
Of course, the other driver that was involved in that battle early on was Lewis Tyndall, where he's 25 odd seconds behind.
But nevertheless, after 90 minutes of racing, that's pretty good going to have 7 within 25, 26 seconds.
But I wonder if Tyndall can catch the Sullivan-Godden battle, because he was a couple of seconds quicker on the last lap. So that's possible, although there's only a couple or so laps to go. Here's Rob Carvel just ahead of Tom Sibley, so this is for 2nd. Oh, and off the road goes 44. That's the car that was involved earlier. And Tom Sibley's gone past Rob Carvel at the hairpin, though. So off is 44, which is Richard Phillips at the complex and stuck in the mud.
Yeah, might not get out of that. And the 1-2-3 car is off as well. That's the Johnny Webster George Ansett car. That's had a few moments as well during the course of the race. So Tom Sibley then up to 2nd position. And he is 6.8 seconds behind Tim Crichton. So Crichton continuing to pull away from the battle for 2nd place. There is Crichton now, just turning onto the back straight behind these 2 back markers. But that is Crichton with the green bumper strips. And this, there's Mark Sullivan. Well, he's blown his chances of 5th place with that spin down there at Hawthorne, Clervaux and Hawthorne. So that should mean that Chris Godden takes 5th place then, for certain.
Yeah, and he's 9 seconds, I think, ahead of Lewis Tyndall. Well, the last time was only about a second and a half quicker. And this, what do we have? This, you know, this could be the penultimate lap of the race. We're on now.
We're not far away, are we?
And here is the battle of a 2nd. Rob Carvel, although he lost the place at the hairpin, he's not going to give up. He's going to try and get back ahead of Tom Sibley. He's run wide at Sonny, and Carvel chucks the car in sideways, and he's back alongside Tom Sibley. He goes back through into Sonny out.
Yeah, and the leader is...
Oh, and Sibley waving. Was there a yellow flag there? I saw.
Yes, there's a yellow flag there. Yellow flag there. So that's going to be sorted out afterwards, I suspect.
Because it was kind of happening as they got to the yellow flag zone, weren't they? So that's a difficult one.
Certainly is. So where is the lead? The leader's coming up to the line now with 1:45 seconds to go. Is the last lap board going to go out to him?
It should do, really.
It doesn't, though. So Tim Crichton goes on for another lap. We'll see if we do get the checker flag then at the end of this lap, or whether we get one more.
So he crossed the line with 1 minute and 42 seconds to go, and they're running the 1:46s, so it should be the last lap.
Yeah, so we should be on the last lap now, I think. Tim Crichton then. How far ahead is he of the rest? About 8 seconds clear of Carvel and Sibley. But yes, with that incident up at Surrey, that might need a bit of sorting out afterwards in the Clerk of the Courses office.
Across the line, Lewis Tyndall is right on the tail of Mark Sullivan for what is 6th on the road, and they're side by side going into turn 1. But meanwhile, we watch Tim Crichton, the race leader. Lewis Tyndall did go through, by the way. So here comes Tim Crichton then with that good stint by Harry Ormerod in the middle. We said it would all come down to those co-drivers of the top 3 in those first stint, and it was Harry Ormerod that was quicker than both Mark Sullivan and Christopher Gordon. And what turned out to be important, though, he was quick enough not to lose too much time to Rob Carvel and to Tom Sibley. Remember that Crichton came out just in front of Carvel, didn't he? So that could have been crucial at that moment.
Well, there's the second and third place cars heading to Sunny once again. 59 Rob Carvel ahead of number 14 Tom Sibley on the road, which must mean that the race leader is just about back into the complex. Yes, here he is. Just looking to see if the checkered flag's being made ready, or the last lap. Well, I think it might well be the checkered flag. So there is the race leader, number 78 Tim Crichton, who was shared today with Harry Ormerod for that middle stint Harry drove. He comes out of the hairpin now and up towards the start and finish line, where it is going to be. Yes, the checkered flag goes out. Tim Crichton and Harry Ormerod win the first race of the Garshocks 116 trophy for the 2022 season. Second place goes the way of number 59 Rob Carvel, third to number 14 Tom Sibley, fourth to number 5 Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. Then I think it's going to be Jack and Christopher Godden. Christopher Godden at the wheel of number 71 to take 5th place, and the top 6 will be rounded out by the 75 car in the end of Lewis Tyndall.
That was a good race, wasn't it, from the 116 program? We didn't have a safety car,
No.
So that was a pure race all the way through. And yeah, the top 6, the top 7 cars separated by half a minute at the end, and there was plenty happening at the end to keep you interested, really, all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely right. It did pull up nicely. I think if it hadn't been for Tim Crichton doing that last stint in the 78 car, it would have been between Carvel and Sibley for the win, and that incident at Sunny would have been probably even more significant, therefore.
Absolutely right.
Let's have a look at that moment that we just talked about again, if we can, on our replay. This is what was going on, Josh, on the way up to Sunny.
Yeah, so this is a green flag zone at this point until they get to the second part of Sunny. Tom Sibley run wide, and they sort of arrive at the yellow flag zone absolutely side by side, don't they?
Yeah, and ultimately it's the 59 car of Carvel that goes through, ahead of 14. There's the yellow flag zone, and it's one of those, is where does the line get drawn across the track? Start the yellow flag zone, so I suspect that one might take a little bit of sorting out.
Yeah, you could see that Tom Sibley weren't happy, was he? Because he had his arm out the window immediately. But it kind of looked like it was before the yellow, didn't it?
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely.
Treble 7, Mark Sullivan was 7th, 12 was Andrew Woodbine, 9th, so 8th was Andrew Woodbine, 9th was number 3 Jeremy Woodgate, and 10th was the 209 car. That's a good drive actually from Paul and Will Abraham, Will on one of his early appearances. Let's have a look at the classified results. Well, not yet classified, to be confirmed. Harry Ormerod and Tim Crichton there for taking the win in number 78 by 7.5 seconds from number 59 Rob Carvel in second place. Third was number 14 Tom Sibley. In fourth place, number 5 Anthony Seddon and Alan Caulfield. In fifth place, the 71 car of Christopher and Jack Godden. Sixth place, number 75 Lewis Tyndall. Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington Yates were 7th. 8th to Andrew Woodbine, number 12. 9th Jeremy Woodgate, number 3, rounding out the top 10, the Abraham father and son team. 11th was the 232 car of Jonathan Baker, who drove solo. Richard Lakey finished 12th in number 1, and 13th, 111, Antonio Almeida Souza. The Povies were 14th in number 93, head of the 36-12 Christopher Jackson in 15th position. Dropping away during the course of that race, Theo Millward and David Pearce in 16th place. Riley and Taylor, again a little bit further up in the early stages, they finished 17th. Richard Roundell, the Warrington man, in 18th place. And the number 40 car, shared between 3 drivers, that finished 19th, with Matthew Highcock rounding out the top 20. And we go through the rest of this big field. The 123 car, they had a few moments along the way. Webster and Adsed, so too did the 220 car. They were in the pit lane a few more times than they would have liked. And just looking back, some of the cars that didn't make it to the finish, the 100 car of Gibson Slattery only made 18 laps into the end. James Reddish was off in an incident at Hairpin, and the first of the retirements was number 50, Liam Brezit. Some quick final thoughts from you, Josh, after a great weekend's racing.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining, hasn't it, all the way through both days of racing. It's been a reminder of what 750 Motor Club racing is all about, hasn't it? And a great feel in the paddock. Spoke to lots of drivers for for the first time in sort of 6 months. So it's been a really good weekend up north.
It certainly has, and don't forget we'll be back on Easter Monday at Donington Park. Many thanks to all of the marshals and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club, and thanks to everyone at Croft Circuit who's helped to make this possible. From Josh and myself, Ian Simon, it's goodbye. Let's head down to Chris Stevens for the final time this weekend.
I'm here with our race winners, Harry Ormeron, I should say, and Tim Crichton from car number 78. Tim, hey, can we get a quick word? That was a great drive at the end there. You were hunting down the leaders.
Yeah, I think we'd earned it eventually. It was a busy last stint, but it was, we've been working towards this with Harry and me for a couple of years, and it's great. It's nice to be able to reward all of everybody's effort with it. I was going to say, and a big thank you also to all the marshals and all the officials that make it possible. So we couldn't go racing without the Orange Army, and it's much appreciated.
Absolutely seconded. I mean, it's a great dynamic that you and Harry seem to have. He's got the youthful, and you've got the experience.
Yeah, thanks. I had the grey hair and the wisdom. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, you can go off people, you know.
Did I say how amazing you drove today? But no, it's a great dynamic.
It is. Yeah, I mean, Harry's driving's come such a long way in the last couple of years too. It's really satisfying and gratifying to watch that progress too. So yeah, it's great to be involved with.
Well, cracking drive and such a competitive race as well. 10 seconds covering the top 5 in the end there.
Yeah, I mean, just ridiculous, isn't it, really, at the end of 90 minutes? But it's great. And yeah, I mean, the first 45 minutes with Sam and Jack, amazing too. It's pretty impressive 45 minutes separated by 0.2 of a second. So.
Congratulations, fantastic win and very well deserved. Let's go and talk to Rob Carvel if we can find him. We can find Rob anywhere. Yep, Rob, hi. Second place. I mean, that looked more like a sprint race at the end there.
It was. It really was. Absolutely full-on 10-lap sprint race from end to end. Everyone was hanging it out right on the limit. And the cars are great because they just don't deteriorate, so you can just keep pushing and pushing and pushing. But amazing that the guys, the levels of respect between the drivers is fantastic. So that's a happy day. Really pleased with that.
And of course, you were able to keep your pace going, right up to the end. That's what made the difference in the end.
Yeah, we've been quite used to having a strong car at the end of a race and looking after the tyres. And there were mistakes, I'll admit, but they just about got away with it. And Tom kept Tom behind for third. So really pleased with that.
Yeah, you had a mega battle with Tom at the end there.
Yeah, we were just both. Any moment could have been a write-off. It was just absolutely on the ragged edge. It was brilliant.
Well, fantastic stuff. Congratulations, fantastic result for you, and a great drive. And do we have Tom Sibley here as well? Tom, that was a great battle that you had right at the end of the race.
Oh, and the whole race, it was unrelenting, honestly, from literally the first corner right the way to the end. I think even after the pit stops, I was chasing Rob the whole way. Oh, it was unbelievable.
I know it's a 90-minute race. Everyone looks pretty exhausted. How was it inside the car?
Yeah, there's only a few of us that do it by ourselves, so yeah, without a drink system in there, it was absolutely killer. Even on a day like today where it's only like 10 degrees, but no, that was mega fun.
Didn't stop you getting through at the end there?
Tried not to, just had the team on the radio saying that's P2 ahead, just absolutely go for it, and they just got my head down and went for it.
Fantastic race, and it seemed to play out more like a sprint race towards the end there.
Yeah, it felt like it. It kind of was. It was almost like an hour and a quarter endurance into a 15-minute sprint pretty much. But no, it was brilliant fun.
Congratulations, third place, great result for you. And that is all from down here in the pit lane. If you've been watching at home, we wish you a very pleasant evening. If you've been watching at the circuit, then we wish you a very safe drive home. From Ian and Josh and myself, that's all from Croft. Please join us on the 750 Motor Club YouTube channel once again on Easter Monday from Castle Combe.